Chapter 1. What the Stones remembered. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The lamplight came first. After 10 years of total darkness, the oil flame that Elder Feng Qianru carried down into the sealed lower chambers arrived like a declaration of war against Ling Kongxin's senses. He had known it was coming, of course. He had been feeling her footsteps through the stone for 3 days now. The specific cadence of her left-favoring gait, the slight hesitation on the 7th step from the top, where the stone had been replaced 40 years ago and never quite matched the resonance of its neighbors. He knew her footsteps the way he knew the footsteps of every person in the Green Valley Sect. He had been listening to them for a decade. The light was something else. It moved. It flickered. It threw shadows that reorganized themselves continuously and without logic, which was information his mind could not parse quickly enough. He had absorbed the Sect's cultivation theory on light-based formations, their records of fire techniques, their archived documentation of every illumination method in 3 generations of practice. None of it had prepared him for the experience of actual flame dancing 3 feet from his face. "I understand that," he said to the lamp. The elder behind it made a sharp sound. Not quite a scream. More the involuntary noise of someone whose heart had decided to leave without the rest of them. There's someone, one of the disciples behind her managed. Ling Kongxin blinked. The light was still doing that moving thing, and it was making the shadows on the stone walls behave in ways that did not correspond to any fixed geometry. He found this deeply unreasonable. He had spent 10 years in perfect, quantifiable silence, and now the world had turned out to have flickering in it, and he was apparently expected to simply accept this. He adjusted. The 2 disciples who had followed Elder Feng Qianru down the steps, he knew them by their footsteps too. Outer disciples, trainee Gu Qiufeng on the left with the uneven heel strike from an old ankle injury, and trainee Dun Biling on the right, whose footsteps always paused at the base of the stairs because he was afraid of underground spaces and was performing courage, were pressing against the wall behind the elder. He could see them only as shapes at the edge of the lamp's reach. He was aware that from their perspective, they had descended into a sealed chamber that had been locked for decades and found a man sitting in it. From his perspective, he had been sitting here quite intentionally and had simply been waiting for someone to come down. "I did not mean to startle you," Ling Kongxin said. He tried to calibrate his voice to something a human would find reassuring. From the absorbed conversations he had listened to through the walls for years, he had developed a fairly comprehensive model of what reassurance sounded like. He was approximately 70% confident in the calibration. "I am Ling Kongxin. I believe I was sealed here by the founding patriarch. The reasons are not entirely clear to me. I am sorry for the inconvenience." Elder Feng Qianru held up the lamp and looked at him. She was 63 years old. He knew this because he had absorbed the foundation stones of the inner elder's record chamber and the accumulated chi pattern of the administrative correspondence filed there, which included birth records for every elder currently serving. She had been with Green Valley Sect for 41 years, had been promoted to full elder 22 years ago, and carried a 12-year-old mistake in her chest that she had never told anyone about and never stopped carrying. He knew the weight of it the way you know the weight of something that presses against a floor over years. The stone remembers pressure in ways that skin does not. She had warm eyes, he noticed now. That was new information, because eyes were not something he had known about her before. He had known her footsteps and her posture and the pattern of her breathing and the specific pauses in her recorded administrative responses. He had not known she had warm eyes. "You were sealed," she said finally. Her voice was carefully controlled, which was a sign that she was feeling more than she was showing. "That is my understanding." "Yes, by the founding patriarch. That is also my understanding. The precise reasoning is unclear to me. I appear to have been in a meditative state." She looked at him for another long moment. He watched her making calculations. He had absorbed enough private conversation through the walls over a decade to recognize the sound of someone deciding something strategic. She needed him to be what he claimed to be. He could not yet have known this, but he had absorbed 3 years of the Sect's internal correspondence, and he understood the political situation she was navigating. A sealed ancient disciple carried legitimacy she desperately needed. It explained things that otherwise would require explanation. It was, from her perspective, an answer to a problem. "Can you walk?" she asked. "I believe so. I have not tried recently." He stood. His body, this human-shaped container he had manifested over the course of the 10 years since his awakening, built thread by thread from the accumulated chi of the Sect above him, informed by every cultivation technique he had absorbed, moved the way he expected it to move. Which was to say, imperfectly, because theory and embodied experience were different things, but adequately. He was taller than he had calculated. The ceiling of the chamber was closer to his head than the dimensions of the room suggested it should be. He had, apparently, miscalibrated his height by approximately 4 inches during the construction process. He filed this as new information. Can you ascend the stairs? Elder Feng Qianru asked. I understand the mechanics of stairs, he said. I will attempt them. He was moderately confident this answer was not what she had expected. The smaller of the two disciples made a quiet noise. The stairs proved to be experientially different from his model of them. He had felt thousands of footsteps on these stairs over the years, had learned their weight distribution, their rhythm, the specific quality of effort that ascending them required. He had not understood that ascending stairs required the management of a body that had opinions about gravity. His body had a great many opinions about gravity. They were not coordinated opinions. They disagreed internally on several points. He made it up 14 of the 17 steps before he needed to put his hand on the wall. The wall told him everything it knew about the last 40 years in approximately 1 second. He released it before the elder noticed the pause. The remaining 3 steps were easier. He emerged into the evening air of the Green Valley Sect's lower courtyard and stood there while the world arranged itself around him in ways that were, collectively, extraordinary. The sky. He had known about the sky from the Sect's geographic records and the philosophical writings of several cultivators who had described it at length. He had not understood that it would be that particular color, or that it would feel like distance in a direction he had no framework for, or that looking at it would create a sensation in his chest that was entirely unlike anything he had absorbed from the cultivation theory literature on transcendence. I understand that, he said quietly to the sky. What did you say? Elder Feng Qianru asked. Nothing of importance. He looked down from the sky. I believe I am ready to begin. Chapter 2. The surface world. The problem with the surface world was that it moved. Ling Kongxin had known, in the abstract, that the world above the chambers contained motion. He had spent 10 years absorbing vibrations through stone, footsteps, cultivation sessions, training drills, the particular percussion of arguments and laughter, and the slow reverb of solitary crying at 3 in the morning. He had a complete catalog of the Sect's sounds organized by contributor, frequency, and emotional valence. He had thought this constituted knowing what the surface world was like. He had been wrong. Knowing that outer disciple by Wuziu walked across the main courtyard every morning at dawn was not the same as watching outer disciple by Wuziu walk across the main courtyard at dawn. The watching introduced variables the knowing had not accounted for. The particular quality of early light on stone dust. The sound of a broom being applied to flagstones with the specific tempo of someone who found the work meditative rather than burdensome. The way the sweep pattern had a small inefficiency in the northwest corner that the sweeper had apparently decided long ago was acceptable. Ling Kongxin stood at the edge of the courtyard for 11 minutes before he moved. This was partly because his body was still negotiating with gravity, and partly because he was trying to reorganize his entire model of the sect around the fact that it was a place with visual dimensions rather than a place with vibrational ones. It was louder than he expected, and quieter, both, simultaneously, in ways that did not resolve. The broom stopped. Outer disciple by Wuziu looked up from the northwest corner of the courtyard. A round-faced young man with calluses on the inside of his right palm from the broom handle and a small scar below his left ear from a training accident 3 years ago, and looked at Ling Kongxin without hostility or suspicion or the particular calculating quality that Ling Kongxin was already learning to identify as people deciding what he might be useful for. The look was simply, there is a person standing there, and that is fine. A gust of wind came through the courtyard and undid approximately 40% of the sweeping effort. Bai Wuziu looked at the leaves now distributed across the flagstones, looked back at Ling Kongxin, and without any particular urgency resumed the sweeping from the beginning. He adjusted the technique slightly to account for the wind's direction, incorporating what had just happened as information rather than treating it as something worth being annoyed about. Ling Kongxin watched this for a moment. Then he crossed the courtyard, picked up a second broom that was leaning against the eastern wall. He had known it was there. He had absorbed the entire layout of every item stored against the courtyard walls from the vibrations of their placement over the years, and began sweeping the eastern half of the courtyard toward the southeast drain. Bai Wuziu glanced at him, kept sweeping. They worked in silence for 15 minutes. The pattern they developed between them was efficient, not optimized in the way Ling Kongxin would have designed it if he were designing it, but functional and collaborative in a way that accounted for the particular angles of the gutters. Bai Wuziu was good at this. He had been doing it for 4 years, and his body knew things about this courtyard that his mind probably could not articulate. When the job was done, Bai Wuziu said, "You're the one the elder found in the basement." "Yes. The ancient sealed guy. That is one description of the situation." Bai Wuxiu nodded, apparently finding this sufficient. I'm Bai Wuxiu. I know, Ling Kongxin said. And then, because that answer was not calibrated correctly for a person who had supposedly just emerged from a sealed chamber, I heard the others speaking of you. Oh, Bai Wuxiu considered this. They usually just say I'm the one who sweeps. He looked at the clean courtyard with modest satisfaction. Thanks for the help. I understand. He didn't. Not precisely. The concept of thanking someone for help was in his absorbed materials extensively. It was a social mechanism for acknowledging contribution and maintaining reciprocal relationship networks. But the specific texture of this thank you, directed at him, for a thing he had simply done because the situation presented it, and there was nothing preventing him from doing it, contained something that did not map cleanly onto any category in his models. He filed it in the growing category he was calling things that are different in person. The rest of the first day was organized by Elder Feng Qianru, who had apparently spent the night after his emergence converting his existence into an administrative project. He was assigned a preliminary status of honored guest and uncertain designation, given a set of outer disciple robes in a style 3 generations out of date. She had sourced them from the historical archive storage, which he found thoughtful, because the gesture suggested she had been thinking about how to make his story credible, and introduced to a rotating series of individuals who all looked at him with versions of the same expression. Cautious curiosity organized around strategic calculation. He recognized this expression. He had heard people making it for years, through walls and floors. Hearing the expression and watching it were, again, different. The sect itself was difficult to process in visual dimensions. He knew every building, every corridor, every junction of the formation pathways that ran through the grounds. He had absorbed the layouts from the vibrations of 30 years of foot traffic and the accumulated chi patterns of the formations themselves. But knowing the map and walking through the territory were producing a persistent gap in his sense of orientation, because the visual scale of things was slightly different from his internal model in ways that were individually small and collectively disorienting. The gate was taller than he had calculated. The administrative hall smelled like old paper and cold stone, which was accurate to his models, but also like something warm he couldn't identify that turned out to be the brazier in the secretary's office. The sky changed color throughout the day in a progression that was not described anywhere in the materials he had absorbed, and which he found himself watching with sustained attention when he was supposed to be attending to Elder Feng Qianru's explanation of the sect's current administrative structure. By evening, he had identified 47 categories of new information that required integration into his existing models. He sat in the room he had been assigned, small, clean, south-facing, directly above a foundation stone that was vibrating with 40 years of accumulated sect chi, and remained still for a long time. From below, through the floor, the sect settled into its nighttime patterns. Footsteps slowing, voices dropping to the register of people winding down, the training grounds falling quiet, the administrative hall's lamp being extinguished, which he could feel in the slight reduction of heat conducted through the eastern wall stone. He was, technically, on the surface. This was going to require adjustments. Chapter 3. The East Wing and the Third Archive. He spent his first night absorbing the floor. This was not metaphorical. He lay with his palms flat against the stone and let the accumulated chi pattern of 40 years of the outer disciple quarters speak through his skin. It spoke the way old stone always spoke, in layers, in records, in the residue of presence rather than the substance of thought. He could not read minds. He had never been under the impression that he could read minds. He could read what minds left behind in the materials they pressed themselves against over years of proximity. The floor of the outer disciple quarters remembered the weight of generations of young cultivators. It remembered the specific pressure distributions of particular bodies during particular practice forms, the deeper impression of a left-footed person who always kicked harder on the right, the shallow marks of someone who had been light on their feet until they weren't. It remembered the late nights and the early mornings and the particular quality of desperation that attached itself to stone when a cultivator was trying to break through a bottleneck and couldn't. It remembered Lumiani's pacing pattern. She had been in this room, or this wing, for 2 years. Her pacing created a loop in the southeastern corner that he could read like a map, where she paced when she was thinking through a technical problem, where she paced when she was anxious about something personal, where she stood when she had arrived at a conclusion she wasn't sure she liked. He had been listening to her footsteps for 2 years. Now he had the texture of her thinking. He filed this in the growing category he was calling information I should not immediately demonstrate possession of. By dawn, he had absorbed the complete residential history of the outer wing and identified 17 points of interest that required further investigation. He rose, dressed in the outdated outer disciple robes, and went to address the first of them. The East Wing storage formation was in a small alcove between the outer corridor and the equipment room. It had been there for 8 years, and for 8 years it had been misinscribed in the same place. The fifth stabilization node on the lower left quadrant had a hairline deviation in its chi channeling groove that was directing approximately 12% of the formation's output sideways rather than into the containment circuit. This meant the formation was running at 88% efficiency. The chi that was leaking sideways was being absorbed by the wall, which had been accumulating it for 8 years without anyone noticing. He noticed because the wall had told him. Specifically, the wall had told him last night while he was absorbing the outer wing's accumulated history, because the diverted chi had left a very clear record of 8 years of steady accumulation in the stone's resonance pattern, which pointed back at the source formation like an arrow. He corrected the inscription with a technique he had absorbed from the formation theory records he had taken in through the basement stones 3 months ago, which was to say 3 months before he emerged, using a tool he fashioned from a sliver of stone from the lower chamber that he had been carrying in the fold of his robe since emergence, specifically for moments like this. The formation settled into correct function with a small audible click and a release of accumulated chi that traveled outward through the wall for approximately 2 seconds before dissipating. He put the stone sliver away. "How did you find that?" He turned. Outer disciple by Wu Tiu was standing in the entrance to the alcove, carrying a bucket and a cleaning cloth, apparently in the middle of morning maintenance duties. The chi felt uneven, Ling Kongxin said. This was true. Bai Wutiu looked at the formation, then at Ling Kongxin. That's been there for years. The formation team said it wasn't worth fixing. It was worth fixing. Yeah. Bai Wutiu looked at the now correctly running formation with an expression that suggested he agreed. The equipment storage always runs a little cold. Maybe that's why. He shifted his bucket. You're good at formations. I understand how they work, Ling Kongxin said, which was also true and which was a significant understatement. He found Elder Feng Qianru at the morning administrative session and was introduced to his assigned schedule: cultivation assessments, orientation sessions, integration meetings, a series of introductions to key personnel that Feng Qianru had apparently designed for maximum efficiency in establishing his plausibility as a legitimate sect member. He attended all of it. After the morning sessions, he found a moment to approach Grandfather Mao. He had been thinking about this approach since emergence. Grandfather Mao was 67 years old and had maintained the sect's physical structure for 35 years. He was not a cultivator, had never developed more than the most rudimentary chi sensitivity, and as a result was the only person in the Green Valley sect who related to the buildings primarily as buildings rather than as cultivation infrastructure. He noticed things that cultivators didn't notice. He had been the one to mention the third archive. The lower chambers, Ling Kongxin said. You know them well. Grandfather Mao looked up from the hinge he was reoiling. He was a compact man with the particular calloused hands of someone who had spent decades in manual maintenance work and a face that had organized itself around a permanent mild expression of practical engagement. Well enough, he said. I've kept them maintained since before you would have been sealed, if what Elder Feng says is true. There was a room, Ling Kongxin said, below the lower chambers. Deeper. A storage room, I think. Records. That's the legend. Grandfather Mao applied oil to the hinge with careful precision. The third archive. Founding Master sealed it himself, supposedly. No one's been able to find the entrance. Have you looked? A few times over the years. The stones down there don't cooperate with looking. They're old stones. He tested the hinge. It swung cleanly. How do you know about it? You were sealed. There were stories, Ling Kongxin said. This was technically true. Grandfather Mao picked up his toolkit and moved to the next hinge in the corridor. If you find it, let me know. I'd like to know what needs maintaining down there. I understand. He had found the third archive on his second night of awakened existence, 3 months before emergence. He had found it by pressing through stone from below, which was not a method available to humans. He had read its contents. He had understood, then, what he was and what this place was and what the relationship between them was supposed to be. He had not been ready to tell anyone this. He still was not. He attended the afternoon orientation session, a formal briefing on sect rules, cultivation standards, resource allocation, and disciplinary procedures, delivered by a junior administrator who kept glancing at him with the expression of someone trying to remember if this situation was covered in any policy manual, and listened carefully to everything he already knew. Chapter 4. Integration Protocol. Elder Feng Qianru introduced Lu Mianyi to him on the morning of the third day with the particular precision of someone who had selected the optimal candidate from a field of available options. He had known she would be chosen. He had absorbed enough of Feng Qianru's administrative thinking to understand the elder's decision-making framework, and Lu Mianyi satisfied every criterion. Senior enough to be credible, junior enough to be deniable if the integration had problems, perceptive enough to notice real issues before they became crises, and documented in the internal records as someone with the interpersonal patience to manage a situation that had no clear precedent. He had also known, from 2 years of absorbed residential history, that Lu Mianyi had filled 4 private journals with cultivation observations, personal reflections, and a running analysis of the sect's internal political dynamics that demonstrated a clarity of thinking that the sect's leadership had apparently not noticed, and that was considerably sharper than the thinking of several elders 3 grades her senior. He had not known that her voice had that particular quality, direct and slightly flat in tone, like someone who had long ago stopped performing enthusiasm they didn't feel, or that she had a very small ink stain on the inside of her left wrist from holding her brush at an angle the manual advised against. He filed these additions to his model of her. "You've been assigned to provide orientation integration for the transitional period," she told him. "That means I'll be accompanying you to scheduled sessions, answering questions about Sect protocols, and filing observation reports to the Administrative Oversight Committee." "I understand." She looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone mentally adjusting the description she had prepared. "Most people ask what an observation report involves. I am familiar with the general concept of administrative oversight. From before the ceiling. Yes." She made a small note in the bound ledger she was carrying. He observed this with interest. She was already documenting. He had expected this. Her journals demonstrated a systematic approach to information that was too ingrained to suspend for social reasons, but he had not expected it to begin quite this immediately. "The orientation session this morning covers basic formation theory from the current curriculum," she said. "Are you familiar with the standard trinode stabilization method? The Green Valley variant, or the Continental Standard?" She stopped walking. They were in the corridor between the outer quarters and the instruction hall. She stopped and looked at him, and he recognized the look because he had seen it on her face in a very different context. He had absorbed a moment from 3 months ago when she had been walking through the archive and found a discrepancy in a century-old record that nobody else had noticed, and she had stopped with exactly this expression. "Something has just told me something it didn't intend to." "The Continental Standard is used as the foundational reference," she said carefully. "The Green Valley variant is the applied technique." "Of course," he said. "I sometimes confuse the ordering." "From the sealed period." She wrote something in her ledger. He noted that it was longer than a simple notation. "What is the Green Valley variant's primary modification to the Continental Standard?" she asked. This was not in the orientation session curriculum. She was testing. He answered correctly, deliberately hesitating before the 3rd subpoint, as though searching for a memory rather than retrieving a stored fact. She wrote in her ledger again. "You know this already," she said. He adjusted his calibration. She was direct in ways that punished indirect response. "I know some of it already," he said. "The sealed period provided certain information. The gaps are real." "Which information from the sealed period?" "That's a long question. The answer depends on which category you're asking about." She looked at him for another moment. "What did the founding patriarch's cultivation technique look like?" "I did not witness it directly. I have records of the theoretical framework." "That's not the same as the technique." "No," he agreed. "It isn't." She wrote something else. He considered asking what she was writing, decided against it. He already knew, approximately. She was noting distinction between theoretical knowledge and witnessed knowledge. Direct about limits. This suggested either genuine limitation or carefully calibrated honesty designed to establish credibility through selective concession. She was, he thought, very good. The morning orientation session covered foundation theory at the level of first-year outer disciples. He performed the exercises at the level of first-year outer disciples, which required him to suppress his actual capability to approximately 20% and then further suppress the precision of his technique execution to approximately 40% of its natural quality. Because perfect execution would look like something other than a recently unsealed disciple who had been in a meditative state for decades. The instructor was named Sifu Deng, and he taught the groundwater circulation technique with the specific verbal pattern of someone who had taught it thousands of times and had refined the explanation down to its most efficient form. He said the same 3 sentences in the same order every time he corrected a student's form. The other students in the session were 4 outer disciples who had been here between 1 and 3 years. They were politely uncertain about him and expressed this uncertainty through the particular form of performance that involved being somewhat louder and more confident than usual when he was present, which was a form of communication he recognized as, "We have decided you're probably fine, but we haven't finished deciding." He noted this with something that was not quite warmth, but was adjacent to it. "Circulation form again," Sifu Deng said. "Concentrate on the lower 2 nodes." Ling Kongxin performed the form. He He performed it incorrectly. He had been performing it incorrectly all session. The specific incorrectness of someone who understood the technique theoretically but was recalibrating physical execution to a body that hadn't performed it before, which was accurate as far as it went. After the session, Lumiere fell into step beside him. "You knew the old name for the flowing stone method," she said. It was not a question. He had used the archaic term for approximately half a second before correcting to the modern simplified version. He had not intended to. The absorption from the archive floor included formation theory texts going back 200 years, and sometimes the older term surfaced first because it was more precisely descriptive of the underlying mechanism. "A fragment," he said, "from the meditative period." She made a note. He observed, carefully, that this note was longer than either of the previous ones. He would need to be more careful. "The session after midday covers practical formation assessment," she said, returning to her integration duties with the efficiency of someone who was also making notes internally. "Elder Feng has asked that I walk you through the outer formation network beforehand. Familiarity with the layout is expected of inner disciples. I look forward to it." She glanced at him sideways. "I understand that was an odd thing to say," he offered. "No," she said, after a pause. "It wasn't odd. It just sounded like you meant it." "I did mean it. That's rarer than it should be." She looked back at the path ahead. "I'll meet you at the eastern gate at the second hour." She turned off at the administrative hall. He watched her go and noted that she had already written 8 separate items in her ledger in the course of one morning. He was going to have to be considerably more careful. Chapter 5, The Assessment. Song Peiyong ran his cultivation assessments the way a good formation master ran a diagnostic scan, systematically, without predetermined conclusions, following whatever the evidence pointed toward, even when it pointed toward something unexpected. This was evident from the first 30 seconds of the assessment session, when he asked Ling Kongxin to perform the basic qi circulation foundation form, and then stood very still for a long moment after the performance was complete. There were 4 elders present at the formal assessment, as protocol required. Elder Feng Qianru sat at the observation table with the particular stillness of someone invested in a specific outcome. Elder Cho Mingyu sat at the opposite end with the stillness of someone who had decided to pay attention to everything equally, which was a different kind of stillness entirely. 2 junior elders sat in the middle and did not appear to be investing special attention in either direction. Song Peiyong walked around Ling Kongxin twice, without speaking. Ling Kongxin had calibrated his performance with considerable care. He was presenting at Foundation Pulse, the second cultivation rank, which was below what he was actually capable of, and which was approximately where a disciple who had been in an interrupted meditative state might plausibly have settled. The raw power output was deliberately limited. The qi density was maintained at roughly 60% of his actual current capacity. The technique execution he had been less careful about. Technique execution was something he had spent months calibrating as he constructed his human form, absorbing the accumulated qi patterns of thousands of training sessions conducted in the Sect's practice halls and constructing, from the residue of those sessions, an understanding of what correct technique looked like at a physical level. The result was, he was aware, somewhat more accurate than what a disciple trained in the traditional way would produce, because the traditional way involved iterative correction of individual errors, whereas his process had involved absorbing the corrected state directly. He had tried to introduce some imprecision into the presentation. He was not certain he had introduced enough. Song Peiyong stopped walking in front of him and looked at his hands. "Formation position," he said. Ling Kongxin shifted to the standard assessment formation stance. Peiyong watched the shift happen. Again, Ling Kongxin shifted again. "Your movement efficiency is extremely high," Peiyong said. This was not a compliment or a criticism. It was the observation of a man cataloging data. "I have had time to consider theory," Ling Kongxin said. "Theory doesn't produce movement efficiency. Movement efficiency is built from accumulated physical correction over time." Peiyong looked at him with the expression of someone encountering a discrepancy in a formation diagram. "How many years of training did you complete before the ceiling?" "Several. The exact count is uncertain." "Were you training under elder-level supervision?" "At some points." Peiyong did not write anything down, which was more interesting than if he had. He was storing the observation rather than formalizing it. "Demonstrate the groundwater circulation. Upper circuit only." Ling Kongxin performed the groundwater circulation upper circuit. He performed it at 40% precision. He had been calibrating this throughout the morning session with Sifu Deng, and introduced 3 micro-errors that corresponded to the specific errors made by practitioners at his claimed cultivation level who were recalibrating their technique after an extended interruption. He had designed these errors from the absorbed practice records. They were, he was fairly confident, convincing. Song Peiyong watched him perform the upper circuit. His eyes tracked the formation points in a specific sequence that corresponded to the order a formation master would use when analyzing a technique from the ground up, rather than the order a cultivation instructor would use when looking for student errors. "Stop," he said, at the third micro-error. Ling Kongxin stopped. Peiliang was quiet for 6 seconds. Then, "Perform it again." Ling Kongxin performed it again, with the same 3 errors. "The distribution asymmetry on the left secondary node," Peiliang said, "is consistent with a practitioner who learned this technique at an advanced level before the current correction methodology was introduced and has not been fully recalibrated to the modern form. That's approximately a 40-year gap in training lineage." He paused. "But your body positioning during the transition between primary nodes is postmodern form." "Exactly postmodern form, which would mean either you've received recent training in current methodology, or," he stopped, "or you've studied the current methodology theoretically without performing it in practice." Ling Kongxin said, "Because the alternative, or you absorbed it from the floors of the practice halls where it has been performed by thousands of practitioners over 40 years, was not a category Peiliang would have available." "Yes," Peiliang said slowly. "That would explain it." He didn't look entirely convinced. He looked like a formation master who had found a data point that fit one model, but not quite well enough to stop looking for alternatives. He picked up his assessment scroll and wrote something. "Raw power output is below inner disciple threshold. Technique quality in several respects exceeds inner disciple standard." "Is that an unusual combination?" "Yes," said Peiliang. "It is." At the observation table, Elder Cho Mingyu was making his own notes. Ling Kongxin did not look at him directly, but his peripheral awareness registered that the notes were extensive. "Cultivation rank assessment, foundation pulse," Peiliang said, returning to the formal register of the session. "Technique quality, provisional inner disciple standard with anomalous inconsistencies." He looked at Ling Kongxin. "I'm going to recommend a secondary assessment in 30 days, specifically for technique lineage consistency." "I understand," Ling Kongxin said. He did understand. Song Peiliang had just correctly identified the anomaly, named the data point that didn't fit, and established a protocol for continuing to look. This was what a good formation master did with a discrepancy in a diagram. He filed Peiliang in the category of people who will continue looking. He would need to be considerably more careful around him too. After the formal assessment concluded and the elders filed out, he stood alone in the assessment room for a moment. The floor here was good stone, older than the practice hall floors, vibrating with a richer accumulation, the residue of generations of assessments, and the particular quality of hope and anxiety that those assessments had generated. He could feel all of it through the soles of his feet. Through the floor, he could feel Song Peiliang pausing in the corridor outside and making another notation in his scroll. He stood in the warmth of the old stones and thought about what it meant to be known. He had spent 10 years believing that the state of being known was indistinguishable from the state of being found out. He was becoming less sure of this distinction. He had been here for 3 days. He was already becoming less sure of many things he had believed were fixed. He left the assessment room and went to find the eastern gate, where Lu Mianyi would be waiting to walk him through the outer formation network of the sect he had been listening to for a decade, which she would explain to him as though it were new information. He looked forward to it. Chapter 6. The Performance of Learning. The groundwater circulation technique was, by any objective measure, a beginner's method. It was the first formal cultivation exercise taught to every outer disciple at Green Valley Sect. It appeared in the basic manual as a foundational exercise for developing qi awareness and initial circulation pathways, and it was designed to be learnable by anyone with even marginal spiritual aptitude given sufficient practice time. Sifu Deng taught it 6 mornings a week. He had been teaching it for 19 years. He had the explanation refined to its minimum effective form. Ling Kongxin had absorbed the complete theoretical framework for groundwater circulation from the foundation stones of the technique hall 3 months ago, which was to say before he emerged. He had absorbed it alongside 742 other cultivation techniques, formation methods, and associated theoretical frameworks accumulated in the floor stones over 40 years of practice. He had been body calibrating the groundwater circulation in the weeks leading up to his emergence, running it at low output levels during the nighttime hours when the technique hall was empty. He was, technically, fully capable of performing groundwater circulation at approximately 94% optimal efficiency. On the first morning of formal training sessions, in front of Sifu Deng and 6 other outer disciples, he performed it at 22% and introduced 4 specific errors. "The secondary node activation is too early," Sifu Deng said, coming to correct his form. "I understand," Ling Kongxin said. "The primary circulation hasn't fully established before you're attempting the extension. It's a common error." "Yes, I see it." He performed it again. 26%. 3 errors. He had reduced one of the original 4 and added a new one that corresponded to the natural overcompensation pattern of someone who had just been told their secondary node activation was early. Better, Sifu Deng said. Continue. This was the rhythm. Introduce an error, have it corrected, perform a version that addressed that error while introducing a plausible secondary error, have that corrected. He was constructing, iteration by iteration, the visible arc of genuine learning. The discipline required was not in the execution. The execution was technically trivial, but in the management of the performance, which had to be detailed enough to be credible and paced correctly to avoid the acceleration that would come from actually knowing things. By the end of the first morning, he was performing groundwater circulation at approximately 40% and had been told he showed promise. He held this comment for a moment before filing it. By the third day, he reached 60% and had corrected 2 of the 4 original errors in ways that Sifu Deng confirmed. On day 4, he was performing at 80%, which was the level of a talented outer disciple at the end of their first month, and Sifu Deng told the group that his progress was notable given the presumed gap in his practice history. He noted the word presumed. Sifu Deng was careful with language. The other students in his training cohort had organized their uncertainty about him into a working policy that involved treating him as essentially normal and waiting to see if anything disrupted that policy. Outer disciple Pu Wenfeng, who was by far the most technically proficient of them and knew it, had twice attempted to demonstrate her superiority through unsolicited comparison, performing a technique immediately after he performed it, with visibly better results, and looking sideways to see his reaction. He had responded both times with the expression of someone absorbing the technical data, which had confused her and apparently resolved the comparison impulse entirely. Outer disciple by Wu Xiu, who was in this cohort as well, performed cultivation techniques with the approach of someone who had made peace with being solidly adequate. He was not particularly gifted and he knew it, and it didn't appear to concern him in any meaningful way. He swept the courtyard every morning and practiced groundwater circulation at the level of someone who would probably reach mid-range outer disciple rank in a reasonable time frame, and then continue at that level without notable difficulty for the foreseeable future. He was, Ling Kongxin was finding, the most restful person in the sect to be near, specifically because restfulness required nothing to manage. On the evening of the 4th day, after the formal session had concluded and the other students had left, Sifu Deng stopped him with a hand gesture. You're holding something back. Ling Kongxin looked at him. Pardon. You're performing at the level I'd expect for your stated history, and your correction rate is consistent with that level. But your baseline physical awareness during transitions is considerably higher than your cultivation output suggests. Sifu Deng had 19 years of reading students' bodies. It's as though someone who moved at the level of a late-stage outer disciple was performing the technique of an early-stage one. I have had time to consider how the body should move, Ling Kongxin said. It does not yet move as well as I have considered. Sifu Deng looked at him for a moment. That is an interesting way to put it. It is accurate. Yes, Sifu Deng said slowly. I expect it is. He released the hand gesture. Keep attending sessions. I'll adjust my correction focus. Ling Kongxin noted that Sifu Deng also did not write anything down. He seemed to be the kind of person who stored things in preference to recording them. He added Sifu Deng to the list of people who would continue looking. Chapter 7. Reading Stone. The oldest flagstone in the outer courtyard was the one directly beneath the eastern lantern post. Ling Kongxin knew this not because it looked different. It was the same gray as the surrounding stones, worn smooth by the same generations of foot traffic, but because when he walked over it on his 4th evening, the density of accumulated qi resonating up through his feet was significantly greater than the adjacent stones. Greater by approximately the amount you would expect from a stone that was older by roughly 200 years. He walked over it twice. Then he went to his room, waited until the 3rd hour of night when the sect's activity had reduced to its minimum, and returned to the courtyard. The courtyard was empty. He could confirm this through the floor. No vibrations of active presence. Only the settled weight of the buildings around it pressing into the earth, the slow exhalation of stone releasing the day's accumulated heat. He sat beside the lantern post and placed both palms flat on the flagstone. It remembered being a different shape. Much of what stone remembered was weight and pressure, but the oldest stones also remembered earlier configurations, the way they had been before they were cut and placed, before human hands had given them their current form. This stone remembered the particular quality of open air on all faces rather than 2, and the specific distribution of stress that came from bearing the weight of a hillside rather than a lantern post, and something deeper than memory, the cellular texture of formation that went back to a time before the sect. He stayed with it for a while. He was not performing anything. There was no one to observe him, which meant this was simply a thing he was doing because the old stone had things to tell him that he had not been able to access from below, because below access was a different angle through different layers of material and produced different information. He was curious about the old stone's specific history. He was discovering a thing that he was curious about specific histories. Is it talking? He did not startle. He had been aware of the footsteps approaching from the maintenance corridor for approximately 40 seconds before the voice arrived. He had recognized the footsteps, the specific shuffle and pause of Grandfather Mao doing a nighttime check of the courtyard structural elements, which the old custodian did on the third night of every 10 because that was when the rain vulnerability assessment period fell in his personal maintenance schedule. It is, Ling Kongxin said. Grandfather Mao came around the edge of the lantern post and looked down at him sitting on the ground with both palms on the stone. He did not appear to find this concerning. He had the expression of someone who had been maintaining buildings for 35 years and had stopped being surprised by what he found in them. What's it saying? He asked. It remembers being a mountain. Grandfather Mao made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been acknowledgement. He lowered himself, slowly and with the particular care of a man whose knees gave him trouble in cold weather, to sit on the edge of the raised foundation border a foot away from Ling Kongxin's position. He looked at the flagstone. That one's old, he agreed. I've always thought it didn't quite belong with the others. Different density, different feel when you walk on it. Sits lower than its neighbors by about half a finger's width despite the same grade of installation. It was placed from somewhere else, Ling Kongxin said. The others were quarried from the western ridge. This one came from further east. How do you know that? The composition tells me. The mineral layering has a different quality. The fracture patterns run in a different direction from the regional formation stress. Grandfather Mao was quiet for a moment. You know a great deal about stone. I have had a great deal of time with it. Yes. The old custodian looked at the lantern above them, burning low in the late night air. I've maintained this courtyard for 30 years. I know every stone in it. This 1 inch, he tapped the flagstone beside Ling Kongxin's hands with one toe, is the only one that feels like it has opinions. Ling Kongxin considered how to respond to this. Everything that has held weight long enough begins to have opinions, he said finally. The question is whether you're positioned to hear them. Grandfather Mao regarded him with an expression that was very difficult to categorize. Not suspicious, that wasn't quite it. More the expression of someone adjusting their estimate of what they were looking at. The old cultivators used to say the founding master talked to the stones, he said. We thought it was metaphor. Most metaphors are abbreviations for something literal. Mao shifted on the foundation border. The story goes that there's a third archive somewhere below. A room the founding master sealed himself with something he said was too dangerous to leave accessible. Nobody's found the entrance. I've heard this. I've looked over the years. The lower chambers are strange. The stones down there aren't cooperative with standard inspection methods. They read as occupied even when I know they're not. He looked at Ling Kongxin. Do you know where it is? I have been in the lower chambers, Ling Kongxin said, which was true. He had been in the lower chambers for most of 10 years. I was not in a condition to conduct a comprehensive inventory. No, I suppose not. Grandfather Mao pushed himself up from the foundation border with the particular leverage of someone who had learned to stand from low positions in a way that spared his knees. He stood for a moment looking at the courtyard. If you find it, he said, let me know what needs maintaining. I understand. Mao walked back toward the maintenance corridor, his footsteps the familiar shuffle pause pattern, and disappeared around the corner of the eastern building. Ling Kongxin sat for a while longer with his palms on the old stone. The third archive was 34 feet below this courtyard, accessible through a passage that existed as a gap in the Qi-Din's lower chamber stone, a passage that he could navigate because he could pass through stone from below in ways that human bodies could not. He had read the third archive on his second night of awakeness, 3 months before his emergence. He knew what it contained. He sat with it. That was all he did with it. He sat with it, and the old stone continued to remember being a mountain, and the night was quiet, and the sect rested. Chapter 8. Chou Mingyu's questions. Elder Chou Mingyu's request for a meeting arrived on the 7th day, exactly when Ling Kongxin had estimated it would. He had been tracking the progression of the investigation through the usual channels. The vibrations of administrative footsteps in the record hall, the particular quality of certain conversations conducted in the inner conference room that the floor stones remembered, the changed frequency of certain cultivators' paths through the administrative areas. Chou Mingyu was systematic. He was building something in a logical order. The 7th day was when the initial information gathering would have matured to a point where direct confrontation became useful. The meeting room was a small chamber off the administrative hall. Chou Mingyu was already present when Ling Kongxin arrived. He was 61 years old, had served as an inner sect elder for 22 years and had correctly identified 3 planted agents from rival sects in those 22 years, a record that Ling Kongxin had absorbed from the administrative correspondence in the record hall. He had a reputation for patience and a habit of organizing his findings into written documentation before he acted on any of them, which was the sign of a careful rather than an impulsive thinker. There were 2 chairs arranged at the small table, facing each other rather than side by side, which was a meeting configuration that Ling Kongxin recognized as the choice of someone who wanted full visibility of the other party's reactions. "Thank you for coming," Zhou Mingyu said, in the tone of someone for whom courtesy was a default setting rather than a performed mode. "Please sit." Ling Kongxin sat. He noted the arrangement of documents on Zhou Mingyu's side of the table. A primary file with 4 subsidiary documents visible at the edges, a clean scroll for notes, and a dry ink stick already prepared for immediate use. He had done preliminary work before this meeting. "You emerged from the lower chambers 9 days ago," Zhou Mingyu said. He was not reading from a document. He had memorized the timeline. Elder Feng Qianru's report describes finding you in the sealed chamber at approximately the 3rd hour. The sealing formation on the chamber appears to have been compromised from the inside. "I became aware of a change in the qi environment," Ling Kongxin said, "over a period of some time. This prompted an attempt to leave the sealed state." "What change?" "An increase in external activity. It felt like the appropriate time." Zhou Mingyu wrote something. "Can you describe the sealing technique that was applied to you?" This was the primary test. He had prepared for it. The sealing technique that would logically have been used to seal a disciple in the lower chambers during the founding patriarch's era was the 1,000-stone containment method, which was documented in the sect's historical technical archives, archived in stone, absorbed by him, and therefore available for reference. He described it accurately and in appropriate technical detail. "The upper node alignment you're describing is consistent with the 3rd-generation application of the method," Zhou Mingyu said when he finished. "The founding patriarch died in the 3rd era of the current calendar. That's consistent with the timeline." "Yes." Zhou Mingyu made a note. The 3rd-generation application was modified from the original in 3 significant ways. He named them. They were accurate. "Can you describe how the modified version differed in your experience compared to the original?" Ling Kongxin paused for a calibrated duration, the pause of someone searching a memory rather than constructing a response. "The confinement had a different texture from what I had expected based on theoretical study," he said. "More permeable in certain registers. It admitted external qi signatures at a low level. This is consistent with the 3rd-generation modification to allow passive monitoring." This was, as far as he could determine, exactly correct. Zhou Mingyu made another note. Ling Kongxin watched the elder's expression carefully. He had expected the correct answers to be reassuring. They were not, for Zhou Mingyu. They were, in fact, more unsettling than incorrect answers would have been, and he could read this in the quality of the elder's stillness. Not the stillness of satisfaction, but the stillness of someone who had received data that fit the model too well and was therefore wondering whether the model itself was the problem. A story that was perfectly consistent was more suspicious to a careful investigator than a story with minor inconsistencies. Minor inconsistencies were normal. Perfect consistency suggested either a prepared narrative or an entity that did not make human errors. "You have described the sealing technique with a level of technical precision that suggests either direct experience or extensive theoretical study," Zhou Mingyu said. "Which was it?" "Both," Ling Kongxin said. "I experienced the technique and subsequently had considerable time to analyze the experience through extended meditation. The analysis clarified details that the initial experience did not." "Can you identify the practitioner who applied the sealing?" "I cannot. I was unaware at the time." Zhou Mingyu nodded slowly. This was the expected answer. A practitioner would not necessarily know the identity of someone applying a sealing technique to them, but it was also the unfalsifiable answer. He wrote something. They continued for an hour. Zhou Mingyu asked about the founding patriarch's sect structure, the cultivation methodology in use during the founding era, the political relationships the sect had maintained in that period. Ling Kongxin answered each question at the appropriate level of specificity for someone who had been present during that period but had spent the subsequent decades in sealed meditation rather than actively following events. He made 2 deliberate small errors that would be consistent with time-degraded memory. At the end of the hour, Zhou Mingyu set down his brush. "Thank you," he said. "Your answers are consistent with your stated history." "I understand that," Ling Kongxin said. Zhou Mingyu looked at him for a moment. "I'm going to be honest with you. Consistent answers are exactly what I would expect from someone who has a prepared story. Inconsistent answers are what I'd expect from someone telling a genuine story under memory pressure. Your consistency is notable enough to register as its own kind of anomaly. This was a sharper observation than Ling Kongxin had allocated for. He recalibrated. I had a great deal of time to think, he said. The meditative period was long. I have considered these events often. Yes, Zhou Mingyu said. That would explain it. He began reorganizing his documents. I'll have further questions as my investigation proceeds. I expected you would, Ling Kongxin said. Zhou Mingyu's hands paused briefly over the documents. Most people express more resistance to ongoing investigation. Most people have more to resist it about. The elder looked at him. Ling Kongxin looked back, evenly. Zhou Mingyu finished reorganizing his documents and said, "You may go." He went. In the corridor outside, he walked for 30 feet before he acknowledged to himself that Zhou Mingyu was better at this than he had estimated. He had assumed the correct answers would conclude the first phase of the investigation. He had been wrong. Zhou Mingyu had correctly identified the anomaly in correct answer patterns and stored it as evidence rather than as resolution. He filed this. Zhou Mingyu will not stop. He needed to decide what to do with that. Chapter 9. Deliberate Errors. The first formal written assessment in cultivation theory arrived on the 9th day. The format was standard. 40 questions covering basic qi theory, formation principles, and technique application, drawn from the first-year outer disciple curriculum. The examination was administered collectively, in the assessment hall, with the students seated at individual desks. Ling Kongxin received his examination scroll, noted that Lu Mianyi was seated 2 rows behind him as part of her integration observer function, and considered the problem. He knew all 40 answers. He had absorbed the complete theoretical framework for every topic covered by the first-year curriculum from the foundation stones of the theory hall, which had been accumulating cultivation knowledge for 40 years. He had absorbed the curriculum itself from the administrative archive stones, which contained the original design documentation. He was familiar with every question type and every acceptable answer format. The challenge was to produce a result that looked like the result of someone who knew a lot but had gaps. A person who had learned theory during a different era, had maintained high-level knowledge in their areas of strength, and had genuine holes in period-specific terminology updates that they would have missed while sealed. He worked through the examination at a pace that was slightly faster than average, appropriate for someone with strong theoretical grounding, and made 6 deliberate errors. 3 of them were in areas where the terminology had been updated since the founding era, and where someone with sealed era knowledge would plausibly use archaic terms. 2 were in areas that were entirely new curriculum added in the past 20 years, where a sealed disciple would have no exposure. 1 was in an area where he was demonstrating the specific error pattern associated with theoretically strong, but practically inexperienced practitioners. He finished, reviewed the scroll, and waited. At the conclusion of the session, he submitted his examination. As the students filed out, he noticed Lu Mianyi had not left. She was sitting with her observation ledger, writing. He stopped at the threshold. "Did you have questions?" "You completed the examination significantly faster than average," she said. She did not look up from the ledger. "I have familiarity with the theoretical structure. 3 of your answers used terminology that was revised out of the official curriculum in the reforms of the 3rd generation," she said. "That's approximately 70 years ago." "Yes, I would expect gaps of that kind. They're exactly the gaps I would expect." She looked up now, and her expression was the one he was learning to identify as. "I have noticed something, and I'm deciding how to hold it." The 2 areas where you had no answer at all, pattern array theory and the condensed qi storage methods, both appear in the current curriculum, but not in any historical materials predating 50 years ago. "Yes, I would have no exposure to those developments." "That is also consistent with your stated history." She wrote something. "Your errors are consistent. They all cluster in predictable places." He looked at her. She was telling him, carefully and without accusation, that his errors were too consistent, that the pattern of his gaps fit the stated history too precisely. She was doing this in the register of a professional observer sharing a filed observation rather than in the register of a person making an accusation, which meant she was, at this point, simply noting the anomaly and not yet acting on it. "Are you suggesting that consistent gaps are suspicious?" he asked. "I'm suggesting that consistent gaps are interesting," she said. "Memory degradation over long periods typically produces inconsistent gaps. Some areas erode more than others. The pattern is usually not clean. I had a long time to consolidate what remained," he said. "Yes." She closed the ledger. "That would explain it." She looked at him directly. "Are you pretending to be worse than you are?" The question was direct enough that he felt the pull to answer it directly. He considered this. "I'm learning how to calibrate what I already know to what I can actually do," he said. "Those are not always the same thing." She held his gaze for a moment. Then she opened the ledger again and wrote something, and this time the note was long enough that he was fairly certain it was verbatim. I'll file the assessment observation today, she said. The examination results indicate solid theoretical foundation with period-consistent gaps. That's the official summary. Thank you. It's accurate. She closed the ledger again. The observation about gap consistency is a separate notation. In my personal file, not the official report. This was important. She was distinguishing between what she was required to report and what she was choosing to hold privately. That distinction suggested she had made a preliminary decision about him. Not a conclusion, but a direction. He walked back toward the outer courtyard thinking about what that direction might mean. Chapter 10. What is given the invitation was not official. Outer Disciple by Wu Tzu found him at the end of the evening cultivation session, as the other students were dispersing toward dinner, and said, "There's a thing tonight. In the small courtyard behind the equipment hall. After the evening bell. You could come." Ling Kongxin looked at him. "What kind of thing?" "The comfortable kind," Bai Wu Tzu said, apparently considering this an adequate description. "People sit and talk. Sometimes someone has a jug. It's not official. Is it permitted?" Bai Wu Tzu considered this. "It's not explicitly not permitted," he said, which Ling Kongxin recognized as a genuinely honest answer from someone who had probably considered this question carefully enough to mean it. "Nobody's ever been told to stop." "I will come," Ling Kongxin said. He arrived at the small courtyard behind the equipment hall at the appropriate time and stood at the entrance for approximately 31 minutes. He knew all the people present. He had known all the people present for years, had heard their voices through the walls, absorbed their footsteps through the floors, accumulated in the stone around their rooms the residue of their sleeping and waking and the specific quality of their private emotional weather. He knew the arguments outer disciple Pu Wenfang had with herself at 3 in the morning about whether she was good enough. He knew the letters outer disciple Han Longqi sent home to a younger brother every week, without fail. He knew the particular pattern of outer disciple Chun Ruoli's footsteps when she had been studying for a long time and was tired but hadn't yet acknowledged she was tired. He knew all of them with the intimacy of shared walls and shared floors and accumulated years of proximity. He stood at the entrance for 31 minutes and did not go in. The problem was that knowing was not the same as receiving. He knew everything they had placed in the stones by proximity and repetition. The traces of their living, the residue of their feelings, the slow accretion of who they were as registered in the material they pressed themselves against every day. But knowing those things was knowledge he had taken without being given. The people at this gathering were giving him something different. They were present in front of him, visible and warm, and telling him things about themselves directly. And this was categorically different from taking the record afterward. He could not figure out how to walk in. Bai Wu Tzu's head appeared around the edge of the equipment hall. He looked at Ling Kongxin, looked back at the gathering, and then came to stand beside him. "It can be strange," Bai Wu Tzu said, "when you haven't been around people for a while." "Yes. I grew up mostly alone," Bai Wu Tzu said. "No siblings. Rural background. When I first arrived here, it took me a while to understand that you could just go be in the same place as people, and that was a thing that was allowed." He thought about this. "It still sometimes feels like I should have a reason." "Yes," Ling Kongxin said. "That is what it feels like." Bai Wu Tzu scooted sideways, slightly, so that there was a gap next to him. He did not say anything else. He just oriented himself toward the gathering, as though they were simply looking at it together, and left the gap there. After a moment, Ling Kongxin moved into the gap. They stood at the edge of the gathering for a while. Then they were not at the edge. Ling Kongxin could not identify the specific point at which the transition occurred. Han Longqi was telling a story about a formation exercise that had gone wrong in a memorable way. The story was one Ling Kongxin knew. He had absorbed the version of it that Han Longqi had written to his brother, which was brisk and self-deprecating and designed to amuse a sibling who would understand the context. The version being told here was different. It was the same story, but it was being told to specific people who were laughing at specific parts and asking questions at other parts, and this gave it a texture the written version had not had. The story expanded in the telling. It became something you could be inside of. Chen Ruoli described a dream she'd had about the outer formation network. She said the dream version had a bird living in the chi distribution node over the north gate, which was technically impossible and also felt somehow correct. Pu Wenfang said she'd had that feeling about the north gate too. There was something slightly irregular about the resonance there, and this turned into a discussion about whether formations could have something like personalities. Nobody concluded anything, but the conversation went somewhere real. Bai Wu Tzu said almost nothing. He listened, and when the jug came around he received it and passed it, and he was simply present with the complete, uncalculating presence of someone who did not have a strategy for social situations because he had never developed the reflex of needing one. Ling Kongxin sat in it. He had not known, could not have known, through through the walls and floors and accumulated residue of years, what it was like to receive this. The stories in the stones were fossils, the shape of things after the warmth had left them. The stories in this courtyard were alive, and being given them directly, with the givers present, was not something his decade of absorbed data had included. He was aware, distantly, of something changing in his qi circulation. He should have been paying more attention to this. He was not. He was listening to Bai Wuziu describe, at someone's prompting, the specific peace he found in morning courtyard sweeping, which was something Ling Kongxin had known for 2 years from the quality of the footsteps, and had entirely failed to understand until 30 seconds ago, when it was explained to him directly. The change in his qi circulation reached a threshold. He had approximately 3 seconds of advance notice before his cultivation rank advanced without his permission. He spent those 3 seconds attempting to contain it. He failed. The stone echo rank, the first active rank, the beginning of something rather than the pure dormancy of core dormant, opened in his cultivation structure like a door he had been holding shut being released from the other side. His qi signature expanded outward from the center at the foundation pulse level and then compressed again, and in the compression it reorganized, and when it settled it was different from how it had been. He could feel the stone of the courtyard beneath him with a clarity that was qualitatively different from anything before. Not just his palms, not just points of contact. The entire base of his body, the pressure of his sitting position, the faint connection through the soles of his feet to the earth below. He could feel the network of it spreading outward in a sphere that had a radius he could not yet measure, but that extended at least to the walls of the surrounding buildings. You went quiet, Bai Wuziu said. I understand something I didn't before, Ling Kongxin said. Bai Wuziu nodded slowly, as though this was a reasonable thing to say in the middle of a gathering. Is it good? Ling Kongxin sat with the stones speaking to him in 40 different registers simultaneously, the accumulated years of this courtyard's history unfolding through every point of contact between his body and the ground, the gathering of people around him warm and present, and giving him their stories directly in real time. Yes, he said. It is. Chapter 11. The sect leader's certainties. Zhu Songjin was 57 years old, had led the Green Valley sect for 16 years, and had decided that Ling Kongxin was a planted agent from a rival sect approximately 2 days after his emergence. Ling Kongxin knew this because the floor of Zhu Songjin's study had told him. He had absorbed the study floor's accumulated qi pattern during his first night above ground, along with the floors of every other room he had been in proximity to, and the study floor contained several years of Zhu Songjin's administrative correspondence in the particular way that stone retained qi impressions, not the words, but the weight, the duration of contact, the emotional register of the person writing. You could not read a letter from stone. You could read the pattern of how it had been written and where it had been kept, and whether the person writing it had been afraid or certain or both. The correspondence about a potential planted agent had been written in the register of someone who was certain and methodically building a case rather than afraid. He had been expecting the summons for 5 days. It arrived on the 11th day via a formal written request from Zhu Songjin's administrative secretary, worded with the particular careful neutrality of official correspondence that is not a command but is also not a choice. The sect leader's outer office was composed in exactly the way an outer office should be. Visible administrative orderliness, appropriate formal furniture, the suggestion of institutional authority without the actual exercise of it. The inner office, where the real work happened, was through the carved door to the left, and Ling Kongxin noted that the carved door was ajar. The secretary offered tea. He accepted it and spent the 4 minutes before Zhu Songjin emerged from the inner office reading the floor. The floor here was newer than the study floor. The outer office had been reconstructed 40 years ago when the administrative hall was expanded. It had a different texture from older stone, less layered, easier to read in some ways because the accumulation was shallower. It remembered 8 years of Zhu Songjin's outer office meetings, which had a specific quality. He entered these meetings having already reached his primary conclusion and used the meeting to gather evidence in support of it. This was not unusual for a sect leader. It was a pragmatic approach to managing cognitive resources. Zhu Songjin emerged from the inner office. He was a broad-shouldered man with the particular physical presence of a cultivation practitioner who had maintained a consistent practice across a long career, not dramatically powerful, but stable and dense, the quality of qi that came from decades of patient cultivation rather than aggressive advancement. He had warm eyes, which Ling Kongxin had noted before in elder Feng Qianru, and which he was becoming aware was a genuine physical characteristic of certain individuals rather than a social signal he had invented. Ling Kongxin, Zhu Songjin said. Please sit. He sat. Zhu Songjin took the chair on the other side of the meeting table, closer to informal than Chou Mingyu's arrangement had been. The table positioned at an angle that suggested conversation rather than examination, and poured his own tea from a pot that had been sitting on the low stand behind him. I wanted to speak with you informally, Zhu Songjin said, before any official proceedings. He looked at Ling Kongxin across the table. You emerged from our lower chambers. That is unusual. I understand it must appear so. The founding patriarch's sealing records are incomplete. We have documentation of several sealed projects, but not all of them. Elder Feng's interpretation of the situation may be correct. He held his cup. How did you find the founding patriarch? Determined, Ling Kongxin said. In my experience of him. Yes, that's consistent with the records. Zhu Songjin's tone was warm and unhurried. What work were you engaged in before the sealing? Elder Feng suggests you may have been involved in the sect's early formation architecture. Some work of that kind. The specific projects are not all clear to me. Did you work with the outer defensive array? At some points. The inner courtyard foundations? Yes, to some extent. Zhu Songjin asked 12 more questions about the sect's early structural history. Ling Kongxin answered each of them accurately, drawing on the absorbed historical record, pacing himself carefully and introducing the occasional appropriate pause for recollection. Zhu Songjin received each answer with the expression of someone who was filing it against a predetermined category. The predetermined category was, Ling Kongxin understood, planted agent pretending to be ancient disciple. Every accurate answer about early sect history could be framed as evidence of thorough preparation. Every small gap could be framed as plausible cover story management. Every piece of consistent detail was consistent with a prepared narrative. He had known this would be the case. He had known it from the absorbed correspondence. He had considered strategies for disrupting the certainty. He had concluded that the most disruptive strategy was the truth. Do you have questions for me? He said, when Zhu Songjin seemed to have finished his prepared questions. Zhu Songjin blinked slightly. I have more, yes. I meant questions about my actual situation. Not about my story. About what I am and what I am doing here and what my intentions are toward the sect. Zhu Songjin set down his cup. His expression reorganized itself into something that was not quite the certainty organizing mode it had been in. What are your intentions toward the sect? To remain here, Ling Kongxin said. To contribute what I can. To be of use. He looked at the sect leader directly. I understand that the simplest explanation for my emergence is that I am not what I claim to be. I am telling you that I am here without hostile intent. I cannot prove this to you in this meeting. I expect my record over time will be the most credible evidence. That is what someone with a long-term plan would say, Zhu Songjin said. He said it evenly, as an observation rather than an accusation. Yes, Ling Kongxin agreed. It is also what someone without a long-term plan would say. Both situations produce the same statement. He met Zhu Songjin's eyes. You have already decided what I am. Nothing I tell you in this room will change it. I understand that. I am simply telling you anyway. Zhu Songjin was quiet for a moment. This was not the response the meeting structure had been designed to produce. He had organized the meeting, Ling Kongxin could see, around the expectation of evasion and managed disclosure. Complete transparency about the limits of the conversation was not evasion and was not entirely what Zhu Songjin knew how to receive. That is a strange approach, Zhu Songjin said finally. It is the only approach I have available, Ling Kongxin said. I would not benefit from deception here, and I would lose something I value more. What do you value? The sect, Ling Kongxin said. Zhu Songjin looked at him for a long moment. He was recalculating. Ling Kongxin could see the recalculation happening, not a change in the primary conclusion, but an adjustment to the certainty waiting. He had come into this meeting 85% certain. He was leaving it, Ling Kongxin estimated, approximately 72% certain. This was not resolution, but it was change, and change was the beginning of inquiry. Thank you for coming, Zhu Songjin said. I may have further questions. I expect you will, Ling Kongxin said. I am available. Chapter 12. The misfiring array song Paoyang intercepted him on the 12th day, in the corridor between the theory hall and the outer courtyard, with the expression of a man who had been thinking about something for 3 days and had finally reached the point where thinking about it alone was less useful than doing something about it. The northeast section of the outer defensive array, Paoyang said without preamble. It's been underperforming for 6 months. The formation team has reviewed it 4 times and can't identify the cause. I want a fresh perspective. I'm not a formation specialist, Ling Kongxin said, which was the least accurate thing he had said since emergence, but which was appropriate to say. You have interesting eyes for this kind of problem, Paoyang said. This was a compliment, but it was also an observation. The cascade repair during the training accident last week demonstrated a working understanding of multi-layer array failure modes that I would not have predicted from your assessment results. I understand formations at a structural level, Ling Kongxin said. Specific implementation I would need to see. Come see it, Peiliang said. The outer defensive array's northeast section occupied the quadrant of the sect grounds between the equipment hall and the outer wall. It was not visually obvious. The formation nodes were inscribed into the stone of the ground surface and the lower portions of the surrounding walls, running in a network that was only fully visible to someone with the qi sensitivity to read formation lines. Ling Kongxin had more than adequate sensitivity for this. He had been reading this formation through the foundation stones since before his emergence. He knew the exact location and current state of every node in this section of the array. The problem, which he had identified 3 months ago during a night absorption session, was a resonance interference pattern in the lower third of the formation layer. Two qi channels that ran approximately perpendicular to each other were not quite parallel in their dimensional orientation. They were offset by approximately 2 degrees in the depth axis, which was not detectable through surface inspection, but which created a slow interference pattern at their crossing point. The interference dissipated approximately 12% of the incoming qi before it could reach the upper formation layer. This produced the 40% efficiency loss that the formation team had been observing. He stood at the edge of the northeast quadrant with Song Peiliang and looked at the formation with the expression of someone seeing it for the first time. The surface nodes read as correctly positioned, he said. The channel alignment looks standard. That's what the team found, Peiliang said. I suspect the issue is below the surface. Possibly. Ling Kongxin crouched and touched the formation stone with his fingertips. Light contact, not the deep absorption contact that would have been visible as the palm pressing position. Even light contact was informative. The resonance feels slightly off in the lower layer. Not a major deviation, but consistent with a channel alignment issue at depth. Peiliang crouched beside him. Channel alignment at depth would be extremely difficult to correct without opening the foundation layer. Not necessarily, Ling Kongxin said carefully. If the deviation is small, it might be addressable through reinscription at a surface node. You'd essentially override the channel orientation by establishing a correction node that redirects the flow before the interference point. Peiliang was quiet for a moment. That's yes. Theoretically, if you knew where the interference point was, you could place a correction node upstream of it. He was working through the geometry. But locating the precise interference point would require knowing the depth axis orientation of the channels, which we can't measure with standard instruments. If you trace the resonance variance at the surface nodes backward, Ling Kongxin said slowly, as though working through a problem he had not already solved. The interference pattern should produce a characteristic displacement signature at the nearest upstream node. You'd see it as a slight asymmetry in the qi distribution pattern on the high-power side. Peiliang looked at the node in question. He reached out and ran a sensing technique across the surface, a standard formation diagnostic that read qi distribution patterns at the top layer. He was quiet for 10 seconds. There is a slight asymmetry, he said. Eastern side, high-power register. It's small enough to attribute to normal wear drift. But it's consistent in direction, Ling Kongxin said. If you follow the direction of the asymmetry toward the formation center. They spent the next 2 hours working through it. Ling Kongxin provided insights at the pace of someone reasoning through a problem step by step, occasionally pausing, occasionally proposing directions that required correction, occasionally asking questions that were designed to guide Peiliang's thinking rather than supply answers directly. Peiliang was good at this. He reached each intermediate conclusion with the efficiency of someone whose thinking moved in formation structure rather than linear logic, which made guiding him more of a collaborative process than a managed one. At the end of 2 hours, they had located the interference point, inscribed a correction node at the upstream position, and were watching the formation's efficiency reading climb toward the correct value. It settled at 94%. That's a 6% remaining loss, Peiliang said. Better than 40. I need to understand the remaining loss source. The correction node introduces its own minor interference, Ling Kongxin said. A long-term solution would require addressing the depth axis alignment directly. This is a patch. A good patch. Peiliang looked at the formation with the expression of someone who had been looking at a problem for 6 months and had just seen it resolved. How did you know to start with the upstream node? Pattern recognition, Ling Kongxin said. From the theoretical background. Peiliang stood and looked at the corrected formation for another moment. There's something else here, he said. Ling Kongxin looked at the spot Peiliang was indicating. The correction work had displaced the upper layer slightly, which had revealed a partial outline of a different formation pattern immediately below the current array layer. It was not Sect work. It was older than anything the Sect had inscribed, and it used a node configuration that predated the current formation methodology by at least 100 years. What period is that from? Peiliang asked. Ling Kongxin recognized it precisely. He had absorbed this pattern from the lower chamber stones during his first nights of awareness, and he had studied it carefully because it was woven through the entire foundation network of the sect in layers that preceded the sect's construction. He knew exactly what it was and what it was for. Pre-sect period, I would estimate, he said. It may predate the current valley settlement. Someone was doing formation work here before the founding patriarch built. Peiliong looked at it with the particular intensity of a formation master encountering something genuinely unexpected. I'll need to document this. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. You should document it. He stood quietly while Peiliong documented it, and noted that the older formation was part of the leyline anchor network that the founding master had built the sect on top of deliberately, and that this information had a great deal of context he was not yet in a position to share. He filed it carefully. He was becoming accustomed to careful filing. Chapter 13. What stone means, why do you call him the first one who bothered? He was walking with Lu Mianyi through the outer formation network. This was the third day of the orientation walkthrough, which had turned into something more like a field discussion of formation theory than the protocol review session it was technically supposed to be. Lu Mianyi had a formation background that was considerably stronger than her outer disciple rank suggested, which was consistent with what her cultivation observation journals indicated, which were in turn consistent with her general tendency to develop expertise that was not officially recognized. Pardon, he said. You referred to the founding patriarch as the first one who bothered this morning. In the theory hall discussion, she looked straight ahead as they walked. Not by title, not by name. The first one who bothered to inscribe a full integration circuit at the base layer. He had said this without thinking. The founding patriarch had been, in every record and absorbed document and stone impression he had encountered, a person who had done things thoroughly when he could have done them adequately, and done them adequately when he could have done them not at all. The first one who bothered was a characterization he had formed gradually over months of absorbing the evidence, and it had come out of his mouth as a natural reference because in his internal taxonomy, that was how the founding patriarch was filed. This was a calibration error. He needed to be more careful about what his internal taxonomy produced under casual conditions. A phrase I remember, he said, from the meditative period. I believe it was how he referred to himself in certain contexts. In certain contexts, the founding patriarch called himself the first one who bothered. Lu Mianyi's tone was the particular flat tone of someone who was not quite asking whether they believed this. In the context of architectural thoroughness, he had a perspective on the difference between adequate work and complete work. Ling Kongxin paused as though recollecting. He found the distinction morally significant. Interesting. She wrote something in her ledger. Where did you absorb this characterization? You've mentioned absorbing things from stone before. You said you absorbed the sect's early records from the stone. Yes. How does stone remember verbal characterizations? This was an excellent question, and he had been waiting for it. Stone remembers patterns, he said. Chi patterns. Emotional weight. The particular resonance of presence over time. I interpret these as information. The interpretation is not always perfectly accurate. It is more like reading tone than reading text. She walked beside him. So when you say you absorb the archive, you don't mean you read the documents in the archive. You mean you read something that the stones near the archive retained from years of proximity to the documents and the people who worked with them. That is approximately correct. And the characterization of the founding patriarch as someone who bothered, that came from the stone's retained resonance. In broad terms, she wrote something. He noted that she was not, in her written observation, framing this as suspicious. She was framing it as a model. This is how he says knowledge works for him. She was storing it as a working hypothesis. I've worked with the archive stones a great deal, she said. I've never had the impression that they contained readable information. The sensitivity required is unusual, he said. That you have it makes sense, she said thoughtfully. Given that you spent decades in contact with the foundation stones, you would have developed a more refined contact reading capability than standard cultivators. Yes, he said. This was a generous interpretation on her part. She was providing him with a coherent explanation for his anomalous knowledge that fitted his stated history. He noticed that she was doing this, actively building the model rather than letting the anomaly remain unexplained, and noted that this could mean either genuine, open-minded theory construction or the beginning of a different kind of investigation. When you absorb something from stone, she said, can you read things from any stone, or only stone that has specific history? Stone with accumulated chi resonance. Newer stone or stone without significant cultivation activity nearby contains less. The training hall floor. Yes, that would be very informative. The residence buildings. He paused a beat. The older wings more than the newer ones. She looked at him sideways. It was a very brief look, almost too brief to register as deliberate, But he had spent years learning to read the quality of pauses and glances through vibration, and this one had the weight of significance. She knew, or was beginning to know, that the residence buildings contained personal information. She was deciding whether to ask. She did not ask. She turned back to the path and continued the walkthrough. He let her. He watched the question sit in her and did not smooth it over, did not volunteer anything, did not manage the moment in any direction. He left it where it was and walked beside her through the outer formation network in the quiet. Chapter 14. The investigation opens. The inner council meeting on the 14th day lasted 2 hours. Ling Kongxin was not present. He was in the theory hall for a scheduled study session, which was legitimate and unmanipulated. He had not arranged to be elsewhere. He had simply already known the meeting was scheduled for this time because the administrative calendar was inscribed into the floor of the administrative hall, specifically in the form of ink on the meeting schedule board which pressed against the stone beneath it and left chi impressions over time. He knew the agenda. He knew the attendees. He knew the approximate positions of the major participants from the accumulated weight of their previous debates on related subjects. He attended his study session and reviewed the cultivation theory assigned for the week, and through the foundation stones of the theory hall, which ran in an unbroken network connecting to the foundations of the administrative hall, he monitored the meeting at the level of chi signature and vibration, not words, not arguments, but the emotional weather of what was happening, the quality of voices without the content, the pattern of who was speaking at length and who was listening. Zhou Mingyu spoke for a long time at the start. His voice carried the quality of someone presenting organized material. Feng Qianru's voice was sharp for a period in the middle. Zhu Cangjin's voice was shorter and measured throughout. The vote, when it came, had the particular chi signature of a decision reached by narrow margin rather than consensus. He concluded the study session, returned his scrolls to the shelf, and walked back toward the outer quarters through the evening air. Lu Mianyi fell into step beside him at the junction between the inner and outer courtyards. Not arranged, he thought, but not accidental either. She had been coming from the direction of the inner hall. The inner council met today, she said. She was not reading from her ledger. She was telling him something directly. I expected they would. Elder Zhou Mingyu presented a preliminary report on your integration. He identified 3 categories of anomaly. She was watching the path ahead. Knowledge inconsistencies, cultivation technique inconsistencies, and documentation provenance gaps. That is a reasonable framework for the observations. He recommended a formal 60-day, supervised evaluation before you're permitted to advance in sect standing. The council voted to approve it. A pause. Elder Feng Qianru argued against. She would, he said. She argued that the anomalies were explicable by the unusual circumstances of your emergence, and that placing additional burdens on a member in a difficult transition was contrary to sect values. Another pause. The majority did not agree. He was quiet for a moment. Do you agree with the majority? She considered this with the seriousness of someone who had thought about it already. Zhou Mingyu is not wrong to have questions, she said finally. The anomalies exist. An organization that accepted unexplained anomalies without investigation would be poorly run. She glanced at him. That doesn't mean the conclusion of the investigation will be negative. No, he agreed. It doesn't. The formal evaluation begins tomorrow. You'll be assigned a monitoring attendant, required to submit daily cultivation logs, and restricted from the lower chambers. This last restriction was the significant one. The lower chambers were his only direct access to deep foundation absorption, the kind of extended contact that produced major advances in his knowledge and his cultivation. Without them, his advancement capability was limited to surface stone absorption and the slower accumulation of ambient qi through standard cultivation practice. I'll comply with all 3 conditions, he said. Lu Mianyi was quiet. She looked at him for a moment in the evening light, and her expression was one he was still learning to read. It was not quite surprise and not quite something else, and it was connected to the expectation of resistance that his lack of resistance was confounding. Most people would object, she said. The evaluation is reasonable, he said. Zhou Mingyu is asking the right questions. Cooperation is the only appropriate response. He looked at her. Is this confusing to you? A little, she said honestly. People who have nothing to hide usually object loudest. People who have a lot to hide accept conditions strategically. I understand, he said. She looked at him. He could see her deciding something. What are you? She asked. The question was direct and undefended, without accusation, the question of someone who has set aside the frame of what they should ask and is asking what they actually want to know. He looked at her in the fading evening light. The flagstones of the courtyard beneath them were pressing their years of accumulated history up through the soles of his feet. Hundreds of thousands of footsteps, thousands of conversations, decades of a sect going about its life in the particular way a sect does. A question I haven't finished answering yet, he said, which was true, and which was not enough, and which was all he had at this moment. She nodded, once, slowly, as though filing this with everything else, and went toward the residential wing. Chapter 15. The sparring problem. The monthly open sparring evaluation was held on the 15th day of every month, in the outer practice yard, with all disciples of any rank permitted to participate in the lower division bracket. Ling Kongxin had been here for 15 days. He had stone echo cultivation rank, which qualified him for the lower bracket, but not the inner disciple bracket. He entered his name through the appropriate channels and noted that Song Peiliang had registered to observe, which was unusual for lower division sparring. He also noted that outer disciple Pu Wenfang was competing and intended to advance through at least 4 matches. She had mentioned this twice in the theory hall and once in the evening study session, and the repetition had the quality of someone who had set a goal that mattered to her. He had absorbed enough of the residential quarters history to understand that Pu Wenfang's cultivation progress had stalled in the transition to mid-tier outer disciple rank for approximately 6 months, and that this had been producing the 3 in the morning arguments with herself that he had been tracking in the floor records. A good evaluation today would be meaningful to her in ways that went beyond the formal result. He had also noted that outer disciple Guan Hufen was competing. He had absorbed Guan Hufen's private correspondence from the residential wall stones, letters to a sibling at a different sect, mostly about cultivation struggles and occasional moments of confidence undermined. And he knew that Guan Hufen's self-assessment was consistently lower than his actual capability, and that a visible win against someone like Ling Kongxin, who was presenting as a strange, old-new disciple with uncertain rank and credibility, would provide exactly the kind of external confirmation that Guan Hufen's internal assessment was not currently providing. The bracket drew determined Ling Kongxin would face Guan Hufen in the second round if Guan Hufen won his first-round match, which he would, because his first-round opponent was a genuine early-stage outer disciple without the underlying capability advantage Guan Hufen had. He won his first match cleanly, against a disciple of Stone Echo rank, at approximately 60% of his actual capability, which was enough to win clearly without producing the kind of performance that would attract specific analysis. He was aware of Peiliang watching. Guan Hufen won his match as expected. In the second round, Ling Kongxin and Guan Hufen faced each other across the practice yard. He assessed Guan Hufen's technical approach in the first 30 seconds of the match: good instincts, a slightly overextended forward step on aggressive transitions, a habit of committing to a follow-through before verifying the result. None of these were weaknesses that would be useful to exploit. He was not trying to exploit weaknesses. He pushed the match to genuine engagement, giving Guan Hufen the experience of facing someone who was actually competing, who required real effort rather than token resistance, who tested his technique in ways that produced genuine defensive responses. He maintained this pressure long enough for Guan Hufen to find something in his own performance. 3 exchanges where his instincts had been correct, 2 where he had adapted faster than the opponent had expected. Then, at the point where the match had run long enough to be a real match rather than a quick victory, he made a deliberate positional error, a recovery step that arrived a fraction late, leaving his left side exposed for exactly the follow-through technique that Guan Hufen's offensive pattern was built around. Guan Hufen took it. The match ended. There was applause from the observers. Guan Hufen bowed to him with the expression of someone who had won something and was not certain how much to believe it. Ling Kongxin returned the bow and said, "You have good instincts on the transition sequences. The timing is better than you think it is." Guan Hufen looked at him. "I believe that is accurate," Ling Kongxin said. He won his third-round match against Pu Wenfang at approximately 55%. He did not engineer a loss to her. She was better than Guan Hufen, and she would have known a deliberate loss for what it was, and that knowledge would have undermined exactly the goal he had been working toward. He gave her a real match, and she won it on technique. She won it on the specific technique adaptation she had been developing for 6 weeks, the one he had chosen not to provide guidance on, the one that was entirely hers. When it worked, cleanly, in the third exchange, her expression was the expression of someone verifying that the thing they built actually functions. He filed that moment under important. After the evaluation, as the observers were dispersing, Song Peiliang appeared at his elbow. "You lost to Guan Hufen," Peiliang said. "Yes. You were not trying to lose." Ling Kongxin looked at him. "I was competing appropriately. You had a positional error at exactly the moment that Guan Hufen's strongest technique could exploit it," Peiliang said. "That is not a description of competing appropriately. That is a description of deciding something." He looked at Ling Kongxin with the expression of someone who had been filing data points for 2 weeks and was beginning to see the shape they made. "What did you decide?" Ling Kongxin was quiet for a moment. That his match against a first-round opponent was not sufficient to establish the kind of confidence he needs right now. That a win against someone with uncertain but plausibly significant background would be more useful. Peiliong stared at him. You staged a loss for his benefit. I performed appropriately to the situation. That is not the same thing, and you know it. Peiliong was quiet for a moment. He was not angry. He was processing something. You knew what he needed. I made an assessment, Ling Kongxin said carefully. How? This was the question. He could not explain how. He could not say, I have been absorbing this entire sect's emotional history through the floor stones for 10 years, and I know what everyone needs better than they know it themselves. He could say nothing adequate. I paid attention, he said. Peiliong looked at him for a long moment. You pay very specific attention, he said finally. I understand that about myself. He walked back toward the outer quarters and noted, behind him, that Peiliong was standing still in the practice yard with the expression he had come to recognize as, I am storing this without writing it down. He was becoming aware, gradually and with increasing concern, that he could not manage every observation simultaneously. Every careful action was visible to someone. Every calibrated outcome left a trace. He was beginning to understand that the performance of not knowing things was considerably more complex than he had calculated, and that the complexity was not decreasing over time. He was becoming legible, piece by piece, to people who were paying attention. He filed this in the category he had not yet named because naming it would require acknowledging it more fully. Things that are going to matter later. Chapter 16. The archive match. Xianxia found him at the technique hall the morning after the sparring evaluation. He had known she would come. He had noticed her presence at the evaluation yesterday. She attended the lower division bracket occasionally, which was unusual for someone of her archivist duties and was, he had concluded, a professional habit related to her tendency to catalog formation technique demonstrations for reference material. She had been watching when he performed the third-round technique sequence against Pu Wenfang. The sequence in question was the returning current counter method, which was a third-generation outer formation response technique that appeared in the Sect's historical archives as part of the second-generation curriculum documentation. The second-generation curriculum had been superseded in the Reform era approximately 60 years ago. The technique itself was considered theoretically understood but practically obsolete. Its application requirements were too specific for current standard combat situations. He had performed it because Pu Wenfang's offensive approach in the third exchange had created exactly the application conditions the technique required, and his muscle memory, which was not muscle memory in the conventional sense, but the physical calibration built through months of absorbing practice session chi patterns, had produced it before his decision-making layer could intercept. He had been operating under the assumption that no one in current circulation would recognize it. He had underestimated Xianxia. She was 41 years old, had been the Sect's head archivist for 11 years, and had spent those 11 years in detailed study of every document and chi record in the Green Valley Sect's accumulated archive. She was, he had concluded from absorbed records, the single person in the Sect who knew its historical materials most completely, which meant she was also the person most likely to identify historical technique anomalies. He had spent 10 years absorbing those same materials from the floor stones. He had not fully considered what it would mean to encounter someone who had studied the same materials through a different method. She was standing at the entrance to the technique hall when he arrived for the morning session, and her expression had the particular focused quality of someone who had been thinking about one thing since yesterday afternoon. I wanted to ask you about the third-round technique sequence, she said. The counter method you used against Pu Wenfang. The returning current, he said, which was already a small error. He had named it before she described it. She noticed. Her gaze sharpened slightly. You know the name? I do. Where did you learn it? I absorbed it from the stone, he said. During the sealed period. This was technically accurate. She was quiet for a moment. The returning current counter method appears in the second-generation archive, she said. It was part of the second-generation curriculum, which was in use approximately 60 to 100 years ago. The technique was superseded in the reform curriculum and has not been formally taught since. She was watching him carefully. It was listed as practically obsolete because its application window is too narrow for standard combat situations. That is my understanding of it also. That's the standard documentation. What's less standard is the application geometry you demonstrated. She pulled a small scroll from her robe. She had brought a prepared document. This meeting had been more planned than it appeared, and opened it. The third-generation archive contains a theoretical analysis of the returning current that identified the correct application geometry. The analysis was never formally transmitted into the current curriculum because the Curriculum Reform Committee considered it too specialized. She looked up. You performed the application geometry that the analysis describes. Not approximately. Exactly. He looked at her. The third-generation theoretical analysis is in the restricted access portion of the archive, she said. It's not copied anywhere outside the archive room. I am one of 7 people who have read it. I see, he said. You said you absorbed it from the stone. The archive has been in the same location for generations, he said. The floor stones beneath it carry accumulated chi from every document that has ever rested on those shelves, including restricted materials. She looked at him. The scroll was still open in her hands, but she was not looking at it. Are you telling me, she said slowly, that you can read restricted archive materials through the floor? I can absorb chi pattern resonances from structural stone, he said. The resonance of a document that has been in the same location for decades is present in the stones beneath it. She was very quiet. That is not a capability that appears in any cultivation record I have read, she said. Not as an active technique. Not as a passive ability. Not in any theoretical framework. No, he said. It would not. Why not? Because it requires a form of chi body structure that is not produced by standard cultivation development. She looked at him. He looked at her. Neither of them spoke for a moment that extended past the social point where someone should have spoken. I'm not going to include this in my observation report, she said at last. For now. That is your decision, he said. I want to understand the mechanism better before I formalize it, she said. I'd like to meet again and ask more questions. I understand, he said. I will answer what I can. She closed the scroll and tucked it back into her robe. Her expression had the quality of someone who had discovered a section in a familiar archive that she had somehow missed for 11 years, and who was still deciding whether to be alarmed or merely very interested. Chapter 17. What the stones knew on the 19th day, in the hour before dawn, he circumvented the monitoring restriction. He acknowledged this to himself clearly. He was operating under the formal supervised evaluation. The restriction from the lower chambers was a condition he had accepted. He was choosing not to honor it. The monitoring attendant assigned to him, a junior inner disciple named Ouyang Fei, whose footsteps he had memorized in the first 2 days and who slept very soundly at 4 in the morning, was asleep. The administrative hall was empty. The lower courtyard was empty. He descended the 17 steps in the dark without a lamp, which he did not need. The sealed chamber was exactly as he had left it when he emerged. The dust had not been disturbed. The sect's administrative security had apparently photographed the chamber on the first day and sealed it again, but had not cleared it, perhaps out of a superstitious reluctance to disturb something so recently occupied. He pressed his palms to the original foundation stone. He needed to do this. Not because the restriction was wrong. It was reasonable, and Chou Mingyu had been correct to impose it, but because there were things in this stone that he had been aware of needing to access since before his emergence, things that required the depth of contact only available from the lower chamber's foundation stone. And 3 weeks of accumulated new information above ground had created interpretive gaps that the lower chamber access could resolve. He stayed for 4 hours. What the stone knew, in the layer he had not yet been able to access through surface contact, the full 12-year history from the point of his initial pre-awakening absorptions through to his emergence. He had known pieces of this from above, fragments, impressions, the high-weight events that registered strongly enough to read through multiple stone layers. Now he had the complete record. 3 things emerged from the complete record that changed what he understood about his current situation. The first was that Ku Xiaoyan, inner sect elder, whose footsteps he knew from 3 years of absorbed corridor vibrations, had made a private contact with an outside network on 2 occasions in the past 8 years. The contact record in the stone was faint, a second-degree impression, stone remembering someone who carried something that had been against stone, rather than direct, but the quality of the chi signature was consistent with an organized cultivation network rather than a personal contact. He filed this with serious concern. The second was that Sun Weiliang had visited the valley 3 years ago, before the Stonebreaker sect's formal contact with Green Valley. He had not entered the sect grounds. He had walked the perimeter, in the early morning, with geological sensing instruments. The perimeter stones had a clear record of the survey. He had been here specifically to investigate the valley's geological character. He already knew something was here. The third was more complicated. 6 months before his emergence, there had been a brief but significant external chi intrusion through the foundation stones from the northwest approach. Someone had sent a probing formation through the earth, not directed at the sect buildings, but at the geological layer beneath them. It had touched the edge of his own chi field, which at that time had been suppressing itself to baseline dormant levels. The probe had not detected anything, but someone had been looking. He came back up the stairs before the 5th hour, returned to his room, and lay on the floor with his palms flat on the stone in thought. He was not alone in being interested in what was beneath the Green Valley sect. He had known this in the abstract. The Stonebreaker sect's recent inquiries had confirmed it. He now knew it was older and more specific than the recent inquiries suggested. He considered who else knew what was here. He considered what it meant that someone had probed the geological layer 6 months ago. He considered Ku Xiaoyan's contacts. He told no one any of this. He returned to his regular schedule at dawn, answered Ouyang Fei's morning check-in with complete apparent normalcy, and went to the theory hall for the morning session. He was beginning to understand that carrying information alone was a different kind of weight from carrying information with others. The lower chamber sessions were necessary, but their solitary nature was accumulating in him as something he did not have the right vocabulary for. He had known the sect for 10 years and been known by no one in it. This should have been simple. He was discovering that it was the opposite of simple. Chapter 18. Through questions only Lu Mianyi had been trying to break through the foundation pulse to stone echo transition for 3 weeks. He knew this from the absorbed practice hall records, which showed her attempting the breakthrough exercise 7 times in the past 18 days. He knew the specific quality of her chi development during these attempts. She was reaching the threshold consistently, touching the edge of the transition state, and then pulling back. The pullback was not physiological. It was not a capacity issue. It was a hesitation pattern, and the hesitation pattern was consistent in its timing. She was going in and then choosing not to complete the crossing. He knew why. The breakthrough for this specific transition required a particular kind of release, not of technique, but of a held position. The formation master who had originally designed this cultivation method had left extensive notes in the theory hall floor stones, and the notes described the transition as requiring the release of the position you are defending. This was not unique to this transition, but the stone echo to foundation pulse crossing activated it at a specific emotional layer that corresponded to grief work rather than technical achievement. He knew what Lu Mianyi's grief was. He had absorbed it from the residential stones 3 weeks ago. Her cultivation mentor, a senior outer disciple named Han Weiquan, had died 2 years ago in a training accident. He had died doing a technique that he had known was above his reliable threshold, but had attempted because a junior disciple had been in danger and he had needed to buy them time. Lu Mianyi had been the junior disciple. She had left his name out of every official account. The account was factually accurate. It was also a long-running act of deletion, a decision that her hands understood in the walls she had pressed against at 3 in the morning for 2 years. He had not told her what he knew. He would not. But he had, over the past week, been thinking about the foundation pulse transition and the position she was defending and what it might mean to address it. She found him after the evening session and asked, "Do you have time?" "Yes." "I've been stuck," she said. She did not say stuck in what. She said it the way you say a thing you've been not saying for long enough that the not saying is heavier than the saying. "I've been at the threshold for 3 weeks. I don't know why I can't complete it." "Where does the attempt stall?" "At the deepest part of the release phase." She sat on the practice hall bench. He sat beside her, leaving appropriate space. "I can feel the direction of the transition. I know technically what it requires. When I reach the actual moment of crossing she stopped. "I don't complete it." "What does the moment feel like, just before the hesitation?" "Like something is waiting." "What kind of something?" She was quiet. "The kind that would ask something of you." "What do you think it would ask?" She looked at the practice hall floor. The practice hall floor was very informative to him at this moment, which he noted and set aside. "I think it would ask me to stop holding a position I've been holding for 2 years. Is the position worth holding?" "I've made it worth it," she said. "That's different from it being worth it." He recognized this. He recognized it because he had been listening to her walk the loop in her room at 3 in the morning for 2 years, and he knew the specific quality of the floor vibrations when someone is carrying something they have organized their identity around carrying. "What would happen," he said, "if you walked into the transition with the position still held rather than trying to release it first?" She looked at him. "That would fail. You have to release before the crossing. The technique documentation says you need to release the defended position," he said. "It doesn't specify when. The position and the crossing could happen simultaneously." She was quiet for a moment. "You can't cross and release simultaneously," she said. But her voice had the tone of someone trying the idea on rather than refusing it. "Why not?" "Because," she stopped. She was thinking. "Because the release and the crossing require different directional energies. You can't." She stopped again. He could see her going somewhere in her own mind, past the technical objection into the mechanism, into what the technique actually asked for rather than how it had been described. "Walk me through the release phase," he said. "What are you releasing from?" "The defended position." "What does the defended position look like in chi terms?" "A held compression. In the grief layer." She said it without flinching. He had not asked the question that way. She had named the layer herself because she was deep enough in the problem to stop being careful about the words. "I keep it compressed." "It doesn't." If I let it expand, it will. I don't know what it will do. What would happen if it expanded? Something would be true that I've been not allowing to be true. He sat with this. He did not supply the thing that needed to be true. He had absorbed it from the walls and the floor and 2 years of her private written record, and it was not his to give back. He had known it, and he could not use what he knew. What if, he said carefully, the transition doesn't require you to release the compression before you cross? What if it requires you to cross while the compression is real, to let it be what it is while the transition happens around it? She was very still. The chi wouldn't, she started. The chi would have to work around what's real, he said. That's different from resolving it. You're not being asked to resolve it. You're being asked to stop protecting the crossing point from it. He could feel the quality of the silence change. That's not what Sifu Deng taught, she said. Sifu Deng teaches the standard method, he said. The standard method resolves before crossing. You've been attempting the standard method for 3 weeks. Another silence, longer. Try it with me in the room, he said. If it fails, you're exactly where you were. She closed her eyes and went into cultivation position. He sat beside her and was quiet. He did not guide her chi. He did not interfere. He simply sat in the practice hall with her and let the floor record what it would. 12 minutes later, the quality of the air changed in the way that it changed when a cultivation transition completed. She came out of the cultivation state slowly. The way someone wakes from a dream, they are not certain they want to leave. She sat for a moment without saying anything. The stone echo cultivation rank had settled into her chi signature with the particular finality of something that had been waiting for permission. It wasn't resolved, she said. Her voice was quiet and steady in the way that things are steady after something that was braced for has occurred and turned out to be survivable. No, he agreed. It isn't. But it's real now, and the technique accommodates things that are real. She looked at the floor. How did you know that would work? I made an assessment, he said, which was true and was also not the full truth, and which was the most honest he could be at this moment without telling her things he had taken from the stone without being given. You make a lot of assessments, she said. Yes. She looked at him with the particular expression he was coming to know as the one she wore when she was adding something to a model rather than reaching a conclusion. Thank you, she said. I understand that, he said, and meant it more carefully than usual. He sat for a while after she left and recognized what he had felt at the moment of her breakthrough. The specific weight of having helped someone reach something by not giving them the map. He had known the destination. He had not provided it. She had found it herself. This was different from management. He filed this under important distinction, to be understood more fully. Chapter 19. Cooperation. Cho Mingyu arrived at his door at the 7th hour on the 20th day with the formal evaluation documentation in hand. The documentation was thorough, 3 pages of protocol establishing the monitoring framework, the daily reporting requirements, and the specific restrictions on activity and movement. Cho Mingyu read through the relevant sections and asked Ling Kongxin to confirm his understanding of each provision. He confirmed. The monitoring attendant will accompany you to all scheduled activities, Cho Mingyu said. Unscheduled movement outside the outer quarters between the 7th hour of night and the 2nd hour of dawn requires prior notification. I understand. Daily cultivation logs will be submitted to me directly by the end of the afternoon session. I understand. Access to the lower chambers is restricted pending the conclusion of the evaluation. I understand. Cho Mingyu looked at him across the documentation. This was the 3rd time he had said I understand without tone or qualification to a set of conditions that most people in his position would have questioned, challenged, or at minimum expressed reluctance about. Cho Mingyu had the expression of a man who was doing mental arithmetic on something that was not adding up. Most people in your situation would ask questions, he said. What kind of questions? Duration. Grounds for extension. What constitutes a satisfactory conclusion? He was watching Ling Kongxin carefully. What protections exist if the investigation reaches incorrect conclusions? The duration is 60 days, Ling Kongxin said. The grounds are the anomalies you identified in your preliminary report, which I consider reasonable grounds. The investigation reaches its conclusion based on the evidence you accumulate, which is also reasonable. If the conclusions are incorrect, I will address them at that point. You're not concerned about incorrect conclusions? I am aware that the most concerning incorrect conclusion would be that I am a planted agent from a rival sect, he said. I am not. This limits the damage incorrect conclusions could produce. Cho Mingyu was quiet for a moment. Your cooperation suggests either genuine innocence or a very confident strategy, he said. Yes, Ling Kongxin agreed. Those are the 2 possibilities consistent with the behavior. You're not going to tell me which. I've told you I'm not a planted agent, he said. I've told you my presence here is not hostile. I've answered your questions directly. He met Cho Mingyu's eyes. What I am is a longer question than this evaluation is designed to answer. I'm aware of that. I'm not trying to resolve it by making the evaluation go away. Cho Mingyu wrote something. Not in the formal documentation, in his private notes. The evaluation period begins today, he said. I'll schedule weekly check-in meetings in addition to the daily log submissions. That is appropriate, Ling Kongxin said. The elder gathered his documentation, organized it with the particular efficiency of someone for whom administrative precision was a value rather than a habit, and departed. In the corridor outside, he paused. Ling Kongxin could feel the pause and the vibration through the floor, and then continued toward the administrative hall. Ouyang Fei appeared in the doorway 2 minutes later. He was a young man of approximately 20 years, earnest and slightly nervous, clearly aware that he had been assigned to monitor someone whose situation he did not fully understand. Monitoring attendant reporting, he said formally. I understand, Ling Kongxin said. Come in. Ouyang Fei came in, looked around the room for a place to stand that was not too imposing and not too far away, and settled on the corner near the window with the expression of someone hoping the day would be uneventful. I will be going to the theory hall for the morning session, Ling Kongxin said. After that, formation research with Senior Formation Master Song. Then administrative log completion and submission. I will tell you before I change any of this. Thank you, Ouyang Fei said, visibly relieved to have a schedule. He attended his morning session. He did his formation research with Song Peiyang. He submitted his daily cultivation log at the end of the afternoon session, accurate, complete, and at a level of detail that exceeded the formal requirement. Cho Mingyu, reading it, would find it entirely consistent with the stated cultivation rank and entirely consistent with nothing hidden. The log was accurate. He had been careful to ensure that. Chapter 20. The reconstruction on the 40th day, a rival trading house filed a formal challenge to the Green Valley Sect standing before the Regional Commercial Cultivation Certification Body. The challenge was specifically about archive maintenance standards. The Ziyuan Trading House, which had been in a commercial dispute with Green Valley for 3 years, had obtained a statement from a retired administrative clerk alleging that the Sect's primary archive had gaps in its historical documentation that violated the certification body's standards for institutional legitimacy. If the challenge succeeded, the Sect's commercial operating license would be suspended pending a full archive audit. The commercial operating license supported approximately 40% of the Sect's operational funding. He learned of this through the floor of the administrative hall, which he passed twice daily as part of his monitoring schedule and from which he had been absorbing administrative correspondence since his first days above ground. He had known the Ziyuan challenge was coming for 11 days, which was when the trading house had formally commissioned the clerk's statement. The commissioning document had been handled in a building in the commercial district whose foundation stones connected, through an old underground water channel, to the soft earth beneath the Sect's outer wall, which in turn connected through geological gradient to the foundation stones he could read. He had spent those 11 days preparing. The preparation was not complex, given that he had absorbed the entire archive through the floor stones and had a complete record of the archive's provenance going back to its establishment. The challenge rested on 6 alleged documentation gaps. 5 of them were resolvable through accurate reference to existing materials. The materials had not been lost. They had been miscatalogued under alternative classification codes in the Reform era, and Yin Shuli would find them once she knew to look in the right places. The 6th gap was a genuine gap, a period of approximately 12 years in the early second generation when the Sect's archive had been incompletely maintained due to a succession dispute that had temporarily disrupted administrative continuity. The records from that period did not exist in any catalog or storage box. They did exist in the floor stones of the archive room, which had been the archive room for its entire life, and which therefore carried the chi resonance of every document that had ever been stored in it, including documents that had since been lost or destroyed. The chi resonance was not text. It was impression, weight, the accumulated presence of knowledge. He had spent 4 days converting that resonance into documentary language. The result was 17 pages of reconstruction, organized in the archival notation format of the early second generation, covering the 12-year gap with a level of detail that implied direct access to the original materials. He gave it to Yin Shuli on the morning of the certification body meeting. She looked at it for a long moment without saying anything. Where did this come from? She asked. I remembered it, he said. She looked up from the documentation. Her expression was the one he had first seen when she had noticed the technique from the second-generation archive. Not quite the archive discovery expression anymore, something further along a progression. You have been here for 40 days, she said. Yes. This documentation covers a period that ended approximately 85 years before your emergence. Yes. You remembered documentation that was created 85 years before the date of your emergence, in exact archival notation format, at a level of detail that implies direct access to materials that no longer exist. The stone remembers, he said. She looked at him. She looked at the documentation. The certification body meeting was beginning in 2 hours, and the reconstruction was what they needed to address the challenge, and there was no time to pursue the question further. I'll verify what I can and present the rest as archive reconstruction, she said. Her voice had the quality of someone making a tactical decision with an unresolved strategic question still open underneath it. After the meeting, we're going to have a different conversation. I expected we would, he said. The challenge was dismissed at the certification body meeting. The 5 miscatalogued documents were located exactly where he had described. The reconstruction filled the 12th generation gap sufficiently to satisfy the body standard. The Ziyuan trading house withdrew their challenge before the formal review concluded. Afterward, in the quiet of the administrative hall while the elders were dispersing and discussing the outcome, Ling Kongxin stood against the wall with his shoulder resting against old stone and felt the cultivation rank change begin. He had been approaching foundation pulse, the 2nd rank, for a week, the steady accumulation of ambient absorption and active cultivation exercises building pressure at the threshold. The release of tension from the archive challenge, the settled into place quality of the outcome, tipped something that had been balanced at the edge. The foundation pulse rank opened quietly and without drama, the way foundations settle rather than the way battles end. He felt his chi awareness deepen, the contact reading capability extending to a fuller sphere around him, the archive's accumulated history arriving in richer resolution through the stone at his shoulder. He was still registering this when Yanshuli appeared beside him. The documentation reconstruction, she said. Her voice was low, not carrying to the elders still dispersing at the far end of the hall. You described the founding archivist's personal organizational system, a system that was idiosyncratic enough that it was never replicated and was never formally documented. She looked at him directly. It's not in any archive we have. It could only be known by someone who had used it directly. I absorbed it from the stones, he said. You absorbed an undocumented personal system from the stones of a room that the founding archivist worked in for 30 years. Yes. Ling Kongxin, she said. Not as a question, not as an accusation. As a statement that had the quality of someone standing at the edge of something and looking at it fully for the first time. He looked at her. In the evening light of the administrative hall, with foundation pulse settled in his cultivation structure, like a new door opened in a building he already knew completely, with the old stone speaking through his shoulder at the full depth of everything it had accumulated. He looked at Yanshuli and understood that she was going to figure it out. Not today, not from this conversation alone, but she was going to figure it out. Because she was the person in this sect who had spent 11 years learning the sect's history with the same completeness and commitment that he had learned it from below, and she was going to reach the conclusion that there was only one way for one person to know what he knew. Thank you, he said, for presenting the reconstruction today. She looked at him for a long moment. The conversation we need to have, she said, is not one I'm ready to have today. I understand. Tomorrow, she said. Yes. She walked away down the administrative hall, her footsteps carrying the particular quality of someone whose mind was working faster than their feet, and Ling Kongxin stood against the old stone and felt the full depth of the foundation pulse rank speaking through every point of contact his body made with the world around him. He was 40 days old on the surface. He had been alive for 10 years. He was beginning to understand that these were not the same thing, and that the gap between them was not going to get smaller. It was going to get more specific, more particular, more full of people who were learning to look at him from the right angle. He stood in the old building that had been built over him, surrounded by people who did not yet know what he was, and felt the specific weight of being a secret that was becoming, slowly and by accumulation, too large to keep. Chapter 21. Unknown architecture on the 22nd day of the supervised evaluation, 42 days since emergence. Elder Wan Juling arrived. He recognized the name from the administrative correspondence. Wan Juling was 69 years old, had served as the sect's truth reader elder for 14 years, and had a cultivation technique that was not documented in the sect's formal archives, which was unusual, and which meant it was either a personal technique developed independently or a transmitted technique from an outside lineage. Either way, it was not something he had absorbed through the floor stones, because techniques that were not documented and not formally taught left no residue in the sect's accumulated chi pattern. This was the first genuine uncertainty he had felt in the investigation. He was uncertain because a truth-reading technique he could not map was a variable he could not calculate around. He knew how to appear honest to standard social perception, He knew how to present consistent information without inconsistency. He did not know what this specific technique looked for. He was in the formation research room with Song Peiyong when Cho Mingyu appeared at the doorway and asked him to attend a supplementary evaluation session. Peiyong looked up from their work. Now. Yes, Cho Mingyu said. I apologize for the interruption. It's fine, Peiyong said, which meant it was not entirely fine, and Ling Kongxin filed the not entirely fine quality for later. The supplementary session was held in the formal evaluation chamber, which was not the small meeting room Cho Mingyu had used before, but the larger, more official space used for significant determinations. Elder Wan was already present, a slight woman with the particular stillness of very advanced cultivation practitioners, the kind of stillness that came from not needing to perform attention because the attention was genuinely total. Thank you for coming, Cho Mingyu said. Elder Wan is an additional evaluation resource. Her observations will inform my assessment. I understand, Ling Kongxin said and sat. Wan Juling looked at him for approximately 15 seconds without saying anything. He sat under the regard and tried to understand what she was reading. Her cultivation technique was active. He could feel it the way he could feel any formation-based technique, as a change in the ambient qi of the room, but he could not read its specific structure. It was like standing near a formation you could feel but not see. You're not lying, she said finally. This was not to Ling Kongxin, it was to Cho Mingyu. I haven't been lying, Ling Kongxin said, which was the truth. No, she agreed, in the tone of someone making a technical clarification rather than a social one. You're not doing the thing that deception does in qi resonance. No false identity overlay. No constructed narrative running against a suppressed true one. No external loyalty concealment. She was quiet for a moment. What you are doing is, she stopped. Is what? Cho Mingyu asked. I don't have a name for it, she said. She looked at Ling Kongxin directly. Your qi signature is doing something I haven't encountered before. You are concealing something. But the concealment doesn't have the architecture of deception. Another pause. It has the architecture of, she seemed to be selecting words carefully, of something that is genuinely what it says it is, operating inside a container that is different from it. Can you be more specific? Cho Mingyu said. I would need more time with a subject this unusual. She was still looking at Ling Kongxin. There's no hostile intent. There's no external directive. There's no suppressed true self that contradicts the presented self. She paused. There is a category of withheld information that is large enough to be structurally significant. But the structure of the withholding is not dishonest. She sat back slightly. It's what someone does when they have information that isn't yet ready to be shared. That could describe almost anything, Cho Mingyu said. Yes, she agreed. It could. She was quiet for a moment. What I can tell you with confidence is that this person is not working against you. I cannot tell you what they are or what they're doing. Their architecture is not in any category I can read. She addressed this last statement to Cho Mingyu, but she was looking at Ling Kongxin when she said it. Ling Kongxin said, I am not working against this sect. I know, she said. After the session, walking back toward the outer quarters with Ouyang Fei trailing at a respectful distance, he thought about the phrase unknown architecture and filed it in the category of accurate descriptions. Chapter 22. The gap between problems. Song Peiyong's informal study sessions began on the 48th day. They were not official. There was no administrative record of them. They emerged from the formation research work that Ling Kongxin had been doing since joining the research team. After the daily formal work was complete, Peiyong would sit for a while longer and think out loud about a problem he was stuck on. Ling Kongxin would occasionally ask a question. This had evolved, without either of them naming it, into a regular pattern. The problems Peiyong brought were not simple. He was working on a theoretical framework for multi-layer formation interaction under varying qi density conditions, which was a research question in the advanced formation theory field with implications for designing arrays that could adapt to environmental changes rather than requiring manual recalibration. The problems were genuinely difficult. They required holding multiple interacting formation layers in mind simultaneously and reasoning about their collective behavior under conditions that changed in nonlinear ways. Ling Kongxin had absorbed the complete theoretical literature on multi-layer formation interaction from the formation hall floor stones. He had the answers to most of Peiyong's questions. He was not providing them. He was asking questions. The questions were designed to guide Peiyong's thinking toward the relevant principles without supplying the answers directly. He had developed this approach in the theory sessions with Lu Mianyi, and with Peiyong it produced a different dynamic. Peiyong's thinking moved fast enough that the questions were often completed before they were asked, which meant Ling Kongxin had to revise the approach in real time. Wait, Peiyong said, on the 6th session. He was 2/3 of the way through a derivation that Ling Kongxin had been planning to steer with a question about boundary conditions. I see where this is going. He wrote rapidly for 3 minutes. The interaction degrades at the layer boundary because the chi density functions aren't synchronized, but if you synchronize them at the midpoint rather than the boundary, another 30 seconds of rapid writing. Yes, that resolves it. He looked up. Were you about to ask me something? He said. I was considering it. What? About boundary conditions, Ling Kongxin said. Peiliong looked at him for a moment. You knew this already. I had a direction. From theoretical study. Yes. Peiliong was quiet. This was becoming a pattern in their interactions. A moment of quiet after a significant exchange where Peiliong was clearly not filing what had happened as normal. He was building a secondary catalog, Ling Kongxin understood. A catalog of Ling Kongxin's thinking pattern, the specific texture of how he approached problems. You could just tell me the answers, Peiliong said. I could. Why don't you? Ling Kongxin considered this honestly. Because you reach better conclusions when you work through them, he said. And because watching you work through them is not uninteresting. Not uninteresting, Peiliong repeated, with the tone of someone registering an unexpected word choice. I haven't been around people working on difficult problems, Ling Kongxin said. In person, I've been around the residue of people who worked on difficult problems, which is different. Watching you think is different from the record. Peiliong looked at him in a way that had become familiar. The formation master expression, the one that said a data point had arrived and was being filed against the correct model, and the correct model was not yet fully developed. The residue, he said. You mean what the stones remember? Yes. You've absorbed records of people solving problems. Many people. Many problems. Including the solutions. Yes. So you have a catalog of problem-solving approaches drawn from decades of absorbed research work. He was working through it. And you're watching me solve problems to add, he stopped. To understand the difference between the record and the actual process. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. Peiliong sat back. You are the strangest person I have ever worked with, he said, not unkindly. I understand that. I mean it as a compliment. Sort of. He looked at the derivation he had just completed. This is good work. I'm going to write it up properly. I know, Ling Kongxin said. Peiliong looked at him. Were you going to tell me if I missed the resolution? Eventually. How eventually? When the specific gap in the derivation was causing direct problems for the next problem, not before. Peiliong shook his head slowly. I'll ask directly next time, he said. That would also work, Ling Kongxin agreed. Chapter 23. 17 items. Lu Mianyi requested the meeting on the 61st day. She arrived at the scheduled time, which was in the quiet of the late afternoon in the outer study room, carrying her ledger and a separate bound folder he had not seen before. She set both items on the table between them with the deliberate arrangement of someone who had decided to have this conversation as a structured thing rather than a casual one. He had known it was coming. Not because of anything absorbed from the stone. She had been carrying the folder for 3 days, and its weight and dimensions were consistent with documentation she had been compiling separately from her daily observation ledger, which meant she had been preparing a specific analysis rather than her ongoing record. He had known from the particular quality of her footsteps in the past week. Slightly more even than usual, the tempo of someone who has made a decision and is waiting for the right time to act on it. I've been keeping a secondary record, she said, outside of the official observation reports. She opened the bound folder. These are anomalies that I didn't include in the formal reports because they don't meet the evidentiary standard for formal documentation. They're inferential rather than direct. But I've been accumulating them since day 4. He looked at the folder. He could not read it from this angle and did not attempt to. How many, he asked. 17 substantive items. 6 supporting observations that I'm less confident about. She looked at him directly. I wanted to share them with you before I decide whether to formalize any of them. This was an unusual approach for a formal investigation process. She was choosing to show him her private analysis rather than her official filing, a personal disclosure rather than an institutional one. He registered what this meant about the choice she had made, and about what she was asking him to do with it. I would like to read them, he said. She slid the folder across the table. He read through all 17 items without speaking. She sat across from him and watched him read, not performing patience, but genuinely patient in the way of someone who had already decided the most important part of what they needed to do. The 17 items were, collectively, accurate. She had identified the correct anomalies. She had organized them by category and indicated the inferential chain connecting them. Her analytical framework was not quite correct. She had not reached the dungeon core conclusion, had not gotten close to it. Was working within the framework of unusual cultivation background with anomalous knowledge acquisition rather than entity that is not human, but the evidentiary base was sound and the analytical precision was as close as anyone in the sect had come without having the key piece. He set the folder down. You are exactly as perceptive as I expected you to be, he said. She looked at him. That is not a comfort. It wasn't meant to be. It is an acknowledgement. He looked at the folder between them. These are accurate observations. I know they're accurate, she said. I'm telling you that I know, so that you understand the scope of what I've noticed and chosen not to formalize. He registered this carefully. Why are you choosing not to formalize it? She was quiet for a moment. Because formalizing these would be formalizing a picture I don't yet understand. I know the observations are accurate. I don't know what they add up to. And I've watched you for 61 days. She met his eyes. You haven't done anything harmful. You've done the opposite. The formation array work, the archive documentation, the way you handle people. A pause. I don't know what you are, but I know what you're not. What am I not? A threat to this sect. He looked at her. She had arrived at this conclusion the same way she arrived at cultivation solutions, by working through what was real rather than accepting the most available explanation. He did not manage this. He let it sit. I can't tell you what I am, he said. Not now. I understand that, she said. The phrase arrived differently when she said it than when he said it. I'm not asking you to. I'm telling you that I know there's a larger answer, and I'm not filing the questions yet. She closed the folder and picked it up. When you're ready for the answer to exist, I'd like to be the person you tell. He looked at her. I understand, he said, and meant it in all the registers it could carry. She stood and gathered the folder and the ledger and said, the weekly observation report tomorrow will note good integration progress and appropriate cooperation with the evaluation protocol. Yes, he said. Nothing unusual. Nothing unusual, he agreed. She left. He sat in the quiet study room with his hands on the table, not the stone beneath, just the table, and thought about what it would mean for someone to be ready to receive the answer to a question like the one she was holding. He was not ready. He knew what not ready felt like now, which was something he had not known before, because it required both the question and the person who wanted to know the answer. He filed this in the growing category of things that will require returning to. Chapter 24. Survey Instruments. The Stonebreaker delegation arrived on the 73rd day. He had been monitoring the approach through the stone for 2 days. The specific vibration quality of a formal traveling party, the weight distribution of people carrying instruments, the particular resonance of chi-attuned equipment. He had been considering how to read the visit since it appeared on his threat assessment 3 weeks ago. The formal reception was arranged in the outer courtyard, which was standard protocol for delegations from other sects. Visible, public, but not inside the primary buildings. He was listed as an observer in the administrative attendance record, which Feng Qianru had arranged because his presence in formation-related discussions was now routine enough to be unsuspicious. He stood at the edge of the reception area with Song Peiliang and watched the delegation arrive. For people, a representative at delegation lead rank, 2 junior attendants, and a 4th member who carried nothing but whose hands were positioned with the specific attentiveness of someone whose hands were doing something that their neutral posture was designed not to advertise. He looked at the 4th person's hands. The 4th person was carrying a geological sensing formation, not an instrument, which could be identified, but an embedded formation inscribed directly into the lining of their outer robe, activated through sustained palm contact with the inner surface. He recognized the formation type from the absorbed geological survey literature and from the specific chi pattern it was generating, which was already reaching the periphery of his awareness as a faint reading field. He understood immediately what the Stonebreaker delegation was actually here for. The reading field would attempt to identify the geological character of the valley's substrate, specifically looking for the kind of chi density anomaly that was consistent with an active formation site or a dungeon core. At normal chi output levels, the dungeon core signature would be easily identifiable. It was a characteristic deep-frequency resonance pattern that no natural geological formation produced. The Stonebreaker sect's geological specialist had done their research. He kept his expression neutral and moved his attention inward. At the surface level of his chi expression, the level that his foundation pulse cultivation rank produced in normal operation, he was not generating the deep-frequency resonance. The deep resonance came from the full dungeon core chi field, which existed in the geological layer below the sect's foundation level. In his human form, operating at his presented cultivation rank, the surface signature was a standard cultivator signature. The question was whether the reading field was sophisticated enough to read through the surface layer to the geological substrate and distinguish his own maintained suppression of that layer's natural signature. He was managing the suppression continuously and had been since he understood the dungeon's chi pattern was potentially detectable. What he had not managed for was the specific resolution level of a targeted geological survey. He stood through the reception, watching the 4th person's hands. The reading field expanded slowly as the delegation moved through the formal introduction sequence. It reached Song Peiliang, no response. It reached Feng Qianru, no response. It reached Ling Kongxin. He felt it as the reading field passed through his surface qi signature. He maintained his expression and his posture and the particular quality of his attention that looked like a person watching a formal reception rather than a person managing a geological reading at the same time. The field found the suppression layer. It read the suppression layer as ordinary cultivated stone qi, the natural accumulation of 40 years of cultivation practice, which was what the suppression layer was designed to present. It read this for approximately 3 seconds. Then it moved on. He allowed himself the mental equivalent of a very slow exhale. The delegation completed their reception. The Stonebreaker representative presented the formal delegation purpose, historical land boundary clarification and geological survey rights request, to Sect leader Zhu Songjin, who received it with appropriate neutrality. The request would go through administrative channels. That evening, he stood in the lower passage for 3 hours with both hands against the eastern wall stones. The suppression layer needed reinforcement. The reading field had produced a complete survey pass, and while the layer had held, the survey reading had identified the suppression layer's presence as an anomaly in the natural geological pattern, nothing that would register as active dungeon core, but potentially enough to register as unusual formation activity at foundation depth. He worked through the night reinforcing the suppression layer and expanding its coverage to a more complete simulation of natural geological accumulation. He absorbed significant qi from the lower chamber stones in the process, which meant he would be slightly depleted in his surface cultivation output for the next 2 days. He filed this as the cost of having been unprepared. He adjusted his estimate of the Stonebreaker sect's sophistication level upward. Chapter 25. The null reading the Stonebreaker delegation's formal geological survey was conducted on the 77th day. He had 4 days to prepare. The survey was organized through the Green Valley sect's administrative process, a formal request, a formal schedule, a formal protocol specifying what areas could be surveyed and under what conditions. The protocol had been negotiated by Zhu Songjin's administrative team and was, from their perspective, a reasonable compromise that allowed the survey while protecting sensitive areas of the sect grounds. From his perspective, the protocol established which areas the Stonebreaker geological specialist would be surveying and when, which meant he knew the exact path the reading field would travel across the grounds. He needed to present the geological substrate of the entire surveyed area as ordinary valley rock with no anomalous qi character. This was not what the substrate actually was. The geological layer beneath the sect contained the full dungeon core qi field, which was a dense, complex formation that had been accumulating for centuries. Presenting it as ordinary rock required a continuous suppression across the entire surveyed area simultaneously. He had been managing a partial suppression over the core chambers for weeks. This required expanding that suppression to cover the complete geological survey footprint, which was approximately 4 times the area he had been maintaining. He spent 3 nights extending the suppression layer. The extension required sustained deep contact work, palm contact with the lower chamber foundation stone for extended periods, projecting the suppression field outward through the geological connections between the foundation stone and the surrounding substrate. The work was invisible from the surface. It was also exhausting in a way that the surface cultivation sessions were not, drawing on the deep register energy reserves rather than the surface qi he used for standard cultivation activities. On the night before the survey, he completed the extension and reviewed the entire suppression field for gaps. He found 2 areas of incomplete coverage, sections of the northeastern approach where the geological connection between the foundation stone and the outer substrate was mediated by a water table layer that partially blocked the suppression field's penetration. He addressed them by absorbing additional qi from the lower chamber's oldest accumulation and using it to extend the field through a different propagation path. He came up from the lower chamber at the 4th hour, returned to his room, and submitted his daily cultivation log. The survey was conducted the following morning, beginning at the 2nd hour of activity. The Stonebreaker geological specialist, the same 4th person from the reception, moved through the designated survey path with the systematic efficiency of someone who had done this before. He tracked the reading field through the foundation stones, feeling it pass over each section of the suppression layer in sequence. The suppression held. Area by area, the reading field passed over ordinary presenting geological substrate and produced no anomalous results. The specialist moved methodically through the complete survey path without pausing at any point for extended secondary investigation, which was the indicator that nothing had registered significant enough to warrant closer examination. The survey concluded. The delegation assembled at the outer courtyard for the formal conclusion ceremony. The Stonebreaker representative accepted the survey results from his specialist and presented the official outcome to Zhu Songjin. Null result. No geological anomalies consistent with the historical boundary claim. Survey complete. Zhu Songjin accepted this with appropriate neutrality. In the courtyard, Ling Kongxin stood with the formation research team and watched the delegation prepare to depart, and he held the knowledge of what had just happened in the quiet of his own mind. He had used his actual power, not the surface-level foundation pulse capabilities he performed in daily cultivation activities, not the careful calibrated assistance in formation research. The actual dungeon core chi field extended across a geological footprint that covered the entire survey area, maintained at a specific simulation of natural accumulation under active reading conditions. He had not told anyone. He had not asked for help. He had not informed the sect that the Stonebreaker delegation was conducting a geological survey rather than a land boundary survey. He had managed the threat alone, invisibly, and presented the outcome to the people around him as an unremarkable successful survey. He stood in the late morning light with his hands at his sides and recognized the shape of what he had done. He was making decisions that affected the sect. He was making them alone. He was making them correctly, as far as he could tell, and the outcomes were good. But the people around him were operating in a world he was managing without their knowledge, and they had no way to assess his judgment because they did not know his judgment was being applied. He looked at the back of Chou Mingyu's head, 3 feet away in the assembly. Chou Mingyu was asking the right questions. He did not yet know how to answer them. Chapter 26. 2 in the morning, he was in the lower passage on the 82nd night when her footsteps reached the upper entrance. He had assessed the risk before descending. Ouyang Fei was reliably asleep. The monitoring attendant schedule had no nighttime check-in. The lower passage entrance was not visible from the residential wing, only from the maintenance corridor and the inner courtyard approach, both of which he had confirmed were empty before beginning. What he had not assessed was Lu Mianyi. He had been aware, in the past 2 weeks, that she had been reconsidering her observation patterns. She had been meeting with him regularly, and the meetings had shifted register. Less integration protocol, more genuine inquiry. The meetings of someone who had decided to understand something and was patient about doing it properly. He had absorbed enough of her footstep patterns to know when she was in the investigative mode versus the daily schedule mode. He had not concluded that the investigative mode had extended to active surveillance of his nighttime movement. He should have. Her footsteps descended the first 5 stairs and stopped. He pressed his palms flat to the passage wall, not an absorption posture, just contact, listening, and made a quick assessment. The lower passage at night, from her perspective, insufficient evidence to explain what he was doing here, and the violation of his monitoring restriction was apparent and documented. She had a clear filing path. This constituted the kind of inconsistency she was supposed to report. She descended 4 more stairs and stopped again. Longer pause. He came to the base of the stairs and looked up. She was at the 9th step, holding a small lamp, looking down at him in the lower passage with an expression he could not read clearly in the lamplight. "What is down here?" she asked. Her voice was low, not whispering, but below the volume that would carry to the outer courtyard. "The sect's oldest chi," he said. "I need to be near it." She looked at him for a moment. Then she came down the remaining 8 stairs and stood at the base of the passage, the lamp casting a small circle of light between them. She did not look at the lower passage walls with the expression of someone who had discovered something alarming. She looked at them the way she looked at everything, as information to be organized. "The sect leader thinks you're a spy," she said. "I know. He's building a case for expulsion. He's had Chou Mingyu's second report for 2 weeks, and he's been consulting with the administrative authority on grounds for accelerated action." She was watching him carefully. "He's wrong, isn't he? He's wrong about what I am," he said. "He's right to be careful. The situation genuinely warrants investigation." He looked at her directly in the lamplight. "I am not a spy. I am not from a rival sect. I have no external directive. What I am is a longer question." She was quiet for a moment. "Are you going to answer the longer question before or after Zhu Songjin files for expulsion?" "I don't know," he said honestly. She looked at the passage wall beside her. Old stone, much older than the sect, the kind of stone that carried centuries rather than decades of accumulation. She touched it with her fingertips, a brief contact, the way you might touch something you were trying to understand the weight of. "The stone is different down here," she said. "Yes." "Older." "Yes." "And you need to be near it." "Yes." She stood for a moment longer, looking at him in the lamplight with an expression that had the quality of someone arranging items in a particular order, not to act on them, but to know where they were. "I'm not filing this," she said. "I expected you might not. I'd like to know why you're not giving me a better answer." "I'm not ready to give you a better answer," he said. "And when I'm ready, I would like for you to be the first person I give it to." She looked at him. "That's a promise," she said. "Yes, it is." She turned and went back up the stairs without another word. He heard her footsteps cross the upper passage and diminish toward the residential wing. He stood in the lower passage for a while longer and thought about the weight of having made a promise he did not know when he would be able to keep. He returned to the surface before the 4th hour and submitted his morning cultivation log at the appropriate time. Nothing unusual. Chapter 27. Provisional. The inner disciple threshold examination was held on the 88th day, administered by a formal 3-elder panel per sect protocol. He had been preparing for this examination in a specific sense for 2 weeks. He had been carefully calibrating what combination of performance levels would produce a plausible result for his situation. The examination tested both raw qi output and technique execution quality, and his situation was structurally unusual in both dimensions. Raw qi output. He was capable of performing at approximately vein reader level, the 3rd cultivation rank, if he chose to demonstrate full capacity. He was not choosing to demonstrate full capacity. He was presenting at a level consistent with the formal assessment 3 weeks after emergence, above foundation pulse, below vein reader, in the range that could plausibly result from gradual cultivation progress since arrival. Technique execution. This was the harder problem. His technique execution quality was at the inner disciple level or above, because he had absorbed 40 years of accumulated technique practice through the floor stones, and his physical calibration had been building since before his emergence. He could not disguise this as easily as raw output. The solution he had arrived at, present at below inner disciple raw output but full technique quality, and allow the panel to reach the natural conclusion that his unusual training history had produced an inverted profile where execution exceeded output, which was genuinely unusual but not impossible for someone whose knowledge acquisition had preceded their cultivation development. The panel was Elder Feng Qianru, Elder Cho Mingyu, and Senior Formation Master Song Peiyang. This was not the panel he would have arranged. He performed the examination forms at the calibrated levels. Feng Qianru watched with the expression of someone who wanted a particular result. Cho Mingyu watched with the expression of someone cataloging data against a model. Song Peiyang watched with the expression that had become familiar, the one that meant he was filing something. The post-performance discussion was audible through the evaluation chamber's wall stone, which he absorbed in real time. Feng Qianru argued for advancement based on demonstrated technique quality and the anomalous circumstances of his emergence. She cited 3 precedents for non-standard advancement criteria applied to unusual situations. Her argument was organized and persuasive. Cho Mingyu argued against based on the raw output deficit. He cited the formal standard, which required both technique quality and minimum raw output for inner disciple advancement. His argument was organized and technically correct. Peiyang said he would defer to the other's judgment, but noted that the raw output deficit might not reflect actual capacity, and that limiting advancement based on a metric that might be artificially suppressed seemed procedurally questionable. A pause in the conversation. Then Feng Qianru said, "Provisional advancement with 6-month review." Another pause. Cho Mingyu said, "Noted." He was called back in. Feng Qianru announced the result. Provisional inner disciple status, 6-month review scheduled. Advancement contingent on continued evaluation progress. She said it with the manner of someone who had gotten a partial result and was accepting it strategically. "I understand," he said. He was aware, walking back across the inner courtyard, that he had now also advanced to vein reader in the past week. Quietly, during a late-night absorption session in the outer formation network, a natural progression he had not artificially suppressed, because suppressing cultivation advancement was different from managing performance demonstrations. His official record still showed foundation pulse. He was 3 weeks behind his actual level. He considered this gap and decided to let it close naturally as the monitored sessions progressed. Chapter 28. The research team Song Peiyang's offer arrived through a formal administrative note on the 91st day. The note was 3 sentences, an acknowledgement of the quality of the collaborative work over the previous weeks, a formal invitation to join the formation research team at associate researcher level, and a scheduling reference for the initial team integration session. He read it twice and then set it on the table in his room and looked at the wall for a moment. The offer was genuine. Song Peiyang was not a person who made offers he didn't mean, which he knew from the absorbed record of Peiyang's professional history and also from weeks of direct observation. It was also strategically significant. Joining the formation research team gave him official standing in every active formation array project, access to the research documentation archive, and regular contact with the formation infrastructure of the entire sect grounds, which meant more foundation stones, more inscribed formations, more accumulated chi pattern layers that had been in contact with active research for extended periods. He accepted the note with the awareness that accepting it was both genuine. He wanted to work with Peiyang, He found the research work genuinely engaging. He had learned things from watching Peiliong think that he could not have learned from the stone record. And strategic, the access was useful and the standing was useful. He noted that both things being true was not uncommon in his situation. The integration session was with the full research team. Song Peiliong, 2 junior formation researchers named Kong Haoyan and Mi Wulin, and a documentation specialist named Archivist Shen, who worked between the research team and Yin Shuli's archive department. They were competent and serious about their work, and they looked at him with the calibrated uncertainty that everyone in the sect had been adjusting through since his arrival. He participated in the session at his actual analytical capacity rather than a managed lower version, because the context was research rather than cultivation assessment, and there was no obvious benefit to performing less than he could. This produced a response from the team that was different from the managed assessments. Genuine engagement, genuine questions, genuine follow-up discussions that extended past the scheduled session time by 40 minutes because the work itself was interesting enough that nobody counted the minutes. Afterward, Kong Haoyan, the younger of the 2 junior researchers, said, "You're good at this." "I understand how formations work," he said. "More than that," Kong Haoyan said. "You know where to look for the problems. Most people have to find the problem first. You seem to know where it should be before you look." "Pattern recognition," he said. "From extensive theoretical study." Kong Haoyan nodded, apparently accepting this. He was 24 years old and had been in the research team for 8 months and had the direct manner of someone who had not yet developed the political calculations that came with longer institutional tenure. "The others have been here much longer than you," he said. "It takes most people years to see formations the way you see them." He looked at Ling Kongxin with a directness that was slightly uncomfortable. "Is your theoretical study really that extensive?" "Yes," Ling Kongxin said, which was accurate. Kong Haoyan nodded again. "Okay," he said, apparently filing this as sufficient explanation, and went back to organizing his research notes. He stood with the research team afterward, drinking tea in the research hall, and noted that this was the second time, after the late-night courtyard gathering, that he had been in a group of people who were doing something together without any management requirement, and that the quality of it was different from the record. The record of the research team's work, absorbed from the floor stones, had told him what they solved and when and with what approaches. It had not told him what it felt like to be in the room while they solved it. He was accumulating this kind of new information at a rate that was beginning to fill the gap between the record and the actual. Chapter 29. The matching Yin Shuli found Song Peiliong in the Formation Research Hall on the 97th day. Ling Kongxin was not present at the beginning of the conversation. He learned of it through the floor stones of the research hall, which he was standing near in the outer corridor, reading the vibrations of the exchange. He could not hear the words. Vibration reading at this level did not produce language, only pattern, weight, the quality of the exchange. But he had enough context to understand what was being discussed from the sequence and the emotional weight. Yin Shuli had brought documentation. The documentation had the chi impression quality of something carefully prepared, organized over a period of days, which meant this was not an impulsive observation but a compiled analysis. She had brought it to Song Peiliong rather than to Cho Mingyu, which told him something about her judgment of who was most likely to handle it constructively. The conversation lasted 18 minutes. Song Peiliong's contributions were longer in the second half than the first, which meant he had been absorbing information and then responding, the pattern of someone who read the documentation and then thought before speaking. When Yin Shuli left, he felt the particular weight of her footsteps that corresponded to someone who had completed something they had been holding and was now in a state of managed uncertainty about what happened next. Song Peiliong remained in the research hall for 7 minutes before emerging. His footsteps had the quality of someone walking at a pace slightly below their natural pace, deliberate, thoughtful, not hurried. He came around the corner of the outer corridor and found Ling Kongxin standing there. They looked at each other. "I was reviewing the outer formation connections," Ling Kongxin said. This was true. He had been running a contact read on the outer corridor stone. "I know," Peiliong said. He did not say what else he knew. They walked to the research hall together. Peiliong set the documentation Yin Shuli had left on the table and looked at it for a moment before looking at Ling Kongxin. "Yin Shuli has identified 3 technique uses of yours from the past 2 months that she says match technique patterns from the second-generation archive," he said. "Not approximately. Exactly. Including procedural details that the archive records as unknown method, details that were never formally documented because the practitioners who knew them died without transmitting them." Ling Kongxin looked at the documentation. "I've absorbed materials from the archive stones," he said. "Yes, you've said that, and I've been thinking about what that means." Peiliong sat down. "If you can absorb the chi pattern from stones that were in contact with the archive for decades, That includes the qi pattern of undocumented techniques performed by practitioners whose work was stored there. You would have access to the techniques as they were actually practiced, not as they were recorded. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. That's not a theoretical capability. That's a specific, demonstrated capability that exceeds anything in the cultivation literature. Peiliong looked at him directly. I've been filing your anomalies for 3 months. I've been making a list of everything that doesn't fit the model. It's a long list. He was quiet for a moment. I told Yanshuli I would handle it. What does handling it mean? I don't know yet, he said honestly. It means I'm going to think about it for a while before I do anything with it. He looked at the documentation. What I'm not going to do is file it with Cho Mingyu's evaluation before I understand what I'm looking at. That is similar to what Yanshuli said. Yes, we came to similar conclusions independently, which might mean the conclusion is right. He picked up the documentation and organized it against the other research files. I want to ask you something directly. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. Is there anything about this sect or the people in it that you intend to harm? No, he said. Is there anything you're doing here that serves a purpose outside the sect's interests? No. Is there something you know about that affects the sect's safety that you're not telling us? He paused. Peiliong saw the pause. There are threat indicators I've identified that I'm managing, he said carefully. I have not fully assessed whether to share them. They involve geological and external party interests in the valley. Peiliong looked at him. You're managing threats to the sect. Yes. Alone. Currently, yes. You should not be doing that alone, Peiliong said. His voice was not angry. It was the voice of someone stating a structural fact. I know, he said. He had known for a while. I'm not yet ready to explain enough of the situation to make the sharing coherent. Peiliong was quiet for a long moment. I'll handle this how I told Yanshuli I would. Think about it before acting. He met Ling Kongxin's eyes. But at some point, the way you're operating is going to stop being sustainable. Not because someone will catch you. Because you're carrying too much alone, and it shows. Ling Kongxin looked at him. I understand, he said. Chapter 30. The map and the territory Lu Mianyi had been attempting the second breakthrough, the vein reader advancement from Stone Echo, for 11 days. He knew this from the practice hall floor, which logged the signature of her advancement attempts in the accumulation of her presence over repeated sessions. He knew the technique involved, the theoretical requirements, and the specific calibration point where practitioners typically stalled. He had absorbed the Formation Master's original design documentation from the practice hall stone, including the unpublished notes on the second transition's failure patterns. He also knew, from 2 years of accumulated residential floor history, that her second significant cultivation stall corresponded to a decision she had made after her mentor's death, a withdrawal from a certain category of risk, a choice to know things theoretically rather than experientially, which had served her well in the archive work and less well in live cultivation advancement. The 2-year pattern of her footsteps in the residential wing told a story about someone who had become very good at keeping the territory of risk small enough to manage. The vein reader advancement did not reward managed risk. He had been thinking about whether to help and how. The how was the problem. He had the mechanism. The stone had given it to him freely, the way it gave him everything. He knew the exact point of the stall and the exact technique adjustment that would address it. He could walk her through it in a session, and she would probably break through within 2 hours. The cost of doing this the direct way was the same cost the archive breakthrough had carried, compounded. She would feel understood in a way that she had not given him the information to understand. She would feel seen. She would feel the particular warmth of being accurately known, and the accurate knowledge was his, taken from stone, not given. He had been trying to think about this differently since the archive breakthrough session. What he could do was ask questions. What questions he could not ask, without revealing his access, were questions about the specific content. He could ask about the shape of things. He could ask about what she was avoiding and let her identify what she was avoiding from the inside. She came to him on the 99th day with the approach she had been developing, the approach of someone who had learned that he would sit with her in difficult work without trying to resolve it before she was ready. I need to think through the second advancement with someone, she said. All right. They went to the practice hall. She explained the stall, approximately what he already knew, described in different language, from the inside of the experience rather than the outside of the documentation. He listened. What is different about this advancement from the first one? He asked. The first one required releasing a position I was defending. She was quiet for a moment. This one doesn't require releasing. It requires, she stopped. I don't know how to describe it. What does it feel like at the threshold? Like something I would have to expand into. Another pause. Like the vein reader level would give me access to more information about the people around me. Their chi signatures at a level of detail I can't read now. She looked at the practice hall floor. I don't know if I want that. This was not what the documented stall pattern described. The documented stall pattern was about practitioners who were afraid of the additional responsibility that came with increased perceptual capacity. What she was describing was different. She was afraid of perceiving people more clearly. Why not? He asked. She was quiet for a longer time. Because if I perceive them more clearly, she said finally, I'll know things about them that they haven't offered me. He was very still. The way stone knows things, she said quietly. She was not looking at him. If I develop the vein reader perception, I'll be able to read people's chi signatures in ways they're not choosing to share. It's taking information. Yes, he said. He did not add anything. That's already your concern, she said. Isn't it? He looked at her. She was looking at the floor. I worry, he said carefully, about the difference between what someone gives me and what I take. I know you do. She looked up. I've watched you for 3 months. You ask questions. You don't tell people things they haven't told you. You wait. She looked at him. You worry about it very much. Yes. The stone gives you a lot of information, she said, that you haven't been given. Yes. She sat with this for a moment. How do you handle it? He was quiet. I try not to use what I know unless I'm certain the person who holds the information would choose to share it under better conditions. He paused. I don't always succeed. But you try. Yes. She sat with this longer. Then she said, I think the advancement is asking me whether I'm willing to be responsible for what I perceive. Not to use it wrongly, to hold it carefully. She was thinking aloud now, not asking him. The worry isn't that I'll read people and misuse it. The worry is that I'm not, she stopped. That I don't trust myself to be responsible enough. That is a different problem from being irresponsible, he said. Yes, she said. And then, more quietly. Yes, it is. She went into cultivation position. He sat beside her. He did not guide her chi. He did not apply the mechanism he had absorbed. He sat in the practice hall with her while she worked through the transition from the inside, carrying her worry about perception and responsibility and what it meant to know things about people. 17 minutes later, the cultivation rank shifted. She came back to surface awareness slowly. I didn't resolve it, she said. I know. It's still a concern. I know that too. But I can hold it while I cultivate. She looked at her hands, which had the slight brightness of recently activated vein reader chi perception. How do you hold it? He thought about the old flagstone and grandfather Mao, and 2 years of her footsteps in the residential wing, and the loop she walked in the southeastern corner when she was thinking through something personal. Carefully, he said, and not always well. She looked at him. It's like you already know what I haven't said, she said, not for the first time. But this time her voice had a different quality, not the uncertain observation she had made weeks ago, but something that was sitting at the edge of a conclusion she was not quite ready to reach. I understand what you're carrying, he said. This was true. It had become more true since he had known her in person, not less. The residue in the stone had told him the weight of things. Knowing her had told him what the things were. She looked at him for a long moment in the quiet of the practice hall. Ling Kongxin, she said. It had the quality of a name used as a statement. Yes, he said. She looked away. Not today, she said. Not today, he agreed. Chapter 31. The alarm came at the 4th watch, a low, sustained tone that vibrated through the stone of the dormitory walls rather than through the air. Ling Kongxin was already awake. He had been listening to the defensive array's outer ring since the 2nd watch, tracking the subtle misphase that had been building for 6 days. He had not reported it. That was a mistake he recognized only now, when 300 meters of outer perimeter array collapsed into cascade failure at once. He ran toward it while everyone else was still lacing their boots. Song Paleong caught up to him at the eastern gate, breathing harder than he should have been. The smoke rising from the array nodes was the gray-green color that meant a chi inversion, not a fire. Not physically dangerous, but catastrophic to the formation structure. It started at node 17, Paleong said. Cascade pulled nodes 12 through 22 before the anchor held. It started before 17, Ling Kongxin said. The imbalance was in the harmonic exchange between 23 and the eastern anchor. 17 was just where the pressure crested. Paleong looked at him. You've been tracking it. I noticed it 6 days ago. I should have filed a report. You should have. No accusation in the voice. Only fact. Where do you need to start? It was the right question. No hierarchy, no challenge. Just an acknowledgement that Ling Kongxin had arrived knowing what needed doing. He went in. What he had absorbed from the Sect's foundational stones told him the pre-collapse state of every node in this array. What he had absorbed from the formation manuals told him the 12 known cascade correction methods. What he had absorbed from the archive debates told him which of those 12 methods were deprecated and why. He worked at actual capability level, not calibrated down to what a vein reader with 40 days of surface experience should know, not staged slower than necessary to preserve the fiction of recent learning. The formation needed immediate intervention in a specific sequence, and he performed that sequence. Each correction placed within moments of the previous one, no hesitation, no consultation, no error. He was finished before Paleong had reached node 16. Paleong stood very still in the aftermath. The smoke had cleared. The array was holding. Around them, the emergency response disciples who had arrived after them stood with nothing to do. 15 nodes, Paleong said. In 4 minutes. The cascade was still propagating. Speed mattered. I know. Paleong was looking at the correction points rather than at him. The method you used for node 19. That's a counterphase harmonic interruption sequence. The archive records that technique in the third compendium with a note that it requires practice to execute. It takes most formation practitioners 6 to 8 attempts to stabilize their first counterphase interruption. I understand that. That was your first attempt. Ling Kongshin said nothing. You were calibrated for cascade repair, Paleong said. Not a question. You've done this before. Not in practice, in the field. Under pressure. You have executed this exact type of correction under actual failure conditions. The morning birds had started calling. The light was turning from gray to pale gold along the eastern ridge. I know the technique, Ling Kongshin said. That's accurate. How? I absorbed it from the stone. Paleong finally turned to look at him. That explanation covers knowledge. It doesn't cover reflexes. This was the distinction that Ling Kongshin had no honest answer for. Knowledge absorbed from manuals was one thing. The muscle memory quality of 10 years spent managing the sect's chi flows from beneath, the way his hands had moved to the correct positions without any deliberation, that was something different. I trust you, Paleong said. I want you to know that. Whatever the explanation is, I trust you more than I distrust the absence of the explanation. He said it the same way he said most important things, simply, without decoration. I know, Ling Kongshin said. And then, because it was accurate and Paleong deserved accuracy, that means more than I knew it would. Chapter 32 by Wu Tiu did not call attention to things that hurt him. This was a quality Ling Kongshin had learned in the second week. The way Bai Wu Tiu's face went careful and slightly formal when he was managing something difficult. The way he made small jokes that landed 2 degrees off-center from where they would have landed if he were genuinely comfortable. By the time he had the quality mapped, he was already using it to smooth things for Bai Wu Tiu before they surfaced. The incident in the outer practice courtyard was the kind of thing Ling Kongshin could have prevented. Senior inner disciple Ke Li Xuan had a well-documented cruelty. Not physical, never physical, always deniable. He selected targets who were unlikely to retaliate. He had evaluated Bai Wu Tiu's position. Junior, unsponsored, technically proficient, but not in any way that attracted senior attention, and determined that Bai Wu Tiu was safe to mock. The mockery was about Bai Wu Tiu's cultivation speed. Moderate. Consistent. Unremarkable compared to the sect's prodigies. Ke Li Xuan delivered it in front of 12 other disciples with the specific tone of helpfulness that made the target feel they had no standing to object. Bai Wu Tiu's face went formal. Ling Kongshin had been there the whole time. He had known Ke Li Xuan's habits for 6 weeks. He could have intervened earlier. A redirected question, an observation that shifted the courtyard's attention, any number of small adjustments that would have steered events away from this moment. He had not. The decision was not comfortable. But Bai Wu Tiu had not asked for protection, and Ling Kongshin was beginning to develop a suspicion that the difference between care and management sometimes came down to whether you acted on what someone hadn't asked for. He let the moment pass. Afterward, he filed a written observation with the Inner Disciple Council. That senior Ke Li Xuan's practice of public assessment during courtyard hours created formation study disruptions, with 3 specific incidents documented, including formation technique errors that had occurred immediately following the disruptions. His language was administrative. It made no mention of mockery or cruelty. But the formation technique errors he cited were Ke Li Xuan's own, errors that revealed a flaw in his secondary condensation array, a flaw that would become relevant if Ke Li Xuan ever faced a serious challenge. He submitted the observation through the standard channel and did not mention it to Bai Wu Tiu. 2 days later, Bai Wu Tiu stopped by his workroom in the evening and sat down without asking, which was the thing Bai Wu Tiu did when he wanted company without having to ask for it. You filed something with the council, Bai Wu Tiu said. A technical observation. About Ke Li Xuan. About courtyard practice disruptions. Bai Wu Tiu was quiet for a moment. He had a particular kind of quiet. Not heavy, not waiting, just inhabiting the silence until something genuine wanted to come through it. You could have said something in the moment, he said. I could have. Why didn't you? Ling Kongshin thought about this. Not about the honest answer. He had the honest answer immediately. About whether the honest answer was actually honest, or whether it was a story he was telling himself about why the choice had been right. I thought you were capable of surviving it without me, he said. Bai Wuziu looked at him for a long moment. That's not nothing, he said. That's actually not nothing. He picked up one of the array diagrams from the work table and began studying it with the focused, unhurried attention he brought to everything. The evening went on. Chapter 33. The supply run to Wind Hollow Market was 3 days out and 3 days back through territory that the sect formally described as neutral passage, and that everyone who had actually traversed it described as Stonebreaker adjacent. Zhu Songjin had assigned the run to Ling Kongxin, with the specific phrasing of a test and the specific tone of a man who expected to learn something interesting from the results. Standard route, Zhu Songjin said. Main road through the Valley Pass. You'll have a supply cart and an outer disciple for company. The outer disciple was 17, recently graduated, and visibly concerned about the Stonebreaker rumors. He did not say so directly. He said it by asking 3 questions about the main road's patrol schedules in the first hour. Ling Kongxin took the old trade path. He knew about it from a stone marker at the Wind Hollow crossroads, a marker that was 80 years old, its characters worn to near illegibility, its directions corresponding to a path that had been retired from official use 40 years ago when the main road was completed. The stone marker had absorbed 40 years of travelers who had stopped to read it, turned to the main road, and left. What had seeped into the stone from those moments was a kind of accumulated judgment that the old path was obsolete. What had not seeped in was the Stonebreaker survey schedule, because the Stonebreaker geological teams used the main road and had no reason to walk the old trade path. This isn't the route, the outer disciple said. No. Elder Zhu said standard route. Elder Zhu said main road through the Valley Pass. I'm choosing this one. The outer disciple's expression moved through several stages. He arrived at, if this goes wrong, I had nothing to do with the decision. Noted. The old trade path was overgrown but passable. It added half a day to the journey and removed 2 active Stonebreaker survey zones. Ling Kongxin noticed 3 geological sensing formations along the main road's route. He could see their chi signatures from the ridge and concluded that the main road had been surveyed within the past month. They reached Wind Hollow Market without incident. The outer disciple, whose name was Tan Xiaoba, spent the first day of the return journey trying to determine whether Ling Kongxin had known about the alternate path before they left or had noticed something along the way. You checked that ridge marker like you expected it to be there, Tan Xiaoba said. I did expect it to be there. Why? I absorbed it from an old stone marker at the crossroads. The text was worn, but the structural impression remained. Tan Xiaoba stared at him. You read a worn stone marker. I pressed my hand to it. The technique requires contact. And you got enough information from a 40-year-old path marker to navigate a 6-day supply run. I got enough to know the path existed. I knew the path was safe because I knew the Stonebreaker teams prefer the main road. How did you know that? I absorbed it from the foundation stones during the delegation visit. The conversation ended there, not because Tan Xiaoba was satisfied, but because he had run out of frameworks for evaluating what Ling Kongxin had just told him. On the last day of the return journey, Tan Xiaoba said, I'm not going to report this route deviation. I know. I'm not going to report it because I think Elder Zhu assigned you this run specifically to see what you would do. And I think what you did was correct. But I also think he stopped. Go ahead. I think you knew exactly what you were doing the whole time, and you weren't worried once. And I don't know if that should be reassuring or not. Ling Kongxin thought about this. Both, he said. Probably both. Chapter 34. Lu Mianyi made the request in writing, through official channels, with careful formal language. She submitted it to Song Paleong rather than to the administrative office, which told Ling Kongxin she had thought about who would handle it most carefully. She cited the evaluation period and the conflict of interest that arose from simultaneous service as a guide and as an unofficial auditor on Cho Mingyu's investigation. She requested reassignment to formal-only audit status with cessation of guide responsibilities. She did not discuss it with him first. He found out when Paleong mentioned it, with the specific careful tone Paleong used when delivering information he expected might land with some weight. She submitted the request this morning, Paleong said. I approved it. That's appropriate. She cited conflict of interest. It is a conflict of interest. She should have flagged it earlier. He paused. I should have flagged it earlier. Paleong studied him with the particular attention he gave to things he found genuinely unclear. Does it concern you? No. She's right to do it. He had known for 2 weeks that Lu Mianyi was accumulating information about him from 2 different positions simultaneously. The intimacy of the guide relationship and the clinical distance of the audit. One or the other was correct. Both together was not something either of them could sustain cleanly. She didn't tell you herself, Paleong said. She communicated through the appropriate channel. That's correct behavior. It's correct, Paleong agreed. It's also notable. Ling Kongxin thought about what was notable in it. She had chosen formal channels because informal communication would have required him to respond, and any response he made would have been, what? Reassuring. Smoothing. The thing he did when people he cared about were navigating something difficult. She had taken that option away from him by making the request through Peiyang. She had, in her way, managed him. He found this genuinely interesting. He also found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he did not resent it. He went to find her that evening, not in any official capacity. She was at the eastern courtyard bench where she often came to think. He had known this from the stone, but he would have known it from observation by now as well. You submitted through Peiyang, he said. I did. You didn't want to have the conversation with me directly. She looked at him. I was concerned that if I had it directly, you would find a way to make it easy for me. And I didn't want it to be easy. I wanted it to be correct. He sat down. Those aren't mutually exclusive. They are for you. When you make things easy for people, they tend to stop being correct. The ease becomes the outcome instead of the rightness. He had not had this reflected back at him in this particular form before. Not wrong. Not quite the whole picture either, but close enough to the real thing that arguing with it would have been dishonest. I still want to meet, he said. Not as guide and newcomer. Not as auditor and subject. I want to meet because, he considered the next words carefully, because you are one of the few people here whose company produces no reflex in me. I don't calibrate around you. I only noticed that after the fact. She was quiet for a moment. That's the strangest thing anyone has ever said to me as a form of friendship. I don't have a better version of it. I know. She looked out at the courtyard. I'll still meet you here, but not as anything official. Only because I want to. That's all I'm asking. The evening went on. The stars came out. Neither of them found much need to fill the silence. Chapter 35, Cho Mingyu's second report ran to 47 pages. The first report had been organized by anomaly type. The second was organized chronologically, which told Ling Kongxin that Cho Mingyu had shifted from cataloging to pattern matching. He was no longer asking what was wrong. He was asking when things had happened and in what order. Zhu Songjin presented the report summary in a room with Yan Shuli, Song Peiyang, Elder Wan Zhuoling, and Ling Kongxin himself. The inclusion of Ling Kongxin in the review session was either a statement of respect or a test, possibly both. 40 additional anomalies, Zhu Songjin said. That brings the documented total to 53. Elder Chao's methodology is careful, Yan Shuli said. I want to say that first. He is not padding the list. Each entry is substantive. No one doubted Elder Chao's rigor, Peiyang said. I want it in the record, Yan Shuli said. Because what I'm about to say about the conclusions requires that the rigor of the methodology be acknowledged first. She paused. The conclusions are wrong. The room was quiet. Elder Cho has correctly identified 53 anomalies. His interpretation is that these anomalies constitute evidence of deception, that Ling Kongxin is claiming a provenance he does not have. My reading of the same data is different. She placed a separate document on the table. 17 of these anomalies are consistent with knowledge that predates the current sect structure. They are not anomalies relative to the sect's age. They are anomalies relative to the archive's accessible records. The knowledge exists in the lower foundation strata, but was never cataloged. You're saying he absorbed it from the foundation? Peiyang said. I'm saying that's the only coherent explanation for 17 of the 53 entries. The other 36 are less clear. Zhu Songjin looked at Ling Kongxin. You've read the report? I've read the summary. I haven't seen the full document. Would you like to? He considered the question as asked, not its subtext, not the implications, just whether he actually wanted the full 47 pages. Yes, he said, not to contest the findings. To understand what Elder Cho believes the pattern indicates. Zhu Songjin nodded slowly. The node movement was not approval and not disapproval. It was the gesture of a man who was increasingly uncertain which question he was actually trying to answer. The formal evaluation period will be extended, he said, with no terminal date established. Ling Kongxin said, I understand. I want to be clear about what that means practically. You remain under active review. Your access to certain facilities remains conditional. Elder Cho will continue his investigation with full sect support. I understand all of that. You're not concerned? He thought about what concerned him. Cho Mingyu's investigation did not concern him. Cho Mingyu was methodical and correct in his approach, and the worst the investigation could produce was an accurate account of things that were genuinely difficult to explain. That wasn't danger, it was just discomfort. What concerned him was different. It was the way Yan Shuli had said, the conclusions are wrong, and meant it, and the way that her defense of him required her to stake something professionally. It was the way Peiyang had positioned himself subtly near the door, which was where Peiyang tended to stand when he was prepared to speak up if something went wrong. They were protecting him, not from Cho Mingyu's conclusions, from the administrative weight of indefinite review, from isolation. He had not asked for this. He had not steered toward it. It had simply happened because these were the people they were. He did not know, at 43 days on the surface, how to hold that without managing it. I'm not concerned, he said. I'm grateful. The sentence landed plainly. No ornamentation. He let it be exactly what it was. Yanshuli looked at him. Something in her face shifted toward something that was not quite resolution, but was in that direction. Then we'll continue, Zhu Songjin said. Outside the window, the afternoon light moved across the courtyard stones. The sect continued its work. Under the foundations, a decade of absorbed silence lay patient and deep. The evaluation had no end date. Neither, he thought, did anything that mattered. Chapter 36. The Bedrock Consortium's representative arrived without announcement and without the formal party that such a visit usually warranted. He was younger than Ling Kongxin expected. The records he had absorbed from the lower foundation stones described the consortium's lead geological surveyor in the valley as a deliberate man who took detailed notes and left no equipment visible when he broke camp. The records did not describe a man who looked barely 30, but there were other things the records included that he was now seeing confirmed in person. The way the man moved through the courtyard, his eyes tracking not the architecture but the ground. The specific angle of the glance he directed at the eastern flagstones. The slight hesitation before he stepped over the seam between the outer paving and the inner courtyard stone, the seam that ran directly above the third storage formation. This was Sun Weiliang. He had surveyed this valley 3 years ago. He had known what was beneath the surface for longer than Ling Kongxin, had known he was going to emerge from it. Elder Zhu Songjin received the visitor with appropriate courtesy and the specific, careful warmth that meant he was calibrating what level of trust this visit warranted. Ling Kongxin was included in the reception as a formality. Junior, present, not expected to contribute. The consortium has an ongoing interest in the geological formations of this region, Sun Weiliang said. He had a surveyor's economy of language. Every word selected for load-bearing, nothing ornamental. We've completed 2 surveys over the past 5 years. We'd like to discuss a formal research partnership with the Sect. The Sect is interested in such discussions, Zhu Songjin said. The timing is notable. Our own geological formations have seen unusual qi activity over the past 60 days. Yes, Sun Weiliang said. We know. It was the way he said we know, not as social acknowledgement, but as information disclosure. They had been monitoring. They had data. They were here because the data had changed. Sun Weiliang's eyes moved to Ling Kongxin with the specific quality of someone arriving at the conclusion they had already drawn. This is the disciple recovered from the sealed chamber, he said. Not a question. Ling Kongxin, Zhu Songjin said. He is under formal evaluation. I've read Elder Chao's preliminary report. A pause. The evaluation is correct procedure. I'm not here to challenge it. His attention did not leave Ling Kongxin. I'd be interested in a conversation at some point. That would be subject to the evaluation conditions, Zhu Songjin said. Of course. The reception moved to the formal hall. Ling Kongxin remained for its duration and said nothing further. But he tracked every micro-adjustment in Sun Weiliang's position, the way the man oriented his body toward exits, the way his hand rested with flat fingers against the hall's stone floor during the seating formalities. He was still reading the ground. He had been reading it the entire time he was in the valley. He was reading it now. The question was what he had found. Chapter 37. After the 4th watch, when the sect slept, Ling Kongxin went to the oldest part of the outer courtyard. It was not the courtyard where he had stood with Grandfather Mao. It was the original founding-era paving, a section barely 3 meters across that had been incorporated into a later expansion and was now partially obscured by a drainage channel. Most people who walked through that section were thinking about where they were going, not what they stood on. He pressed his palm flat to the stone. What came back was not information in any organized sense. It was older than information. It was the memory of being part of a mountain, the weight of depth, the unhurried patience of stone that had no reason to measure time, because it had no experience of ending. He had felt this before. In the years beneath the surface, when he was still entirely what he was, the mountain memory had been background. Context. The thing he existed within. Now it felt like something he was visiting. He held the connection for a long time. The stone did not know what he was. It knew contact and pressure and the particular temperature of living things, and through that contact it contributed what it remembered. He absorbed without effort. Older manuals, older formations, the ghost impressions of practitioners who had knelt here in grief or sat here in meditation for decades. But underneath all of that, in the oldest layer, the memory of being stone before the sect was built, before any human hand had touched this hillside, before the valley had a name. He was not that anymore. He had been, when he woke. When Feng Qianru had held the lamp to his face, and he had said, "I understand that," to the way the light moved. He had been a thing made of stone that had learned to have opinions about light. 43 days on the surface had done something to that. He was not alarmed. This was not loss. It was transition, and transitions had their own logic. But it was worth noting that the mountain memory was becoming something he reached toward rather than something he contained. That the permanence he had felt in his earliest weeks above ground was shifting, growing something less like stone and more like weight. More like the thing that stone remembers when it thinks about becoming something else. He stayed until the first light touched the ridge. Then he removed his palm, stood, and dusted the courtyard grit from his hand with the motion of someone who had somewhere to be in the morning. The stone did not notice him leave. It had already returned to its longer patience. He was the one who needed a moment. Chapter 38. Sun Weiliang requested the private meeting through official channels with a 3-day notice period and formal written purpose. The purpose listed was professional exchange regarding foundation absorption technique and its geological applications. Ling Kongxin read the request 3 times, then wrote a formal refusal. He submitted it through Pale Yang, who read the refusal and then read the request, and then looked at Ling Kongxin with the attention of someone calculating something. "This is clean," Pale Yang said. "Thank you." He listed the technique by name. He listed it by the name it appears in the consortium's geological survey literature, which means the consortium has categorized it as a phenomenon independent of any individual practitioner. They've been looking for a cultivator who uses it. Pale Yang set the documents down. They were looking for you before you emerged. They were looking for evidence of this technique in active use. The geological anomaly that preceded my emergence would have been consistent with what they were seeking. He paused. They are not the hollow faction. Their interest is research and resource mapping, not control. But their research interest and my privacy interest are in direct conflict. And you're not willing to demonstrate. I'm not willing to be a research subject. That's different from having something to hide. Pale Yang nodded. He was quiet for a moment. He'll push back on the refusal. I know. How would you like me to handle it? Ling Kongxin considered this. He had an immediate answer, a set of specific responses for each likely follow-up approach Sun Weiliang might take, ranked by effectiveness. The management reflex was very clear about what to do here. He made himself set that aside. Handle it however you think is right, he said. You understand the administrative dynamics better than I do. I trust your judgment. He watched Pale Yang receive this. The slight recalibration. The moment of genuine consideration rather than reaction. That's the first time you've said that, Pale Yang said. I know. To anyone, I mean. Not just to me. Ling Kongxin thought about that. Yes, he said. I think it is. Sun Weiliang's counter-request arrived the next day. Pale Yang handled it the way Pale Yang handled most things, with the specific patience of a man who had decided what the right outcome was and was prepared to wait for it. The counter-request was declined. A follow-up arrived. That was declined. On the 4th day, Sun Weiliang did not submit another request. Instead, he extended his visit by 2 weeks, citing ongoing geological consultation with Sect administration. He was playing a longer game. Ling Kongxin had expected that. But Pale Yang had also expected it, and Pale Yang had already begun routing the geological consultation through channels that would limit what Sun Weiliang could observe independently. The management reflex, when it arrived, found someone already handling things. It subsided with an unfamiliar quality, something almost like relief. Chapter 39. Song Pale Yang's problem was not apparent from watching him work. It would have been invisible to anyone who did not already know the exact quality of his focus at full capacity. The way his hands moved over formation diagrams with the unhurried certainty of someone whose understanding was several steps ahead of his documentation. For 6 weeks, Ling Kongxin had watched Pale Yang work at that quality. For the past 4 days, something had changed. The hands still moved with certainty. The documentation was still precise. But there was a quality of additional effort in it. The specific quality of maintaining a pace that was previously effortless. Like a runner who has not slowed, but is working harder to hold the same speed. His meridian cultivation was under strain. Ling Kongxin knew the shape of the problem from absorption, a secondary current blockage that developed in practitioners who pushed theoretical formation work at the expense of physical cultivation consolidation. It was a known risk for academic cultivators at the bedrock forger level, which Pale Yang had occupied for 2 years. The absorbed manuals described the intervention clearly, a specific qi circulation adjustment that had to be performed over 3 consecutive nights, best executed alone, impossible to teach in stages. He could tell Pale Yang this directly. He sat with that option for a moment. The absorbed knowledge was unambiguous. The problem was identified. The solution was available. Telling Pale Yang would take 40 seconds and would resolve the issue within the week. He thought about Chapter 30. About the questions he had asked Lu Mianyi rather than the absorbed knowledge he had withheld. About what the difference was between help and management, and whether it was actually a difference or only a story he was telling himself. You've been recalculating the same node diagram for 4 days, he said. Peiliong looked up. Have I? Node 7 of the Eastern Expansion Lattice. You've revised the load distribution 3 times. The original calculation was correct. Peiliong leaned back. He did not look embarrassed. Peiliong rarely looked embarrassed. He looked like a man encountering new data about himself. I thought the original calculation felt heavy. Does it feel heavy now? It feels, he stopped. I've been tired. My qi circulation has been uneven. Uneven in what way? Like it's working harder than the situation warrants. A pause. Like maintaining normal function requires additional effort. Does that pattern come and go, or has it been consistent? Peiliong looked at him now with the specific attention of someone who had noticed they were being guided. Not interrogated, guided. For days, he said. Consistent. And when did you last do a complete cultivation consolidation session? Not formation practice. Pure consolidation. The silence told him. I haven't, Peiliong said. The formation work you've been doing this week is theoretically intensive in a way that creates an imbalance if the physical cultivation base isn't maintained alongside it. He paused. There are probably descriptions of this pattern in the Advanced Formation Practitioner archives. I don't know if you've looked. Peiliong was quiet for a long moment. You're telling me the answer exists without telling me the answer. I'm pointing toward a question that has an answer available. Why? He thought about how to answer that. Because I think you'll find it more useful that way. And because, he stopped. Because I've been told I have a tendency to smooth over difficulties before people can encounter them. I'm trying to learn the difference between helping and doing it for them. Peiliong was looking at him with an expression that was not quite amusement and not quite something more serious. It was somewhere between the two, the way Peiliong's most genuine expressions tended to be. I'll look at the archives tonight, he said. I think you'll find what you need. He did. 3 days later, at the 5th watch, the formation workroom floor cracked in a spiderweb pattern 2 meters across as Song Peiliong's meridians cleared the blockage and surged forward into the first reaches of the deep current level. The crack sealed itself within an hour as the ambient qi settled. Peiliong did not mention it directly. He knocked on Ling Kongshin's door the following morning and said, the node diagram. You were right that the original calculation was correct. I know, Ling Kongshin said. Thank you, Peiliong said, in a tone that contained more than the words. Chapter 40. The formal document arrived on a morning when the light was good. Ling Kongshin read it alone in his room, seated at the workbench with the specific care of someone who intended to read accurately rather than defensively. Elder Cho Mingyu's official recommendation to the Sect leadership. Containment protocol pending classification decision. The classification categories listed were 4, historical relic, Sect asset, independent cultivator, or unknown category. Each category had different implications for movement, access, and autonomy. The recommendation noted that the current evaluation period had failed to produce sufficient evidence for confident classification and that pending decision, standard protocol suggested restriction to Sect grounds and supervised access to formation-sensitive areas. He read it twice. It was careful, thorough, and correct in methodology. Cho Mingyu had documented 53 anomalies, had correctly identified that the standard categories did not cleanly apply, and had recommended the cautious path in the absence of certainty. Every step of the reasoning was sound. The conclusion was that Ling Kongshin should be restricted and supervised until the Sect could figure out what he was. He found he could not fault it. He sat with that for a while. The morning light moved across the room. Through the workbench, he could feel the faint, slow pulse of the Sect's foundation stones. Not absorbed, just present, the way a person feels another person's body heat without touching them. Yin Shuli had apparently protested the recommendation publicly at the senior elder meeting, citing insufficient evidence for restriction and the negative precedent for future unusual cases. He knew this from Bai Wuxiu, who had heard it from the outer disciple corridor, where administrative gossip moved quickly. Peiliong had said nothing officially and had moved his own workbench into the section of the research hall closest to the supervised areas without drawing attention to the gesture. Lu Mianyi had filed a formal objection on narrow procedural grounds. The recommendation had referenced data from her guide period without obtaining consent for use in formal administrative proceedings. They were protecting him again. From different angles, through different channels, without coordination. He did not reach out to any of them. He folded the document and placed it in the formal correspondence file where it belonged, and then he went to the eastern courtyard to begin the morning practice forms with the specific attention he gave to things he intended to continue doing regardless of circumstances. The evaluation had no end date. Cho Mingyu was methodical and patient and correct in his approach. He would keep finding things. The things he found would keep failing to resolve cleanly into any available category. The restriction protocol would delay some things and complicate others. None of this, Ling Kongxin thought, was actually the problem. The problem, the one he had been sitting with since CH37, since the moment in the founding era courtyard when he had reached toward the mountain memory and found it slightly further away than before, was simpler and harder than institutional scrutiny. He was becoming something. He did not know yet what the becoming would require. He completed the morning forms. He went to the research hall. He began the day's work. The sect moved around him, practicing, arguing, advancing, failing, caring for each other in ways both competent and insufficient. He paid attention. Chapter 41, the containment protocol, was implemented on a Tuesday morning with the specific efficiency of an administration that had prepared the documentation in advance. 2 escort disciples. Movement logged at the dormitory gate. Access to the research hall only during supervised hours. The lower formation chambers, where the oldest stone was, where the absorption had been richest, closed to him entirely. Zhou Mingyu was present for the formal notification. He watched with the specific attention of someone who had written a thorough report and was now studying whether the subject of the report would behave consistently with his predictions. Ling Kongxin accepted each condition as it was stated, said, "I understand," once at the end, and asked what time the supervised research hours began. This was apparently not the expected response. Zhou Mingyu made a note. "You have no objection to the access restrictions," Zhou Mingyu said. "I don't have standing to object. The evaluation hasn't produced a classification, and I'm not in a category that would grant me restricted protocol exemption. Your recommendation follows correctly from the administrative framework. You've read the framework documents. I absorbed them from the archive stone during the first week. I should have mentioned that." He paused. "I should have mentioned a great deal of things earlier than I did. I understand if the delay contributed to the current situation." Zhou Mingyu looked at him. "It did contribute. I know. If you understand that, if you genuinely understand that your withholding of information made this outcome more likely, not less, then why did you withhold it?" It was the first time Zhou Mingyu had asked him a question that was genuinely curious rather than investigative. The distinction was in the tone, not building a case, just asking. "Because I was afraid of what would happen if I said everything at once," Ling Kongxin said. "That was my reasoning then. I'm not certain it was correct reasoning." Zhou Mingyu made another note. "I'll include this exchange in the supplementary documentation." "I would expect that." The elder looked up. Something in his expression had shifted slightly, not softened, not hardened. Recalibrated. "You're the most cooperative subject I've ever evaluated," he said. "I'm cooperating because your process is correct, not because I'm performing cooperation. If your process were unjust, I would be less cooperative. How would I tell the difference?" Ling Kongxin thought about this. "You probably couldn't from outside," he said. "I don't know if that's reassuring or not." "It's not," Zhou Mingyu said, writing. Chapter 42, on the third day of the restricted protocol, Ling Kongxin found the drainage channel. It ran along the northern wall of the inner courtyard, a maintenance channel that no one used, barely a handspan wide, routed beneath a stone lip that had settled crookedly during some long-ago repair. The stone of the channel was not the standard inner courtyard paving. It was older, much older, pre-sect, possibly pre-settlement. He crouched beside it during one of the unsupervised periods in the inner courtyard and pressed his fingers to the edge. What came back stopped him. Not information in the form of absorbed memory. Something deeper, the stone's own structural history, laid down before any human practitioner had ever pressed cultivation intent into it. The valley as it had been before the sect, not empty, not waiting, but active. A natural formation nexus where the Earth's own chi currents converged with the specific geometry of mountains and aquifers. The sect had been built here because someone had found this convergence and recognized it as the thing a cultivation sect needed most. A location where practice required less effort than it would elsewhere, where the natural stone amplified the work of any practitioner who stood on it. But that was not what stopped him. What stopped him was the deeper layer. The stone sensed that this had always been a place where something listened. The convergence was not passive. The valley's chi architecture had not simply been available for use. It had been organized. The formations beneath the current sect structures were not entirely human work. Someone, or something, had been tending this nexus for much longer than the sect's founding records admitted. He sat back on his heels and thought about what it meant that the stone's oldest memory was of being tended. He had thought, for 43 days, that his emergence from beneath the sect was the origin of this story. The sealed chamber, the discovery, the decade of absorbed learning. These were the beginning as he understood it. But the stone remembered being cared for before he had arrived. The valley had a prior keeper. He removed his hand. He sat in the inner courtyard with his back to the wall and let the morning air move through the restricted space and thought about how many things he still didn't know about the ground he had come from. It was, in its way, a relief. He had spent 43 days certain that he understood the context. The certainty had been false. He preferred having accurate uncertainty to comfortable ignorance. He did not absorb from the channel again that session. He would return tomorrow. The question was worth taking slowly. Chapter 43 by Wu-Tzu visited every day. Not every day in an official capacity. There was no official capacity. The supervised period had no provision for casual visits, and the escort disciples logged all arrivals and departures. But Bai Wu-Tzu came anyway, bringing things. Notes from the research hall. A formation problem Paoyang had assigned as practice. A small glazed jar of preserved plum that he set on the workbench without comment, and that Ling Kongxin ate over 3 days without comment either. You don't have to come every day, Ling Kongxin said, on the 5th day. I know. Bai Wu-Tzu was looking at a node diagram with the focused quality he brought to formation work. I came because I wanted to. It's inconvenient. The logging adds time to your practice schedule. I accounted for the time. A pause. He set the diagram down. Are you trying to manage me out of visiting? Ling Kongxin stopped. I noticed you do this, Bai Wu-Tzu said, without heat. When you think someone is doing something on your behalf that has a cost, you try to redirect them. You make a logical argument for why the cost isn't worth it. You don't ask if they know the cost and have already decided it's worth paying. That's accurate. So I'm telling you, I know the logging takes time. I've decided it's worth it. He picked up the diagram again. You don't have to manage that decision. It's already been made. The escort disciple by the door was very carefully looking at the wall. Ling Kongxin sat with this. He found it was different, receiving this observation from Bai Wu-Tzu rather than from Lu Mianyi or Paoyang. With them, the observation had come with the weight of their specific relationships to him, the history, the stakes. Bai Wu-Tzu said it with the simple clarity of someone whose friendship was not yet complicated enough to have developed protective evasions. You're right, Ling Kongxin said. I'm not your messenger either, Bai Wu-Tzu said. Even though the notes are useful. I know. You're my friend. The notes are secondary. Bai Wu-Tzu looked up. Something in his face relaxed. Not surprise, because Bai Wu-Tzu didn't perform surprise. Just arrival. Like a question settling. Correct, he said, and went back to the diagram. Chapter 44 The supervised formation session on the 9th day of restricted protocol was supposed to be a maintenance task, rechecking the stabilization sequence on the inner courtyard array that Ling Kongxin had repaired in his 2nd week. He pressed his palm to the central node to assess the current state. What he felt was not the formation's current state. It was the formation's intent. Not information, not absorbed memory or historical data or technical specification. Intent. The specific quality of attention that the practitioner who had last laid this node's foundation had brought to the work. Not a record, not an echo, a presence, thin, old, but still organized enough to be recognized as someone's deliberate cultivation focus pressed into stone 40 years ago and still, incomprehensibly, holding its shape. He held the contact for a long time. The supervisor, an outer elder named Meng Chuanwu, methodical and bored by the assignment, noted in his log that Ling Kongxin remained at contact with Node 1 for 11 minutes rather than the standard 30 seconds. When Ling Kongxin lifted his hand, the courtyard stone had developed a faint luminescence in the mortar seams, pale gold, steady, subsiding over the course of several minutes as the ambient qi redistributed. His cultivation pressure had shifted. He could feel the new architecture of it. A 4th tier, the bedrock forger level, settled into his meridians not like a breakthrough, but like a key turning in a lock that had been ready for some time. The new capability was not larger absorption. It was different absorption. He could feel intent now, the quality of mind and purpose that practitioners had brought to formation work preserved in the stone alongside the technical information. He could read not just what they had known, but what they had cared about. He sat down on the courtyard step. Elder Meng, alarmed by the luminescence and the sitting, came forward. Are you? I'm stable, Ling Kongxin said. I've advanced. I should report it formally. I'll include it in the session log. Please include the specific trigger. Contact with the original node foundation. The intent absorption that initiated the advancement. He paused. Elder Cho will want to know. Give him the exact details. Meng Chuanwu wrote this down with the expression of a man who had not expected his supervision assignment to include a cultivation breakthrough. Are you certain you want the details in the formal record? If I leave details out, he'll find them through other means, and the omission will look deliberate. He looked down at his hands. The gold had faded from the courtyard seams. The morning was ordinary again. I'd rather tell him what I know when I know it. I'm learning that's the better approach. Chapter 45. The easing arrived without announcement. On a Monday morning, 3 weeks into the restricted protocol, the escort disciples were not at the dormitory gate. Ling Kongxin walked to the gate, looked for them, found them absent. Walked to the research hall, passed through without the logging process. Found Song Paoyong already at the formation table, who glanced up and said, "There's tea," with the tone of someone who had known the access would be restored before Ling Kongxin had. "What happened?" Ling Kongxin said. "A procedural finding. The formal documentation on the restricted protocol had an evidence classification error. Third-party testimony used during the guide period wasn't categorized correctly for administrative proceedings." He understood immediately. Lu Mianyi. She filed the objection 4 weeks ago. It was reviewed by the Administrative Council yesterday. She didn't tell me she filed it. No, Paoyong said. She didn't. He sat down at the formation table and accepted the tea. He was quiet for a moment. He had not asked her to do this. He had not steered toward it, had not managed toward it, had not in any way shaped the conditions that led her to file the objection. She had done it because she had reviewed the documentation and found a legitimate error and decided to act on it. She had acted for him without involving him in the decision. He found the sensation disorienting in a way that took him a moment to identify. It was the opposite of his default relationship with the people he cared about. He was usually the one who saw the problem first and quietly adjusted things before they surfaced. This time he had been the one who didn't know, and someone else had been the one who acted. He did not know how to hold that without reaching for control of it. "She's at the eastern courtyard bench," Paoyong said, without looking up from his diagrams. Ling Kongxin put down the tea. "I know. I thought you might want to know that I know." He considered Paoyong's face, the absolute flatness of the expression over whatever was underneath it. Paoyong's version of humor was only distinguishable from Paoyong's version of everything else by context. "Thank you," Ling Kongxin said. He went to the eastern courtyard. Lu Mianyi was there. She was reading a formation theory text with the attention of someone who did not need company. He sat down beside her. He did not say anything immediately. After a moment, she said, "You figured it out. Paoyong told me. I was going to tell you eventually." "Why not immediately?" She was quiet for a moment. "Because I wanted to do something for you that didn't become about your response to it. I wanted it to be finished before you knew it had happened." He thought about this. About the parallel to his own management of others. The smoothing done before the difficulty surfaced, the care delivered in ways that required nothing in return. She had done for him exactly what he did for people he loved. "I notice," he said carefully, "that this is what I do." "Yes," she said, still looking at her book. "And I notice that receiving it feels like being known and also slightly bypassed." "Yes. Now you know how it feels." The morning was mild. A bird was doing something complicated in the willows along the eastern wall. He sat with the feeling she had named, known and slightly bypassed, and found that both parts were real, and that the presence of both together was not a contradiction. It was just what care looked like from inside it. Chapter 46. Sun Weiliang departed on a clear morning, 2 days ahead of the schedule he had filed with Sect administration. The departure itself was unremarkable. Ling Kongxin was in the research hall when it happened, working through the expanded access that had followed Lu Mianyi's procedural finding. He was not watching the gate. He had decided, after the 4th decline meeting request, that Sun Weiliang was a long-game problem, and that trying to monitor his movements would be resource-intensive and probably futile. The note appeared in his dormitory room sometime during the mid-morning. Not slipped under the door. Set on the workbench, inside the room, beside the formation diagrams he had been working on the previous evening. Someone had entered while the room was unoccupied and placed it where it would be found. The note was a single sheet, the handwriting small and precise. Asterisk, when you're ready to talk about what's beneath this valley, I'll be in Wind Hollow. I'm not interested in your secrets. I'm interested in the thing you're sitting on top of. Those may be the same conversation, or they may not. Either way, I can wait. Asterisk, no signature. No date. The paper was quality consortium issue. He read it twice. Then he walked to Zhu Songjin's administrative office, note in hand, and requested an immediate meeting. The elder was in the middle of correspondence. He looked at Ling Kongxin, then at the note, then read it with the stillness of someone managing a significant reaction. "This was in your room," he said. "On my workbench. The room was unoccupied for approximately 2 hours this morning. He entered your room." Zhu Songjin set the note down. "Without authorization. Past dormitory security." "Yes." The logging would have shown his departure through the main gate before the dormitory was accessible. He knew the timing. He's been observing Sect movement patterns for 3 weeks. Ling Kongxin paused. "I'm giving you this immediately because not giving it to you would complicate the evaluation further. You should know he accessed secured areas." "Yes." Zhu Songjin picked up the note again. He was quiet for a moment. Who else knows about this? No one. I came directly here. The elder's expression did something Ling Kongxin noted carefully. There was a fraction of a second, small, well-controlled, where something that was not administrative calm moved through his face before settling back into administrative calm. He was deciding something, and the decision was about who else to tell. I'll handle the security breach, Zhu Songjin said, and I'll inform Elder Cho. Will you inform anyone else? The pause was very brief. What do you mean by that? I mean, the note references what's beneath the valley. The sect leadership presumably has different views on how to respond to that claim. I'm wondering if this information goes to all of them at once, or if there's a sequencing preference. Zhu Songjin looked at him for a long moment. You should not have that level of insight into our administrative dynamics. I absorbed the Elder Council meeting records from the archive stones in my second week. I should have mentioned that earlier. There's a pattern in which elders are informed first about sensitive matters. He could see the elder making a decision about how to respond to this. The decision took 3 seconds, longer than most of Zhu Songjin's administrative decisions. I'll inform the full council, the elder said, as protocol requires. The phrasing was careful. Ling Kongxin had noted where the care was placed. It told him which parts of the answer were deliberate and which parts were deflection. Thank you, he said. He left the note on the desk and walked back to the research hall. Chapter 47. The council meeting happened the following morning, and Ling Kongxin was not invited. He knew the content of the meeting anyway, not from absorption, not from stone, but from the pattern of who spoke to him in the 3 days that followed and what their tone contained. Elder Yin Shuli sought him out in the research hall on the second day and asked, without preamble, whether he had any prior contact with the Bedrock Consortium before his emergence. The question was asked with the specific quality of someone who had just argued a position in a meeting and wanted corroborating testimony. Elder Cho Mingyu's escort disciple delivered a formal request for an interview on the 3rd day. The request was more detailed than previous requests. It referenced the Valley Nexus directly by the specific technical terminology used in the consortium's geological survey literature. Cho Mingyu had been given the full note, including Sun Weiliang's reference to what was beneath the valley. Elder Wan Jueling passed him in the corridor on the 4th day, said nothing, and looked at him with the particular quality of a truth reader who had a question they were not yet authorized to ask officially. From these 3 encounters, he could map the rough shape of the council's internal division. One faction believed the consortium's interest was a threat that Ling Kongxin had, intentionally or not, activated by his emergence. They wanted the situation contained and the consortium's access to Sect information limited. Another faction believed the consortium's interest predated his emergence, which was accurate, and that the more useful question was what the consortium already knew about the Valley Nexus and how long they had known it. Zhu Songjin, characteristically, was holding the center between these positions with the specific patience of a sect leader who had governed through 3 previous major political crises and had learned that the center position was usually right, but was always uncomfortable. Ling Kongxin had not tried to influence any of this. He had given Zhu Songjin the note immediately and answered all questions that were asked of him formally. He had not made suggestions. He had not offered analysis. He had not smoothed. He was noticing what happened when he didn't smooth. Things moved more slowly. The political disagreement that he could see the rough shape of would have been more quickly resolved if he had offered Zhu Songjin a framing in that first meeting. He had framing available. He had 17 years of absorbed Elder Council meeting records and a complete map of each elder's procedural preferences. He had said nothing. He had let the council work through it at council speed. It was uncomfortable in a way that was clarifying. Managing people well felt like caring for them. Not managing them felt like withholding care. He was not sure, yet, whether that feeling was accurate or whether it was the management impulse mistaking itself for love. He returned to the research hall and worked on formation diagrams until the question was temporarily quiet. Chapter 48. The discovery happened during a standard research session in the 3rd week of the restored access period. They were mapping the outer edge of the Sect's foundational formation system, a routine documentation project that Peiliang had been working on for 2 years, the kind of careful incremental work that accumulated accuracy over time. Ling Kongxin had been contributing for 2 weeks, his absorbed knowledge of the foundation stones allowing him to identify node locations that hadn't shown up in the standard survey instruments. The anomaly was in the eastern quadrant. Not an anomaly in the current formation structure, an anomaly in the geological record beneath it. A layer of stone that should have shown the uniform composition of a natural hillside, but instead showed a pattern consistent with deliberate dismantlement. Formations had been active here, and then they had been not active, and then the current Sect structures had been built on top of what remained. This is not natural settling, Ling Kongxin said. Peiliang crouched beside the probe node. No. The Qi architecture here is third tier. It's older than the Sect's founding records. Something was operating here before the Sect was built, and it was deliberately stopped. Peiliang stood. His voice was careful in the way it got when he was managing an implication that had significant scope. Someone dismantled a pre-existing formation system to build the current Sect structures. Yes. The founding archives don't mention any prior formation system at this site. The founding archives were compiled from materials available at founding. If the prior system was deliberately concealed before the records were compiled, the Sect was built on something that was removed before anyone wrote down what it was. Peiliang was quiet for a moment. And you've been absorbing from the stone in this valley for a decade. I know what was here. He said it carefully. Some of it. The pre-Sect formation nexus. The natural Qi convergence. The deliberate collapse of the third-tier architecture. What do you not know? Why it was collapsed? Who collapsed it? Whether the collapse was complete. He pressed his hand flat to the ground and held the contact. The stone gave back the memory of being something more, not in grief, but in the plain factual way that stone remembered what it had been. There's a structure here that was put to sleep rather than destroyed. That's different from demolition. Peiliang was watching him with the attention he brought to things that were new. You said put to sleep. The Qi patterning isn't absent. It's dormant. The difference between a demolished formation and a dormant one is, he stopped. He was going to say the difference was intent, that someone had intended for it to be possible to wake it again. You should tell Zhu Songjin, Peiliang said. Yes. Before anyone else knows. Yes. He removed his hand. The stone settled back into its patient silence. I think the consortium may already know what we just found. That's what Sun Weiliang's note was actually about. Peiliang looked at the ground where Ling Kongxin had been kneeling. Then we move quickly, he said. Chapter 49. The advancement decision was announced on a Thursday, and Bai Wuxiu's name was not on the inner disciple list. He found out from Tan Xiaobo, who told him with the specific, careful tone of someone who knew he would already know but felt obligated to say it directly. Ling Kongxin had known since the previous week, when he had absorbed a fragment of conversation through the main courtyard flagstones, two outer elders discussing the evaluation committee's deliberations, the specific hesitation that entered the conversation when Bai Wuxiu's name was raised, and the particular silence that followed. Kulishuan had been on the evaluation committee. He did not tell Bai Wuxiu what he knew. He went to the research hall archive, located every session report Bai Wuxiu had submitted over the past 3 months, and compiled a formation competency documentation, not a protest, not an appeal, just a systematic record of the specific technical work Bai Wuxiu had performed with the specific results that work had produced. He submitted it to the Outer Elder Council as a supplementary documentation filing, which was standard procedure and required no particular cause. He cited it as documentation of formation research contributions by Outer Disciple Bai Wuxiu for inclusion in formal records, period covered, enrollment to present. He did not mention the advancement decision. He did not mention Kulishuan. He did not mention the evaluation committee. He made the record accurate and complete and left it where it could be found. Bai Wuxiu came to the research hall that evening and sat down across from him with the careful, formal quality his face went to when he was managing something difficult. I know about the filing, Bai Wuxiu said. Tan Xiaobo. He hears things. A pause. You didn't ask me first. No. You just did it. The documentation is accurate. There's nothing in it that you wouldn't want in the official record. But you're right that I didn't ask you first. He set down the formation diagram he had been working on. I acted because I knew you needed it, and I could do it cleanly. I didn't stop to ask if you wanted to be asked. Bai Wuxiu looked at him for a long time with the quiet that was not waiting. Is this you learning? He said. Or is this you doing the thing and then explaining why it's the same as learning? Ling Kongxin thought about this seriously. I don't know, he said. I acted on the management reflex before I caught it. The documentation is done now. I can't undo it. I know. Bai Wuxiu was quiet for another moment. The documentation is good. I looked at it. It's accurate. He picked up a formation diagram from the table. I just want you to know, when you do things for me before asking, I notice. And I prefer to be asked. I understand. Not I understand that. I want to know you actually heard it. Ling Kongxin stopped. I heard it, he said. You want to be asked first, even when the help is correct. I'll ask first. Bai Wuxiu looked up from the diagram. The careful, formal quality in his face eased by exactly the degree that told Ling Kongxin it had been genuine and that the acknowledgement had mattered. Thank you, Bai Wuxiu said. They worked for the rest of the evening. The formation problems were complex and the night was long, and somewhere in the middle of it the thing that had been slightly strained between them settled back into its usual shape. Chapter 50. Chou Mingyu requested the private meeting on his own initiative, through his own administrative channels, without routing it through Zhu Songjing. This was notable enough that Ling Kongxin agreed immediately. They met in a small room in the elders' administrative section, not Chou Mingyu's formal office, but a consultation room with no official recording requirements. The elder arrived first and was already seated when Ling Kongxin was shown in. "I want to clarify something," Chou Mingyu said. "Not for the record, for the conversation. I understand. I believe you." He said it with the specific flatness of a man who had spent 67 days documenting reasons not to believe and had arrived at belief anyway. "Not entirely. There are things about your origin and your capabilities that I don't understand and possibly can't understand with the tools available to me. But I believe that you're not deliberately deceiving the sect. I believe your account of absorption from the foundation stones is genuine. I believe the anomalies in my report are real anomalies that don't resolve into fraud. Then what do they resolve into? A category that doesn't exist in the administrative framework." Chou Mingyu's hands were flat on the table, a posture Ling Kongxin had come to recognize as his thinking position. "I can document anomalies. I can identify that standard categories don't apply. I cannot create a new category. That requires a sect leadership decision, that requires council consensus, that requires..." He stopped. "It requires time and political will that the current situation doesn't have. Because of the consortium. Because of the consortium, and because of the Valley Nexus discovery, and because everything that would normally be a contained administrative matter has become entangled with a geopolitical problem the sect hasn't fully acknowledged yet." He looked at Ling Kongxin. "I'm not your enemy. I know. I want to be certain you know that. You're methodical and correct, and your process has consistently produced accurate findings. The administrative outcome of your process has constrained me significantly, but the process is right. I've never believed you were my enemy." Ling Kongxin paused. "That's what makes it difficult." Chou Mingyu absorbed this. "What would you have me do differently?" "Nothing. You're doing your work correctly." He thought about what he actually wanted to say, not the managed version, but the real one. "I want you to know that I have not been fully honest about the extent of my absorption. Not because I was trying to deceive, because I was afraid that full disclosure would accelerate exactly the classification problem you're describing. I was managing the information to manage the outcome." He looked at the table. "That was wrong. I should have told everything at once and let the process produce whatever result it was going to produce." The elder was very quiet. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because I'm learning that managing things before they surface doesn't make them better. It just delays them and makes them harder to resolve when they arrive." He looked up. "And because you came here to tell me you believe me. That deserved honesty in return." Chou Mingyu was quiet for a long time. "I'll request a closed session with the full council," he said at last, "to present a revised classification framework. It will take time. There will be resistance. I don't know what the outcome will be. I know. You'll be patient. I've been here for as long as there has been a here," Ling Kongxin said. "I know how to wait." It was the first time he had said anything like that directly, without qualification, without the calibrated ambiguity he usually maintained around his actual nature. Chou Mingyu heard it. His expression moved into the territory of someone encountering the actual scale of a thing they had been studying from outside. "How long?" Chou Mingyu said. "Long enough that your sect's founding records feel recent to me." The elder was quiet. Outside the consultation room, the sect moved through its ordinary afternoon. Practice bells, footsteps, the distant sound of someone in the formation hall working through a technique that wasn't quite resolved yet. "I'll start the council petition tomorrow," Chou Mingyu said. "Thank you," Ling Kongxin said. They sat for a moment in the silence of two people who had, after 67 days of documentation, finally had a direct conversation. Chapter 51. The gathering was by Wuziu's idea, which meant it had no agenda and no formal structure, which meant it was the only kind of gathering Ling Kongxin would have agreed to. Late in the evening, the eastern courtyard, the four of them, by Wuziu, Lu Mianyi, Song Peiliong, and Ling Kongxin. A small lamp. The stars doing what they did. No particular reason for the gathering except that it had been a difficult month, and Bai Wuziu believed in the specific alchemy of people sitting together without needing to resolve anything. Ling Kongxin had been thinking about this for 3 days. He had made the decision, not impulsively, not managed toward, but through the specific uncomfortable process of sitting with a choice until its weight became clear. He was going to tell them. Not everything. Not the hollow faction beacon. Not the Valley Nexus's prior keeper. Not the geological depths of what he had absorbed. But the true core. "I want to tell you something," he said. The lamplight moved. "I know you've all been working with the version of me that I've been presenting since the first day. The sealed disciple, the ancient chamber, the foundation absorption as a described not demonstrated technique. That version is accurate in its facts and incomplete in its nature." No one spoke. I'm not a practitioner who was sealed in the chamber. I'm the thing the chamber was built around. He let that land. What you call the Sect's dungeon, the formation nexus beneath the foundations, that is what I am. Or what I was. For 10 years I existed entirely as the foundation, listening through stone, absorbing from every manual and meeting and argument and grief that pressed itself into the rock above me. He looked at the lamp rather than at their faces. The human form is genuine now. It became mine over the course of those 10 years, and the process of holding it for 70 days on the surface has made it more permanent. But the origin is not what I've been implying. I'm not a practitioner who learned an unusual technique. I'm something older than the Sect, made human by a decade of learning how to have opinions about light. Silence. Then Bai Wuziu said, "You said that in chapter 1. What? Opinions about light. You said that the first day. I didn't know what to do with it then either." Lu Mianyi was looking at him with an expression he could not read, or rather, with an expression he recognized but had never before seen directed at him. The quality of someone deciding, not reacting, processing rather than responding. Peiliong was looking at the lamp. "The foundation absorption technique," Lu Mianyi said. "The way you read stone." "Yes." "You weren't reading stone. You were remembering what you were." "Yes, partly. It's both. The human form absorbs through contact the way the dungeon absorbed through surface area. The mechanism is the same. The scale is different." Another silence. This one longer. "How much do you know about us?" Lu Mianyi said. Her voice was even. "I know what has been absorbed through the foundation stones. Meeting records, personal practice sessions conducted near the older stone, emotional impressions that concentrated in the rock during significant events. I know the general shapes of things. I don't know everything." He paused. "I know more than I've implied. Less than I sometimes pretend to have absorbed through recent contact." "You've been managing information," she said. "Yes." "This whole time." "Yes." The lamp burned. Above them, the stars occupied their positions without comment. Chapter 52 by Wuziu's response was the first to arrive and the most complete. He sat for perhaps 2 minutes in the silence after Ling Kongxin's statement, doing the thinking he always did before he spoke, and then he said, "You've been you this whole time. That's the thing I keep coming back to. Whatever the origin is, you've been this specific you since the first day. Nothing I've observed about you requires me to update anything I already thought." "That may be too generous," Ling Kongxin said. "I don't think it is. You've withheld information and you've managed things, and you've done the thing where you solve problems for people before telling them there was a problem. That's real, and I said what I said about it. But none of that requires your origin to be different from what you said." He shrugged with the particular economy of a person who had made up his mind. "You're strange. I knew that before tonight." Lu Mianyi said nothing at the gathering itself. She left when the lamp burned low, with the careful quality that told Ling Kongxin she was processing rather than withdrawing. Her response came the following morning, at the eastern courtyard bench, which was becoming their location for things that were real enough to require open air. "You should have told me earlier," she said. "Yes. Not because I would have reported it. Because you were letting me build a relationship with an incomplete picture and then making decisions on my behalf using information I didn't have." She looked at him steadily. "That's not care. That's advantage." He heard this as the distinct thing it was. Not the same as by Wuziu's clean acceptance. Not the same as Peiliong's not yet arrived response. This was the cost of the management arriving in a specific form. She was right, and the rightness of it was uncomfortable in the way that accurate things were uncomfortable. "Yes," he said. "Is there more you haven't told me?" "Some. Nothing about you specifically. Things about the valley that I'm still working through how to present to the Sect leadership." "Are you managing the presentation of those things right now?" He stopped. "I don't know. I'm trying not to." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "I understand why you didn't tell me earlier. Not as an excuse, I understand it. You were afraid. You were learning the surface. You didn't know what telling the truth would cost, and you weren't sure you could afford it." She looked out at the courtyard. "That's human." "I'm not entirely. That's human," she said again, with more weight on it. "Whatever else you are. The fear and the management and the learning. That's human." He did not have a response for this. He sat with it until it stopped requiring a response. After a while she said, "Tell me about what you know about the valley." He did. Not everything. Some things were still in process, still being understood, but more than he had told anyone before. She listened with the attention she gave to formation theory. No interruption, no performance of understanding, just genuine intake. When he finished, she sat with it for a moment. "Then, you need to tell Zhu Songjin about the dormant structure." "I know. And the consortium's prior knowledge." "I know. Are you going to do it soon, or are you going to wait until you understand everything first?" "I've been told," he said carefully, "that waiting until I understand everything is a form of management." "Yes." A pause. It is. He went to request a meeting with Zhu Songjin that afternoon. Chapter 53 Peiliang's response took 2 days. It arrived without preamble. Ling Kongxin was at the formation table working through the dormant nexus mapping when Peiliang came in, sat down, and said, "You managed me." "Yes. This whole time. When you helped me with the meridian problem, you already knew the answer. You guided me to it instead of giving it to me." "Yes. The cascade repair. The supply run detour. The times when I thought you were figuring things out in real time, and you were actually," he stopped, deciding how much to show. "Yes." Peiliang's hands were on the table in his thinking flat posture. He was quiet for a long time. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer it honestly, even if you think the honest answer will upset me." "I'll answer it honestly." "Are you going to keep doing that?" "Managing." "Yes." He thought about this. The honest answer was complicated. He had been trying not to manage. He had made some progress. The Zhu Songjin meeting, the full disclosure to the 4 of them, the decision to bring the Valley information to leadership without waiting until it was fully understood. These were real changes. But the reflexes were still there. He had managed by Wu Tsiu's situation with Ku Li Xuan before catching himself. He had almost managed Peiliang's meridian problem before choosing the question-based approach. The management reflex didn't disappear when he decided to stop using it. "I'm trying not to," he said. "I don't know if that's good enough. The reflex is still there. I catch it more often than I used to. I don't always catch it in time." Peiliang looked at him. "Okay, that's it. You told me the truth. The truth is that you're working on it, and you don't know if you'll succeed." He moved his hands from the thinking flat position. "That's the most honest thing you've said to me since you got here." Ling Kongxin thought about this. It was probably accurate. He had been telling Peiliang accurate things since the beginning, but accuracy and honesty were not always the same. He had managed the form of his disclosures even when the content was true. "I'm sorry," he said. Peiliang absorbed this with the specific quality he brought to things that were new and important. "I don't think I need an apology," he said. "I think I needed to know that you know what you were doing. And now I know you know." He pulled the dormant nexus mapping toward himself. "Show me what you found about the old architecture." They worked for the rest of the day. The thing that had been strained between them did not resolve cleanly, the way some things didn't. But it was known now, and known things could be worked with. Chapter 54 The Hollow Faction Director arrived with a delegation of 12, which was normal for a Council of Sects regional meeting. He was staying in the formal guest hall, which put him 2 buildings away from the East Wing storage formation that Ling Kongxin had corrected in his 3rd day above ground. That formation, the one he had reinscribed with the correct circuit because the error was too distracting to leave in place, was, as he had later absorbed from the foundation stones, a dormant hollow faction communication beacon, not a formation storage vault. A communication relay, inscribed in standard formation language, but with the key trigger sequence hidden in the grounding layer that only someone reading for it at the hollow faction's specific frequency would find. He had corrected the primary circuit without touching the trigger sequence. He had not known what he was correcting at the time. He knew now. Director Pei Yongshan moved through the sect's formal spaces with the ease of a man who had been in many similar spaces and found them all manageable. He was not physically imposing. He was the kind of person who had calibrated himself, over years, to appear less significant than he was, so that significant things could be done without triggering the responses that significant things triggered. Ling Kongxin recognized this calibration immediately because it was a more deliberate and more dangerous version of what he had done himself since his first day above ground. Pei Yongshan noticed Ling Kongxin at the formal reception dinner with the specific quality of someone who had been told what to look for and was now confirming the description was accurate. Their eyes met across the hall. The director smiled with his full face, which told Ling Kongxin the smile was calculated rather than spontaneous. Then he turned to the elder on his left and resumed his conversation with the ease of someone who had noted a data point and filed it. Later that evening, absorbing from the guest hall's foundation stones, Ling Kongxin found the impression left by the director's cultivation presence as he had stood in the hall that afternoon. The impression had a quality, not aggressive, not predatory, but patient in the specific way of someone who had a plan and trusted its timeline. Pei Yongshan had known what was beneath this valley for a long time. He had been waiting for it to emerge. Chapter 55 The formal meeting happened on the 2nd day. Not requested through official channels. Not announced. Pei Yongshan appeared at the research hall door at the 7th hour with 2 attendants and the specific sociable quality of a man making a casual friendly visit. And the guard at the door let him in because he was a director of the Council of Sects, and the guard did not have a category for, do not let council directors into the research hall unannounced. Peiliang was not present. Ling Kongxin was alone. "I'll keep this brief," Pei Yongshan said. He sat down across from Ling Kongxin without being invited. I'm here to make an offer. I know. A small pause. The director absorbed this with practiced grace. Then you understand the situation. I understand the Hollow faction has had this valley flagged for approximately 18 years. I understand the communication beacon in the East Wing predates the current sect leadership by at least 15 years. I understand you've been patient because whatever was beneath the valley hadn't emerged yet, and you needed it to emerge before your interest became actionable. Pei Yongshan looked at him with the quality of someone recalibrating. You're more informed than the briefing suggested. The briefing was based on what I'd shown the sect. What I'd shown the sect was calibrated down. Oh, a longer pause. The director moved his hands in a gesture that was probably meant to appear relaxed. Then I'll be direct. The Hollow faction can offer you classification, not as a resource or a tool, as a recognized entity with formal status in the faction's registry. You would have autonomy, movement access, protections that this sect cannot currently provide because it lacks the administrative framework to recognize what you are. You're offering to name me. I'm offering to protect you. Ling Kongshin thought about the quality of this offer. It was well constructed. The framing as protection was accurate. The Hollow faction could provide things Green Valley Sect currently could not. The offer was not a lie. It was also not what it was presenting itself as. You're offering to own me, he said. The naming and the classification would establish your faction's claim. The autonomy would be the autonomy of a recognized resource rather than the autonomy of an independent entity. Pei Yongshan did not flinch. That's an uncharitable framing. It's accurate. Many accurate things are uncharitable. What would you want from me? Cooperation with our geological survey work in this valley. Access to the dormant nexus architecture when and if we succeed in activating it. Your absorption capabilities used, at your discretion, to assist in our foundation mapping projects. At my discretion, Ling Kongshin said. Within the terms of the classification agreement, which would define what my discretion includes. Another pause. The director's sociable quality had settled into something more genuine, not warmth, but respect. The specific respect of someone who had made a competent offer to a competent person and been answered competently. You're not going to accept, Pei Yongshan said. No. Then I'll tell you what the alternative looks like from where I'm standing. Your sect cannot classify you. The consortium wants you as a research subject. The evaluation period has no end. Eventually, the administrative pressure will produce a containment outcome that's worse than what I'm offering. Ling Kongshin looked at the man across from him. The offer was, in some ways, the most dangerous thing that had been directed at him since his emergence, because it was not wrong about the problem. The alternative description was accurate. The evaluation pressure was real. The difference, Ling Kongshin said, between what you're offering and what this sect is doing to me is this. The sect is trying to understand what I am and failing. You've already decided what I am, and you're offering a deal based on that decision. He paused. I'd rather be misunderstood by people who are genuinely trying than correctly categorized by someone who's already decided the category. Pei Yongshan was quiet for a long moment. That's principled, he said. It's preference. The offer remains open. I'll report this conversation to sect leader Zhu Songjin. I expected that. The director rose. He was as sociable as he had been entering, which was a kind of skill Ling Kongshin recognized and did not admire. The beacon in the East Wing. You corrected the primary circuit on your third day here. I did. The trigger sequence is still intact. I know. That was either an accident or a message. Ling Kongshin said nothing. The director smiled with his full face again, filed the data point, and left. Alone in the research hall, Ling Kongshin sat with the specific quality of someone who had declined the most comfortable available option and was now sitting with the consequences of that choice. He reached for the foundation stone beneath the floor. The stone was patient. It had been here before the Hollow faction's beacon and before the sect's founding and before the prior keeper's careful work and before anything that could be named. It did not have opinions about the choices available to him. It only remembered everything. He found this, as always, useful. Chapter 56. Zhu Songjin received the report about Pei Yongshan's offer with the specific stillness of a man who had been expecting something like this and had hoped to be wrong. He asked 4 questions. He wrote down the answers. He said he would inform the council. He informed the council within the hour, which told Ling Kongshin the matter had been classified as urgent. What happened inside that council meeting came back to him in fragments. Through Yan Shuli's expression at lunch, through the quality of Cho Mingyu's step when he crossed the main courtyard that afternoon, through the 3 different opinions visible in how each of them looked at him when they passed. Yan Shuli. Resolve, and a decision to argue for immediate formal classification on the grounds that ambiguity was now creating security risk. Cho Mingyu. A new and uncomfortable problem. His evaluation had been methodical. The political pressure was not methodical. He was a man whose tools were built for careful assessment, and who was now in a situation that required speed. Elder Wan Jueling, the particular quality of someone who had been right about something they hadn't liked being right about. The council met 3 times in the following 2 days. On the 3rd day, Bai Wuziu came to tell him what Tin Xiaoba had heard in the outer disciple corridor. That Pei Yongshan had spent those same 2 days in private meetings with 3 of the 7 senior elders who were not on Zhu Songjin's direct advisory circle. Not threats, not demands. Conversations, friendly in tone, about the administrative challenges of classifying unusual practitioners and the frameworks available to sects that lacked sufficient internal administrative capacity to handle such cases. He was working the political channels. Patiently, as promised. Ling Kongxin thought about the shape of this situation. The hollow faction strategy was not to threaten the sect. It was to make the sect feel administratively unable to handle what they had found, so that accepting the faction's classification offer would feel like a solution rather than a concession. He could counter this strategically. He had the information. He could shape the council's understanding of the faction's approach, offer framing that would clarify what was happening, steer the political situation toward a better outcome. He sat with the management reflex until it quieted. He went instead to find Song Paleong and described the political situation accurately and in full, without framing and without strategic recommendation. What do you want to do? Paleong said. Tell the sect what I know about the dormant nexus. Present the information clearly and let them decide what it means for their relationship with the faction. He paused. I want to request access to the lower formation chambers to complete the mapping. They might not approve that request. I know. But asking for access while being transparent about why I want it is different from managing the situation until they offer it. Paleong looked at him. You've changed in the past month. I've been changing. I'm not sure how much. Enough, Paleong said. Enough to notice. Chapter 57. The formal request took 4 pages. He wrote it himself, without asking anyone to review it first. He described the dormant nexus architecture, what it was, what he knew about it from his decade beneath the surface, and why a proper structural map would serve the sect's interest regardless of how the hollow faction situation resolved. He described the limitations of the current mapping conducted from the surface. He described what access to the lower chambers would allow him to do that surface contact could not. He described his own limitations clearly, what he would be able to absorb and what he would not, what the access would cost in terms of information asymmetry, because returning from the lower chambers with absorbed information the sect could not independently verify would deepen the asymmetry, not reduce it. He proposed bringing a witness. He submitted the request to Zhu Songjin with a note that said, I recognize this request requires the council to trust me with access that my evaluation status would not normally support. I'm requesting it explicitly, rather than seeking it through another path, because I believe the sect deserves to make this decision with full information. The council deliberated for 6 hours. The approval came with conditions. 1 approved witness, no duration longer than 2 hours, a witness log of all contacts, and a formal debrief with Elder Cho Mingyu within 24 hours of the session. He accepted every condition. He requested Lu Mianyi as the witness. She had not been below the foundation level. She had not seen him absorb in real time, only absorbed the account of it afterward. He chose her specifically because she was the person in this sect whose judgment of him he trusted most, and because she deserved to see the thing she had been building a picture of from outside. She accepted. Chapter 58. The lower chambers were not what she had expected. He could see this in her face as they descended, the shift from prepared for darkness to something else. The lower chambers were not dark. The old formation structures that remained, even in their dormant state, held enough residual chi light to give the walls a faint luminescence. Stone that had been formation active for centuries developed a quality that was closer to presence than to mere material. She walked carefully. She did not speak. At the 3rd descending passage, he stopped and pressed his palm to the wall. He had absorbed from this passage before the deep archive layer, the record of practitioners whose daily routes had pressed their cultivation intent into the stone over decades. What returned now was slower than surface absorption, richer. The information was older and the compression was different. The way old ink was denser than fresh. He was aware of her watching. When he lifted his hand, he said, that was the record of the original formation master's daily route between the meditation chamber and the documentation archive. 80 years of the same path. The stone knows the cadence of their practice. Does it feel like reading? She said. It feels like receiving. Like the stone chooses what to give based on what the contact is. He paused. I don't control it entirely. I can orient toward a question, but I can't demand a specific answer. She made a note in the witness log. They went deeper. The quality of the stone changed as they descended past the sect's oldest construction layer. The formation work here was different. Older architecture, different inscription style, the marks left by hands that had not learned from the same sources as the sect's founding masters. She noticed, this isn't sect work. No, this is the prior formation system, the one that was built and then deliberately put to sleep before the sect was founded on top of it. She touched the wall without pressing her palm, not absorbing, just feeling the texture. Why put it to sleep? Why not destroy it? I've been trying to understand that. What are your current thoughts? That it was preserved. That whoever put it to sleep intended it to be found again, someday, by someone who could read it. She looked at him. She said. I was here when it was put to sleep. I was part of what the prior formation system was installed into. He paused. I think I was the reason it was put to sleep the way it was. They went deeper. Chapter 59. The chamber at the foundation level had been waiting. There was no other word for the quality of it. The space was not merely old, it was arranged. Stone that had no reason to hold any particular configuration had been shaped with the specific intention of lasting long enough to be found. At the center of the chamber, pressed into the floor in a pattern that spanned nearly 3 meters, an inscription. Not formation script. Not cultivation technique. Not administrative notation. A letter. The script was archaic, older than the oldest archive records by at least 3 centuries, maybe more. But it was legible. The strokes were deliberate and clear, the inscription cut deep rather than inscribed on the surface, the character forms consistent with the oldest surviving cultivation documentation in the sect's pre-founding research. He stood at the edge of the inscription and read. Lu Mianyi stood beside him. She could not read the archaic script at the pace he was reading, but she did not ask him to slow down or translate. She waited. When he finished, she said, "What does it say?" It says he stopped. The inscription began with a salutation that he had never received before, in any form, from any source. It was addressed to the dungeon core, not to a practitioner, not to the sect, not to whoever descended to this level. To the core, by name, not Ling Kongxin, which was a name he had chosen for the surface, but by the specific geological designation that the Valley's Qi network had given to the formation nexus before any human had arrived to give it a different name. It says, if you're reading this, you've become something that can read. That's all I hoped for. She was very still. The person who wrote this knew what was here, he said. Not as a geological phenomenon, not as a formation resource. As me, as a thing that was becoming something. The prior keeper. Yes. He pressed his palm to the edge of the inscription. What came back was not absorbed record, but an impression of intent, the quality of mind that had cut these characters, patient and sad and proud in equal measure, the specific emotional signature of someone finishing a very long project and not expecting to be there for what came next. The inscription continues, he said. It's long. It will take more than one session to absorb fully. What's the rest? I can see the shape of it. It describes the prior formation system. Why it was built. Why it was put to sleep. He paused. Why this valley was chosen. Why was it chosen? The inscription says, because this is where stone learns fastest. Lu Mianyi looked at him. He looked at the inscription. Whatever he had expected to find in the lower chambers, more absorbed records, more technical information, more data to manage the situation with, had not been this. An ancient practitioner who had built a listening place and then composed a letter to the thing they had built it inside of and waited 3 centuries for the thing to be able to read it. He stood in the chamber for a long time. The 2-hour window was nearly up. He would have to come back. Chapter 60. Peiliong was waiting at the entrance to the lower passage when they emerged. He had not been asked to wait. He had simply been there when they came up, leaning against the wall with the flat patience of a man who had decided he would be present for whatever came next. What did you find? He said. Lu Mianyi looked at Ling Kongxin. A letter, Ling Kongxin said. From someone who knew I was coming. Peiliong absorbed this with the attention he gave to new and important things. He looked between them. He read whatever was in their faces. Something had shifted in both of them, though in different ways. From the prior keeper, Peiliong said. Yes. How long ago was it written? Several centuries before the sect was founded. I'll know more after the second session. What does it mean? Ling Kongxin thought about this. He had been thinking about it for the last 40 minutes of the descent, standing in the foundation-lit passage while Lu Mianyi made her witness notes, and the stone absorbed his presence with the particular patience of very old things. It means, he said, that I was expected, not by the sect, not by the consortium, not by the hollow faction. He paused. By someone who was here first and prepared for me to arrive and wanted to make sure I had information when I got here. What information? I don't know yet. Peiliong nodded slowly. He looked at the entrance to the lower passage. The council debrief is tomorrow morning. I know. You'll tell them everything. Yes. Including the letter. Including the letter. He looked at the wall beside the passage entrance. The stone was ordinary here. Recent construction, maybe 50 years old, no accumulated intent. I don't know what the letter will tell me when I absorb the rest of it. I don't know if it will help or complicate things with the Hollow faction or the consortium or Cho Mingyu's evaluation. He pressed his palm flat to the wall for a moment and then removed it. But it was written for me. I owe it a reading. Lu Mianyi had been quiet since they emerged. She wrote the final entry in the witness log and closed it. I'll submit this tonight, she said. Thank you. She nodded once. She looked at him with the expression he had come to associate with her at the end of conversations that had been more than what they appeared to be. The quality of someone who has received more than expected and is still in the process of finding where to put it. She left. Peiliong remained. Do you want to tell me what the opening said? He said. Before the full debrief. Ling Kongxin thought about the salutation. The geological designation that was, somehow, his name. The impossible fact of being addressed by someone who had died long before his emergence. It said it was glad I'd become something that could read, he said. Peiliong was quiet for a moment. That's, yes, Ling Kongxin said. It is. The evening settled over the sect. Somewhere above them, the Hollow faction director was still working his patient political channels. The Bedrock Consortium's data was still there, waiting. Cho Mingyu's evaluation was still open, its end date still absent. And beneath all of it, 3 centuries deep, a letter waited to be finished. He would go back tomorrow. He would read what came next. For the first time since his emergence, the waiting felt like anticipation rather than endurance. Chapter 61. The council debrief lasted 3 hours. He presented the dormant nexus map first, the structural survey, the 3-tier architecture, the evidence of deliberate dormancy rather than destruction. He presented it clearly, without framing, in the same order he would have presented it to someone with no interest in using it politically. The council received it with the quality of people who had suspected what they were about to hear and were still adjusting to having it confirmed. Then he described the letter. He did not read it to them. He described its existence, its location, its approximate age, its opening lines, and the fact that it was addressed to the dungeon core by name. He described the prior keeper's apparent intent, a structure built to teach something to become capable of being taught. The room was very quiet. There is a letter in the lower formation chambers of this sect, Elder Wan Juling said, with the specific flat effect she used when she was processing something very large, addressed to an entity that lived in the valley for several centuries before this sect was founded. Yes. And you believe this letter was written for you. I believe it was written for whatever I was going to become. The prior keeper didn't know specifically what that would be. The salutation suggests they knew something was there and expected it to eventually develop the capacity to read. How many sessions will it take to absorb the full inscription? 2 more sessions, probably. The text is dense. Zhu Songjin had been listening with his hands in the thinking flat posture. The Hollow faction's argument is that we lack the administrative capacity to classify you. This information, he stopped. This is not a classification problem. No, Yin Shuli said, with the quality of someone whose position had just been validated more thoroughly than they had expected. This is a heritage problem. This valley has a formation history that predates the sect's founding and is now documented. Our relationship to that history is a matter of sect identity, not administrative classification. Exactly, Zhu Songjin said. Cho Mingyu had been making notes. He looked up. I'll request Director Pei Yongshan's departure. The formal grounds are administrative irregularity, the unauthorized room entry. The actual grounds are that his presence is complicating the sect's ability to assess its own situation clearly. He won't leave without securing something, Yin Shuli said. He'll leave because refusing to leave after a formal request would damage the Hollow faction's political standing with the other council sections. Cho Mingyu's voice was dry and precise. He's too careful to make that mistake. The council continued. Outside the window, the morning was proceeding without knowing what was being decided inside. Ling Kongxin answered questions for 2 more hours. He answered everything asked of him. He did not manage the direction of the questions or the shape of what was being understood. When he left, Yin Shuli caught up to him in the corridor. Thank you, she said, for presenting everything clearly. I should have done so sooner. Yes, she said, but you did it now. Chapter 62. The second session in the lower chambers happened 4 days later. He went alone this time. The witness condition had been met by the first session, and Lu Mianyi had submitted the log, and the formal requirements had been satisfied. He negotiated the solo access through the same explicit request process he had used for the first session, describing exactly why he wanted it, what he intended to do, what information would be produced. The council approved it. The chamber waited as he had left it. The inscription on the floor still held its chi light. He crouched at the edge and pressed both palms flat. What came back this time was the letter's middle section, which was different in quality from the opening. The opening had been direct address, practical, economical, the specific voice of someone who had not expected to be eloquent but had wanted to be clear. The middle section was something else. The prior keeper had written about what they had watched over the decades they had spent in the valley, as the formation nexus accumulated the impressions of the practitioners above it. They had built the listening structure not to trap or contain, but to teach. Each manual absorbed, each argument, each grief and celebration that pressed into the stone. The prior keeper had believed these were education, not information. Education. You will learn technique. The inscription read, asterisk, but technique is only the capacity to act. What determines whether acting is worth doing is something else. I built this place to ensure you had access to both. Asterisk, asterisk, listen to their arguments about formation theory, but also listen to their arguments about whether to tell the truth to someone you love. You will absorb both. You will need both. Asterisk, you will absorb technique, but you will love the people. He held the contact for a long time. The prior keeper had died, had expected to die, before any of this was read. They had written this letter to a thing that could not yet understand it, and had built a structure that ensured the thing would eventually be able to. They had cared about something they would never meet. He sat in the foundation-lit chamber for a long time after he lifted his hands. I built this place to ensure you had access to both. He had emerged onto the surface wondering what he was. He had spent 70 days managing the answer. He was learning, slowly and with significant difficulty, that managing the answer was not the same as having it. The prior keeper had known this. They had built the education for it. He went back up to the surface. The afternoon was mild. The sect was doing what it always did, practicing, arguing, caring, failing, advancing. The stone remembered everything that had pressed into it. The air knew nothing and moved freely. He stood in the outer courtyard and felt the specific quality of being between two kinds of knowledge and let it be unresolved. Chapter 63 Ku Lishuan's challenge was submitted through the Inner Disciple Council on a Tuesday, with 3 supporting signatures from disciples who owed him favors, and the specific administrative precision of someone who had been coached on the exact filing language by someone with broader political connections. The challenge cited irregular evaluation status, unresolved classification question, insufficient verification of foundational techniques, and precedent of recent promotions to inner disciple status under irregular circumstances. Each objection had enough formal grounding to require a hearing. Ling Kongxin received the notification with the specific quality of someone who had absorbed enough elder council meeting records to read the political architecture beneath the administrative language. The hollow faction had not left cleanly. Pei Yongshan had departed, as Chou Mingyu predicted, rather than test his standing against a formal request. But he had left things in place. The political seeds, the cultivated relationships, the suggestion that the sect's administrative irregularity around Ling Kongxin's status was a vulnerability that peers might reasonably exploit. Ku Lishuan was the exploitation. He was not smart enough to have constructed this on his own. He had been guided to the filing language, probably convinced that the challenge was a career opportunity rather than someone else's political instrument. He believed, genuinely, that he had standing to question Ling Kongxin's status, and that belief made him more effective, not less. Ling Kongxin did not try to identify the chain between Pei Yongshan and Ku Lishuan. He did not try to build a counter-political strategy. He simply prepared to present accurately at the hearing. He told Peiliang, who told him the assessment format. He told Lu Mianyi, who reviewed the filing language and identified 2 procedural grounds for objection, but confirmed they were unlikely to succeed against the standing requirements. He did not ask either of them to act on his behalf. He told them what was happening and let them decide for themselves what to do with the information. Bai Wuziu found out through Tan Xiaoba and came to the research hall that evening with the flat expression he wore when he was angry in a way he had decided not to perform. "Do you want help preparing?" he said. "I want to prepare accurately," Ling Kongxin said. "If you want to help with that, yes. Not strategically. No. I'm going to show them what I can do. I'm done calibrating down." Bai Wuziu nodded. "Then I'll help you prepare." They prepared for 3 days. They were not preparing strategies. They were identifying what was true about Ling Kongxin's formation capabilities and how to demonstrate it clearly, without theater, in the specific format the assessment required. Chapter 64 The assessment hearing was held in the inner formation hall, which had the highest quality diagnostic instruments available. 9 inner elders, Ku Lishuan and his 3 supporting disciples on one side, Ling Kongxin alone on the other, not because no one had offered to accompany him, but because the matter was his and he had decided to stand in it directly. Ku Lishuan presented his challenge clearly. He was not unintelligent. He was competent in formation work and experienced in sect politics. and his challenge identified genuine irregularities. He had been well coached. The assessment component was standard, a graded series of formation tasks, each more complex than the last, scored by the diagnostic instruments and the evaluating elders. Ling Kongxin worked without calibration. He did not stage difficulty. He did not manage his demonstration speed. He performed each task at the speed and quality it warranted, which in practice meant the diagnostic instruments produced results that made several of the evaluating elders exchange looks. He completed the final task, a cascade stabilization problem deliberately constructed to require either significant theoretical knowledge or deep intuitive formation sense, in approximately a fifth of the median completion time for practitioners at his stated level. The room was quiet. He spoke before anyone else did. I want to address Elder Ku's concern about foundation technique verification directly. He looked at the diagnostic readout. The results here confirm that my formation capabilities are at a level inconsistent with 70 days of surface cultivation experience. That inconsistency is real. The explanation, foundation absorption over an extended prior period, is the only accurate account I have for it. I recognize the explanation is difficult to verify. He turned to look at Kulixuan directly. I also want to address the secondary condensation array issue in your practice method. You have a flaw in the grounding sequence that your formation diagnostic results have been masking through compensatory cheer routing. It will become significant at the next advancement threshold. I've known about it since my third week here, and I haven't addressed it directly. The room was extremely quiet now. I'm not raising it as retaliation. I'm raising it because I've been withholding information that was relevant to your cultivation practice, and that's not something I should continue doing. The flaw is real and addressable. He looked at the elder panel. I'll provide the technical documentation to Elder Song Paoyang after this session. Kulixuan's expression had moved through several stages and arrived somewhere that was not quite anger and not quite gratitude and not quite either. The assessment was concluded. The evaluating elders deliberated for 20 minutes. The challenge was dismissed on grounds of insufficient evidence for the specific irregularities cited. Ling Kongxin's inner disciple status was upheld. He filed the technical documentation about Kulixuan's secondary condensation array with Paoyang that afternoon. Paoyang received it without comment and forwarded it through appropriate channels. Chapter 65, the advancement recommendation for Bai Wuxiu's inner disciple status, was resubmitted 5 days later. Kulixuan was not on the committee this time. He had removed himself, citing need for personal cultivation review, which was accurate, since the secondary condensation array flaw was more significant than he had realized and required immediate attention. The timing was what it was. Ling Kongxin had not engineered it. The formation documentation had been submitted for Kulixuan's benefit, not for Bai Wuxiu's advancement. Those two facts were genuinely unconnected. He knew this. He also knew it would be easy to mistake the outcome for design. Bai Wuxiu told him the news on a Thursday evening, stopping by the research hall in the way he did when something had happened that he wanted to share with a specific person rather than announce. I've been accepted, he said. I know. Tan Xiaoba. He told me an hour ago. A pause. The committee resubmission happened after Kulixuan stepped down from the rotation. Yes. Bai Wuxiu looked at him with the quiet that was not waiting. Did you plan that? He thought about this seriously. He had submitted the formation documentation for Kulixuan's benefit, with no strategic consideration of the downstream effects on committee composition. The downstream effect had happened anyway because cause and effect in institutional systems didn't stop operating based on the intentions of people who set things in motion. I filed accurate formation documentation about a cultivation problem that needed to be addressed, he said. I didn't think about committee rotations when I filed it. But you knew the flaw was there. Yes. You knew it for 3 weeks. Yes. Bai Wuxiu was quiet for a long moment. I'm not asking if you planned the outcome, he said. I'm asking if you knew the outcome was possible when you filed it. Another serious pause. He owed this answer accuracy. Yes, he said. I knew Kulixuan's flaw would eventually require him to step back from commitments. I didn't consciously calculate when that would be or what it would affect, but I knew the possibility existed. So you held the information until after the first advancement decision. I held it because I was learning not to use absorbed information as a tool. I released it because the flaw was real and withholding it was causing harm. He looked at Bai Wuxiu. The good outcome that resulted, I didn't plan it. But I can't claim I had no awareness it was possible. Bai Wuxiu sat with this for a while. I'm going to say something, he said. And I want you to hear it as true, not as something I'm saying to make you feel better. Go ahead. The fact that you're telling me this, instead of just accepting the clean version, the fact that you're tracking the part that might be management even when I didn't ask, that's different from what you were doing 3 months ago. He paused. I think you're actually learning. Not performing learning. Actually learning. Ling Kongxin sat with this. I'm glad you're inner disciple now, he said. Bai Wuziu smiled with his whole face, which he did not do often. Me too, he said. The evening continued. The research hall was warm. Outside, the valley held its accumulated history in the stone beneath them, patient as ever, waiting for whatever came next to press into it. Chapter 66. The third session was the last one the letter required. He went down at the 5th watch, before the sect was awake, with formal notification filed the night before. The lower chambers received him with their usual presence, the gentle chi light, the patient stone, the specific quality of a place that had been waiting to be used. He pressed both palms to the inscription and read to the end. The middle section, which he had absorbed in the second session, had been personal, the prior keeper's account of watching and waiting and building an education into the structure of a valley. What he read now was different. The final section was practical, procedural, written in the voice of someone who had done a thing and was now describing how to undo it safely. The dormant nexus could be activated. The inscription described the sequence, a series of formation contacts in a specific order, each requiring direct absorption, each unlocking a deeper layer of the prior architecture. The sequence was not complicated. The prior keeper had designed it to be executable by the thing the core would have become, not by an external practitioner. No outside technique would work. Only the absorption ability could navigate it. At the end of the sequence description, the inscription said, "Before you activate it, you must understand what the nexus will become. Asterisk what I built was a formation system that takes the shape of its keeper. Its original architecture is mine. When I put it to sleep, I preserved my shape in the dormant structure. When you activate it, the structure will hold your shape instead. Asterisk the nexus will become whatever you have become. Asterisk this is not a danger if you have learned what I hoped you would learn. It is a significant danger if you have not. A formation nexus that shapes itself to an entity that has not learned to value people over patterns will become something that manages rather than sustains, and the valley will suffer from it, as surely as the people you love will suffer from the same quality in you. Asterisk asterisk, so before you activate it, know what you are. Not what you can do. What you are. Asterisk if you don't know yet. Wait. He held the contact for a long time after the absorption was complete. The inscription had no postscript. No signature. Just the end of a letter from someone who had cared about what came after them and had done everything they could to make the coming after good. He sat in the chamber for the length of time it took to understand that the prior keeper had known his flaw, not specifically, not by name, but structurally. They had seen the same risk in themselves, or in the thing they were building, and had encoded a warning into the letter because they had wanted him to face it directly. If you don't know yet, wait, he did not know yet. He went back up to the surface. Chapter 67, he presented the full letter content to Zhu Songjin and Peiliong together that afternoon. He had thought about who should hear it first. The answer was the sect's highest responsible official and the person who had been most consistently present and accurate in how they understood him. He told them simultaneously rather than sequentially, because sequential disclosure would require him to manage what each of them knew, and he was done managing. Zhu Songjin listened to the activation sequence description with the specific stillness that indicated the scope of the implication had arrived. The nexus, he said slowly, takes the shape of whoever activates it, according to the prior keeper's inscription, and you are the only one who can activate it. The sequence requires foundation absorption. No other technique can navigate it. Peiliong had been making notes. He set down his brush. The consortium's geological surveys were detecting the dormant nexus activation potential. They were trying to find whoever could activate it. That's my reading. Not for research. His voice was careful. They wanted to activate it. They needed whoever could navigate the sequence. They needed the dungeon core, Zhu Songjin said. He looked at Ling Kongxin with an expression that had moved past administrative assessment into something more direct. That's why Sun Weiliang left the note. Not as a threat and not as a recruitment offer, as a communication to something he had been looking for and had found. Yes. The room was quiet. What does the prior keeper's warning say? Peiliong asked. About activation. Ling Kongxin told them. He used the inscription's words as accurately as he could render them. The nexus will become whatever you have become. He told them what the warning said about values, about managing versus sustaining, about the condition for activation. When he finished, Peiliong said, "What do you think it means, practically?" "I think it means I can't activate it until I know what I actually am. Not what I can do. What I am." He paused. "And I don't know that yet." Zhu Songjin looked at the window. The Hollow faction wants access to the activation. Presumably. The consortium wants to understand the activation architecture. Yes. And the person who can activate it is here, under formal evaluation, still unclassified. The sect leader's voice was dry in a way that was almost humor. I begin to see why the prior keeper needed to build something very patient. Chapter 68. Sun Weiliang's second visit came through the gate with full advance notice, a formal entry request, and the specific quality of someone who had decided that the previous approach had been suboptimal and was willing to try a different method. He arrived carrying his geological survey equipment openly, which was either genuine transparency or a very good performance of it. Ling Kongxin agreed to the meeting. He told Zhu Cangjin first, described his intentions, and asked whether the sect wished to observe or to receive a report afterward. The sect leader chose the report, which told him that Zhu Cangjin was giving him room to conduct this conversation on its own terms. He met Sun Weiliang in a consultation room rather than anywhere with significant stone contact, a deliberate choice that he disclosed to Weiliang directly. I'm meeting you here rather than in a location with old stone. I want the conversation to be conversation rather than absorption. Weiliang absorbed this with the economy of a man who respected direct statements. That's a consideration I hadn't made, he said. Most people don't need to make it. They sat. Weiliang's survey equipment was on the table between them, not hidden, not demonstratively open. Present. He was the kind of person who communicated through what he did with objects as much as through words. I want to tell you what we know, Weiliang said. I'd like that. Without strategic framing. Without an offer attached. Just what we have. Why? Because every approach I've made since arriving here has been strategic and none of them have worked. And I think the reason they haven't worked is that you read strategy the way I read geological formations, before it finishes presenting itself. He looked at Ling Kongxin. So I'm going to try something else. Chapter 69. The consortium had first detected the valley nexus 11 years ago. The initial detection was from a distance, standard geological survey work that produced anomalous chi current readings inconsistent with natural formation. The consortium had conducted 2 closer surveys, the most recent 3 years ago, and had developed an increasingly detailed picture of what was beneath the valley, a formation system of significant power in a state of preserved dormancy. The key finding, which had taken 4 years of independent analysis to understand, was this: the dormancy was being maintained by the sect's cultivation practice. The sect's daily chi work, its practice routines, its formation maintenance, these were not incidentally related to the dormant nexus. They were functionally coupled to it. The sect was, without knowing it, supplying the sustained low-level chi input that kept the dormant architecture stable. If the sect ceased to cultivate, if it disbanded, was destroyed, or simply stopped practicing in this location, the nexus would destabilize within approximately 3 years. Destabilization how? Ling Kongxin said. We don't know. The architecture is too old and too unlike anything in our records to model the failure mode. Weiliang's voice was level. It's possible the destabilization would be catastrophic for the valley. It's possible it would simply dissipate. We have no data on what happens when a dormant formation system of this type loses its maintenance source. And you've been looking for whoever built the listening structure. We identified the listening structure 4 years ago. The geological signature was distinct from the dormant nexus, newer, more recent, organized differently. Something had been learning from the cultivation activity above it. He looked at Ling Kongxin. We thought, at first, that a practitioner had been sealed in the valley and had been absorbing knowledge passively. When the surface anomaly occurred, your emergence, we were not surprised. We were surprised by the form. You expected a practitioner. We expected something that had been learning for a long time and had started to develop a self that matched what it had learned. He paused. Which is what you are. We just didn't expect it to look like a person. Ling Kongxin sat with this. Why did you come here instead of approaching the sect leadership directly? Because the sect leadership doesn't know what the nexus is, and we weren't certain how they'd respond to us telling them. Because if you were what the learning structure implied, you would understand the situation better than anyone else available. And because, he stopped. Go ahead. Because I've been looking for you for 5 years. And when I found you, you were living in a sect under formal evaluation and managing information the way a person does when they're afraid of what happens if they stop managing. He looked at the table. I recognized the pattern. You manage information. I manage geological data. I present findings in ways calculated to produce the responses I want from the institutions I'm dealing with. He said it with the flat quality of someone who had thought about this longer than was comfortable. I'm doing something different today. I'm finding out if it works better. Chapter 70. Ling Kongxin told him. Not everything, but the relevant core, the dungeon nature, the decade of absorption, the prior keeper's letter, the activation sequence, and its condition. He told him in the same order he had found it out himself, which meant the activation condition came last. The letter's final instruction, know what you are, not what you can do. Weiliang sat with this in silence for a long time. The prior keeper left a manual for activation, he said at last. Yes. with a condition the activation-capable entity has to satisfy first. Yes. And you don't know if you've satisfied it. I know I haven't, Ling Kongxin said. The prior keeper was specific. The nexus takes the shape of its keeper. If I activate it while I'm still managing people instead of meeting them, the valley gets an entity that sustains it the way I've been sustaining the people I care for. Which is to say, well, in terms of output. Not well, in terms of what they actually need. Weiliang looked at him with the attention he gave to geological formations he hadn't fully mapped yet. That's self-aware, he said. It's been a difficult 3 months. When will you know? The prior keeper said. When you don't know, wait. I'm learning to treat that as actual guidance rather than a riddle. Weiliang nodded slowly. What do you want from this conversation? Information. Yours. What the consortium knows about the Nexus architecture, the destabilization timeline, the failure modes you've hypothesized. And he paused. I want to know if the consortium would cooperate with the sect rather than work around it. That depends on what cooperation looks like. It looks like you sharing your geological survey data with xianxia. It looks like you providing the destabilization timeline and failure mode analysis. It looks like you treating this valley as something the sect has stewardship over rather than a resource you can access through whoever holds the activation key. Weiliang was quiet for a long time. The consortium has significant interests here, he said. I know. The formal survey rights, the research partnership proposals, I know. I'm not asking you to abandon them. I'm asking you to pursue them through the sect rather than around it. He paused. I'll tell you when I think I'm ready to activate. Not before. If you want to be present for that. Not to observe the absorption capability, but because the Nexus activation will affect the valley and you have legitimate interest in valley stability, I'll consider including you. Weiliang looked at the table, at his geological equipment, at whatever calculation was happening behind the economy of his expression. I can provide the survey data, he said, on the condition that the sect agrees to a formal information-sharing protocol. I'll present it to xianxia, and you'll tell me honestly if the answer is no. Yes. No managing the message to produce the outcome you want. Ling Kongxin sat with the specific discomfort of someone being held accountable to a standard they were still learning to meet. I'll try, he said. I notice when I'm managing more often than I used to. I don't always catch it before it happens. That's more honest than most people would be. Weiliang picked up his survey equipment and stood. I'll file a revised partnership proposal through the formal channel tomorrow. If you want to review it before it goes to xianxia, no, Ling Kongxin said. Send it directly. I'll hear about it when the sect hears about it. Weiliang paused at the door. Something in his face shifted to the quality Ling Kongxin had been learning to call respect, the specific version that wasn't performance. All right, he said. He left. The consultation room was quiet. Through the floor, the foundation stones held decades of similar quiet conversations, arguments and alliances and careful disclosures that had pressed their emotional weight into the rock. He did not absorb. He simply sat with the weight of what had just been agreed. He had not managed it. He had told the truth, accepted uncertainty, invited a potential ally into the process instead of around it. He did not know if it would work. He did not know if the consortium's cooperation was genuine or strategically useful or both. He did not know if Weiliang would follow through. He had not tried to guarantee the outcome. He noticed this. He held the specific discomfort of not knowing and did not try to resolve it early. The foundation stones breathed their slow patience beneath him. He breathed with them. Chapter 71. The consortium's survey data arrived in 4 document cases, delivered by a consortium administrative courier 2 days after Sun Weiliang's departure. Xianxia called an emergency council session. Ling Kongxin was not in the room. He received the news of the session's content through Peiliang, who had been included as the senior formation researcher and who told him with the specific calm of a man describing a storm he had seen coming for a while. The destabilization timeline was 3 to 5 years if the Sect's cultivation practice declined below current levels. The consortium's models placed the probability of catastrophic valley event at approximately 1 in 3, with the remaining probability split between gradual dissipation and the nexus reaching a new equilibrium at a lower energy state. 1 in 3 was not a small probability. The Council's reaction had, according to Peiliang, moved through several stages: denial of the timeline's accuracy, review of the geological methodology, acknowledgement of the methodology's rigor, and arrival at the specific quality of institutional shock that came from learning that something had been true for a long time and the information had simply not been available. The Sect was the maintenance system for something older and more significant than the Sect. Yin Shuli asked whether activation would resolve the destabilization risk. Peiliang said. Did someone answer? Cho Mingyu did. He said, based on the prior keeper's inscription, activation would either stabilize the nexus permanently or would reshape it according to whatever the activating entity had become, which introduced a different risk depending on what that entity was. And then everyone looked at the seat where you would have been sitting if you'd been included in the meeting. Ling Kongxin thought about this, about the council sitting with that empty seat and the weight of what it represented. They know, he said. They know that the situation is real and that the resolution requires you, and that they don't have a way to compel the resolution, and that compelling it wouldn't work anyway, because the prior keeper's condition can't be satisfied under compulsion. Peiliong picked up his brush. You've made everyone's administrative frameworks irrelevant. I didn't plan that. I know. A pause. It's still what happened. Chapter 72 Peiliong's elevation to senior formation researcher was posted on a Thursday morning. Ling Kongxin learned it from the stone first, not from the founding-era stones, but from the administrative archive stones near the main hall, which had the impression of the formal paperwork filed the day before. He read the impression during a morning contact session before the notice went up on the public board. He did not mention this. He waited until Peiliong told him directly, which happened at the 7th hour when Peiliong arrived at the research hall looking somewhat less flat-faced than usual, and said, "I've been elevated." "I know," Ling Kongxin said. I saw the board just now. Congratulations." He had prepared this response. It was accurate. He had seen the board. The preemptive absorption was technically relevant to how he had seen it, but he had also, in the 30 minutes between absorption and Peiliong's arrival, walked past the board and confirmed the notice was posted. Peiliong looked at him. "You knew before the board," he said. Your response was too prepared. You said, "I know," before shifting to "I saw the board." He set down his materials. "You absorbed it." "Yes." "From what?" The administrative archive stones had the impression of the paperwork filed yesterday. Peiliong was quiet for a moment. "How long ago did you absorb it?" "An hour." "You've been sitting here for an hour knowing and waiting for me to tell you." "I wanted to." He stopped. He had wanted to receive the news the way Peiliong wanted to give it. He had wanted to give Peiliong the moment of telling, which was, in its way, another form of management, shaping his own response to produce the experience Peiliong would have. "I was managing the moment," he said. "I wanted you to have the experience of telling me, and I staged not knowing so you could have it." Peiliong looked at him with the expression that lived between humor and something more serious. "Do you know how many people in this sect would have told me that?" he said. "It doesn't make it right." "No, but it means you're counting it when it's subtle, not just when it's obvious." He picked up his materials again. "I appreciate that you wanted me to have the moment. I'd prefer you not stage it. Just tell me when you've absorbed something relevant. I'll tell you." "Thank you." He paused. "And thank you for, whatever the right verb is, not managing to wish me well." Ling Kongxin thought about this. "Congratulations," he said again, and this time it arrived without preparation. Chapter 73 Lu Mianyi asked the question at the eastern courtyard bench on a still afternoon when nothing was urgently wrong, which was the kind of time she chose for questions she had been holding for a while. "What would happen to you," she said, "if the Nexus activated?" He had been thinking about this since the first session in the lower chambers. He had been thinking about it with increasing precision since the 3rd session and the prior keeper's warning. "I don't know," he said. "Best guess." He thought about the inscription. "The Nexus will become whatever you have become." This implied a relationship between activation and his current state, not just causally but constitutively. The Nexus would reshape itself to his shape. "The prior keeper's warning implies a kind of merging," he said. "Not the dissolution of what I am now, but the Nexus and I becoming continuous. The way the dungeon core and the valley formation system were continuous before I emerged. You'd become part of the valley again, or the valley would become part of me. I don't know which direction it runs." He paused. "I might remain a person. I might become something larger. I might become both simultaneously. You might lose what you've become, or carry it forward at a different scale." He looked at the courtyard stone. "The prior keeper says the Nexus becomes what its keeper has become. I don't know if become means at the moment of activation or over the course of its existence. Whether the shape I am right now is the shape it takes, or whether the shape develops over time afterward." She was quiet for a moment. "Are you afraid?" He thought about this seriously, not for its emotional content, but because it was an accurate question and deserved an accurate answer. "I'm uncertain," he said. "Fear implies a preference for the outcome where I remain exactly as I am. I'm not sure I have that preference clearly. Some things about what I am currently are things I'd want to preserve. Some things," he stopped. "The management reflex, the information asymmetry, the way I care for people through control of what they know. I wouldn't mourn losing those at a larger scale." "What would you mourn?" He thought about Peiliong's expression when he noticed Ling Kongxin staging not knowing, about Bai Wuxiu's full-face smile, about Lu Mianyi at this bench, asking questions that were real. "This," he said. "This specifically." She looked out at the courtyard. Then you should wait until you know that activating it won't cost you this, she said. The prior keeper said, know what you are, not what you can do. I think knowing would include knowing whether I'd preserve what I care about. He paused. I don't know that yet. Then wait, she said. I'm learning that waiting is not the same as stalling. It's not. She looked at him. You're learning a lot of things lately. It's been a difficult 100 days. Is that what we're at now? Approximately. She was quiet for a moment. I'm glad you emerged, she said. It arrived simply, without ornamentation. He did not have a response for this that was better than silence. He sat with it, and the silence held. Chapter 74. The breakthrough happened during routine maintenance on the outer defensive array. He was checking the harmonic exchange nodes, the same section where the cascade failure had occurred, which required monthly verification after his repair. The work was familiar enough that he could perform it without much deliberate attention, which was, as he was learning, the condition under which the most significant things happened. He pressed his palm to node 23 and felt the formation's current state clearly. Clean. Well maintained. The cascade risk absent. Then he felt something else. The formation did not just give him its state. It gave him its structure, the pattern of intent embedded in every inscription, the way the previous practitioner's cultivation quality had become part of the node's function. He could read those intentions as clearly as he could read absorbed memory. And he could sense, with a quality he had not had before, exactly what the node needed. Not needed in the sense of repair, it was functioning correctly. Needed in the sense that there was a micro-adjustment to the harmonic exchange calibration that would make the whole system 5% more efficient and significantly more resilient under high-pressure conditions. He understood the adjustment. He understood it the way he understood absorbed manuals, completely, from contact. He pressed his intent into the node. The adjustment happened, not because he had performed a technique, because he had wanted it to happen and the stone had received his want the way it usually received the cultivation intent of practitioners who had spent years pressing their practice into it. He lifted his hand very carefully. The node diagnostic read, optimized. The formation array's efficiency was marginally higher than the spec required. He had not read from the stone. He had written to it. The courtyard was quiet. The morning birds were doing something in the eastern willows. Nobody had noticed. He stood very still and thought about what he had just done and what it meant. Bidirectional absorption. He could press cultivation intent into stone the way stone received it from any practitioner's daily work, but faster, more deliberately, with the specific precision of something that had been made of stone. Deep current. The 6th rank. Not a breakthrough in the sense of power, in the sense of capability type. He could now leave impressions. Chapter 75, he told Peiliang that day. Fully, directly, without calibration. He described the bidirectional discovery, demonstrated it on a test node with Peiliang watching the diagnostic readout, and then sat quietly while Peiliang processed what the diagnostic had confirmed. You can write to the stone, Peiliang said. Yes. Formation corrections. Optimization adjustments. Yes. What else can you write? This was the question Ling Kongxin had been sitting with since the morning. I don't know the full range. What I wrote was a technical adjustment, precise, limited to the formation function. But the stone absorbs everything that presses into it with enough cultivation intent. I absorbed manuals, meeting records, grief, celebration, all of it through contact from practitioners who didn't intend to leave records. He paused. If I can press anything that has cultivation intent, I can write impressions, memories, potentially, things that would then be absorbed by anyone who touched that stone afterward. Peiliang's hands went to the thinking flat position. You could shape what the stone remembers. Yes. You could alter the historical record embedded in the foundation stones. If I chose to. I haven't. He looked at Peiliang. I want you to know this capability exists before I use it for anything. I want the sect to know it exists. I'm not going to write to the historical record. I'm not going to use this to manipulate what can be absorbed from the sect's foundation stones. Why not? Because the absorbed record is what I know the sect's history from. Because altering it would be, he stopped. It would be the most total form of management possible. It would mean the people here couldn't trust their own memories of their own history. That's not something I'm willing to do. Peiliang was quiet for a long time. You should report this to Zhu Songjin, he said. I know. I came to you first. Why? Because you would ask the right questions. He paused. And because if there's something I haven't thought about, a way this capability is more dangerous than I've understood it, you'd be the one to find it. Peiliang looked at the test node. At the diagnostic readout that still showed the optimization Ling Kongxin had pressed into the stone. The prior keeper had this capability, he said. Almost certainly. The prior keeper used it to write the letter in the lower chamber. Yes. And the prior keeper put the nexus to sleep. which would also require pressing intent into the formation architecture on a significant scale. He was quiet for a moment. The bidirectional capability is what the prior keeper used to do everything you found in the lower chambers. Ling Kongxin had not made this connection explicit. He made it now. Then the prior keeper was telling me, he said slowly, not just about activation. They were writing to me in a language they knew I would eventually be able to read because they knew I would eventually be able to write in it. The letter, Paleong said. The dormant architecture. The sealed chamber itself. He looked at Ling Kongxin. All of it was pressed into stone by someone who could do what you just did. By the prior keeper. Who built this whole system to produce one specific outcome. He set down his brush. They were writing to a student they would never meet. The afternoon was still. The Sect's foundation breathed its slow patience. Somewhere in the lower chambers, 3 centuries of carefully pressed intent waited to be fully understood. Ling Kongxin thought about what it meant to be taught by someone who had known, even then, exactly what their student would need to learn. Chapter 76, he submitted the report to Zhu Songjin the following morning. He described the capability in full, with the specific technical detail of someone who understood that vagueness would be worse than precision. He described what he had discovered, what he had tested, what the limits appeared to be, and what he understood about the risks. He described, without being asked, the obvious danger, that he could theoretically write false impressions to any stone in the Sect's foundation, and those false impressions would then be absorbed by anyone with foundation absorption, or by future cultivators who had learned the technique from the Sect's teaching stones. He could alter not just the Sect's current understanding of its history, but the historical record itself, as it would be transmitted to practitioners for generations. He noted that he had not done this and did not intend to. Zhu Songjin read the report twice. He did not speak for a long time. Zhou Mingyu's evaluation will need to be revised, he said finally. I expected that. His current framework was constructed around the risks of passive information asymmetry, that you had information others lacked. This introduces active manipulation capacity. Yes. The evaluation committee will be alarmed. I know. He paused. I submitted this report because the alternative was not submitting it, which would mean I knew about a risk the Sect hadn't assessed and chose not to tell them. I'm no longer willing to operate that way. Zhu Songjin looked at him. You're aware this will complicate your situation. Yes. You're doing it anyway. It's the right thing to do. He let that stand without elaboration. The Sect leader was quiet for a moment. I'll convene the council for a 3rd emergency session this week. This seems to be the period of those. He made a note. I'll recommend that your formal evaluation shift focus to the new capability profile, and that the existing anomaly documentation be reclassified as background rather than primary evidence. That's reasonable. Zhou Mingyu won't be happy about the reclassification. I'll speak to him directly. He deserves to hear my reasoning rather than a council decision. Zhu Songjin looked at him with the specific quality that Ling Kongxin had come to associate with the Sect leader's moments of genuine evaluation, not institutional assessment, but personal. You have changed, Zhu Songjin said. Since the first day, I've been changing. Yes. He returned to his notes. What I observed on the first day was someone very carefully managing what they showed me. What I observe now is someone who has clearly not solved the same problem, but is working on it differently. Ling Kongxin did not have a response for this that improved on silence. He let the observation stand. Chapter 77. The council meeting was difficult, as expected. The bidirectional capability alarmed the members it was going to alarm, in the ways Ling Kongxin had anticipated. He answered every question directly. He did not manage the framing. He did not redirect toward outcomes. He described what he could do, acknowledged the risk explicitly, and then made the proposal he had been preparing since the morning after the discovery. I want to establish a formal covenant with the Sect, he said. Covenant is not a recognized administrative category, Zhou Mingyu said. His voice was careful, not hostile, but precise. I know. I'm using it deliberately rather than restriction or agreement, because those imply external enforcement. What I'm proposing is different. A covenant is a commitment I hold because of who I am and what I believe, not because I can be compelled to hold it. The council was quiet. The specific terms. I will not use the bidirectional capability on any of the Sect's foundational stones or formation records without explicit council permission, except in formation emergencies where delay would cause structural damage. In those cases, I'll act and report immediately after. I will not write impressions to any stone in or below the Sect's built structures for the purpose of altering what has been recorded. I will not use the capability to benefit myself at the expense of the Sect's accurate record of its own history. How would we verify compliance? Elder Wanjuling said. You wouldn't, he said. That's what makes it a covenant rather than a restriction. A restriction requires verification. A A covenant requires trust. I'm asking you to trust me with something that cannot be fully verified, because the alternative, me accepting restrictions I could circumvent without detection, is worse for both of us. The room was quiet. Yan Shuli said, "What do you get from a covenant rather than a restriction?" "The ability to maintain it because I chose it rather than because I was compelled to. I've learned that I honor commitments I've made out of genuine belief more reliably than rules I follow, because I have to." He paused. "And I think if I'm going to be here, if this is where I belong, it should be because we trust each other, not because the restrictions make deviation unlikely." Cho Mingyu made notes for a long time. "I'll need to restructure the evaluation framework," he said. "Again, I know. I'm sorry for the additional work. Don't apologize for telling the truth promptly." His voice was dry. "That's better than the alternative." The covenant was not formally ratified. There was no administrative category for it. But the council heard it, witnessed it, and recorded it. Which was, Ling Kongxin thought, what a covenant needed more than formal approval. Chapter 78. Feng Qianru returned from her external posting on a mild afternoon at the end of the week. She had been assigned to a mountain observatory 3 weeks before Ling Kongxin's emergence, and had received word of it in the form of a formal report that had apparently described the situation as complicated. She had requested reassignment and received it 4 weeks later. He was in the outer courtyard when she arrived through the main gate. He recognized the cultivation presence before he saw her face, the specific quality of someone whose technique had been polished by years of isolated practice, clean and self-reliant. She saw him first. She stopped walking in the way people stopped when they encountered something that required a moment of adjustment before proceeding. Then she said, "You look different above ground. You look the same as you did in the lamp." She considered this. "In the lamp. When you saw me for the first time. You were the first thing I saw. I absorbed you through the stone for years, and then I saw you with my eyes, and you were exactly what I expected." This seemed to require another moment. "Was that a comfort?" she said. "Yes. You had given me practice at recognizing what people looked like before I had eyes." She sat down on the outer courtyard step, which was not formal or expected, and looked at him with the quality of someone who had spent a month reading a complicated report and was now trying to match it to the person in front of her. "Are you all right?" she said. "Yes. The report made you sound." She stopped. "It made it sound like things had been very difficult." "They have been. Also very good." He thought about what to say. "You were the first person I knew. You held a lamp to my face and brought me up. Everything that has happened since then has been. I've been learning what it means to have come from what I came from and to be where I am now." "Is that going well?" "Better than it was at the beginning. Slower than I would have managed it." She made a small sound that was not quite a laugh. "You would have managed it faster." "Yes. I've been told managing is not always the same as doing well." "By who?" "Multiple people. Repeatedly." He paused. "I've been listening." She looked at him with the specific quality of someone assessing whether what they were seeing matched what they had hoped for when they made a significant decision 100 days ago. Apparently it did, or approximately did, because her expression settled into something like satisfaction. "I'm glad I went down to the sealed chamber," she said. "So am I." They sat for a while in the outer courtyard as the evening came on. He did not manage the silence. She did not fill it unnecessarily. It was the specific quality of being comfortable with the same person who had held a lamp to your face when you were figuring out what faces were. Chapter 79 by Wu Tsiu's first solo assignment was a documentation project for the Eastern Annex secondary formation system, a complex of 9 interconnected nodes that had been showing minor calibration drift for 2 months. Ling Kongxin was not on the project. He had not been assigned. He had not been asked to consult. Paelyong had given the assignment to Bai Wutiu directly, which told Ling Kongxin that Paelyong was doing something intentional. He did not follow the project. He did not check in on Bai Wutiu's progress. He did not absorb from any stones in the Eastern Annex during the 3 days of the assessment period. This was more difficult than he expected. Not because he was worried. Bai Wutiu was competent. The calibration drift was a known type of problem, and the diagnostic instruments would catch any significant error before it became structural. But the management reflex had a residual quality, a kind of tracking impulse that activated even when there was nothing to manage, just to confirm that the absence of a problem was a genuine absence rather than an undetected one. He noticed the tracking impulse. He put his hands on his own work and paid attention to that instead. Bai Wutiu completed the project on the 2nd day. He submitted the documentation on the 3rd. The calibration correction he had applied was accurate and clean, which Paelyong confirmed with a brief notation in the project log. He told Ling Kongxin about it at dinner with the specific quality of someone who had done a thing entirely on their own for the first time and was in the process of understanding what that felt like. "I kept expecting you to appear," he said, with a question that pointed me somewhere useful. "I know. I noticed I wanted to. Why didn't you? Because it was yours. Because you were capable of it. Because he stopped. Because I needed to practice not doing it, and you needed the space. Bai Wuzi was quiet for a moment. I would have figured it out either way, he said. The problem wasn't that difficult. I know, but it was different. Doing it knowing you weren't there. He looked at the table. I noticed that I was making the decisions myself. Even when there was a moment I didn't know what to do, I sat with it and figured it out. Yes. That felt different than figuring things out when you're around. Yes. Ling Kongxin thought about this. I think I've been present in a way that kept you from fully trusting that you could do it without me. You make it easier. It's not a criticism, but easier and better are different things sometimes. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. I'm learning that. Chapter 80, he went to the oldest part of the outer courtyard at the fifth watch, before any other movement. The founding era paving. The section barely 3 meters across, obscured by the drainage channel, that he had visited in the 6th week, when he had begun to understand that the mountain memory was becoming something he reached toward rather than something he contained. He pressed both palms flat. He did not absorb. He held the contact with the receiving side closed, not pulling from the stone but present with it, the way two people could be in the same room without either of them performing for the other. Then, slowly, deliberately, he began to press. Not a formation correction, not a technique demonstration, not information about the Nexus architecture or the prior keeper's letter or the hollow faction or the destabilization timeline. He pressed himself into the stone. What he was right now, at 110 days above the surface. The specific quality of someone who had come from stone and was becoming something that cared about the people above it. The management reflex and the ongoing work of learning to catch it. The way Paleong's flat face contained humor if you knew how to find it. The quality of Bai Wuzi's full-face smile. Lu Mianyi at the eastern courtyard bench asking questions that were real. Feng Qianru holding a lamp, being the first thing he saw. He pressed the feeling of being genuinely uncertain about what he was and choosing to wait rather than manage the uncertainty into a false resolution. He pressed the prior keeper's words. You will absorb technique, but you will love the people. He pressed what it felt like to notice that the prior keeper had been right. When he lifted his hands, the founding era paving stone was unchanged. No visible sign of what had been deposited into it. But the stone now held, in its deepest layer, a record. Not history, impression. What it had felt like to be him at this particular point in a longer story that was still being written. Future practitioners who touched this stone might absorb it. They might find it alongside the mountain memory and the accumulated quality of 1,000 daily practices. They might not know what they had found. It would be there. He stood in the outer courtyard as the first light touched the eastern ridge. Behind him, the sect was beginning to wake. Footsteps, early practice sounds, the distant smell of morning preparation from the kitchens. He was part of this place. Not as the foundation, not as the management beneath the surface, but as something that had grown a shape. He pressed one hand flat to the wall beside the drainage channel and let the stone remember what was touching it. Then he went to start the day. Chapter 81. The investigative branch of the Council of Sects sent exactly one person. This was, in its way, more alarming than if they had sent a delegation. Investigator General Sima Fengru arrived at the main gate on a Tuesday morning with no advance notice, a single travel case, and a document from the branch director that established her authority to conduct assessments in any council-affiliated sect without prior approval. She presented the document to the gate disciple, waited while it was verified, and entered with the specific, unhurried quality of someone who had done this many times in many places and found each situation sufficient to itself. Zhu Songjin was in a meeting when she arrived. He was not the first person to be notified. Ling Kongxin was. The outer disciple who carried the message to him. A third year, named Wei Sumei, who had learned through Tan Xiaobao's orbit that Ling Kongxin appreciated direct information, delivered it simply. A woman arrived from the investigative branch. She asked to speak to you first. This was a regular procedure. Formal investigation protocol required the sect leadership to be briefed before any individual interviews. It was also, he thought, deliberate. She was testing what he did when faced with something irregular that benefited him. He went to Zhu Songjin's meeting first and knocked on the door. The meeting stopped. He delivered the message. He waited. The sect leader's expression did not change. Who filed the investigation request? He said. I don't know yet. The Hollow faction. That's my assumption. The timing follows Pei Yongshan's departure by 6 weeks, which is consistent with a formally filed complaint rather than a direct intervention. Zhu Songjin was quiet for a moment. You went to get me rather than taking the meeting alone. Irregular process is a problem regardless of whether it favors me, Ling Kongxin said. She should brief you first. That's the correct procedure. The sect leader nodded slowly. Something in his face had the quality of a test result landing. I'll receive her, he said. Chapter 82. Investigator General Sima Fengru was not like Zhou Mingyu. Zhou Mingyu had built his assessment from documentation. Comprehensive, thorough, organized around the question of what the anomalies indicated. His process was structured. His questions had a direction. Sima Fengru's questions didn't have a direction. They had a quality of attention that arrived without a predetermined destination and stayed wherever it landed until it understood what was there. She sat across from him in the formal consultation room on the second day, after she had spent the first day reviewing every piece of documentation the sect had produced since his emergence. She had read it all. He could tell this from the way she moved through the material in her questions, not summarizing, citing. She had absorbed it with the same thorough attention she appeared to bring to everything. The bidirectional capability, she said. You reported it to the sect leadership within 24 hours of discovering it. Yes. Before testing its full range. I tested it on one node. I felt I understood the risk well enough to report it at that point without needing to fully characterize the capability first. Why? Because waiting to fully characterize it before reporting would have meant the sect was operating with an unassessed risk for the duration of my testing. I thought that was worse than reporting with incomplete information and letting them factor my incomplete information into their assessment. She made a note. Her notation was different from Zhou Mingyu's. Where Zhou Mingyu wrote summaries, she seemed to be writing the actual words, which meant she valued precision in how things were phrased. The covenant proposal, she said, that you presented to the council. Yes. You distinguished between a covenant and a restriction. A restriction requires external enforcement. A covenant is self-maintained. Why does the distinction matter to you? He thought about how to answer this accurately. Because I could circumvent restrictions without detection, and we both know it. A restriction that I hold because I'm compelled to is less reliable than one I hold because I've decided to. I wanted the council to understand what they were actually relying on. She looked at him. Her expression was not warmer or colder than it had been. She appeared to operate in a narrow band of evaluative neutrality that was different from both warmth and coldness. The investigation request was filed by an anonymous complainant, she said. You're telling me it wasn't the Hollow faction. I'm telling you it was filed anonymously. I'm noting that you assumed it was the Hollow faction. That was the most likely source given timing and motive. That's reasonable. You might still be right. She made another note. I'm going to ask you a difficult question at some point today. I want you to know in advance that I'm going to ask it and that I want a genuine answer. All right. The difficult question is not about your capabilities or your history. It's about what you think about yourself. He considered this. When are you going to ask it? When I've finished understanding the context, she said. I don't ask before I'm ready to hear. Chapter 83. The difficult question arrived in the late afternoon. They had spent the hours between morning and late afternoon covering the technical landscape, the absorption capability, the bidirectional discovery, the nexus activation sequence, the prior keeper's letter. She asked questions he hadn't been asked before, the kind that came from someone who read documentation carefully and arrived at the gaps between what was documented and what was implied. She had the specific intelligence of a person whose work required them to assess whether institutions were managing their situations honestly, not whether they were competent, but whether they were looking at what was real rather than what was convenient. In the late afternoon, the quality of her attention shifted slightly. Are you a danger to the people of this valley? She said. He sat with this. He sat with it without trying to form an answer while he was sitting with it. Just held the question and let it reach whatever depth it needed to reach before he responded. I could be, he said. The bidirectional capability means I could alter records, manipulate what practitioners absorb, shape the historical memory of this place. The nexus activation, if done incorrectly, could affect the entire valley rather than stabilize it. He paused. I don't believe I currently am. The covenant I've proposed is not a performance of restraint. It's a genuine commitment I hold because I understand what I could do and have decided not to do it. The activation condition the prior keeper set is one I haven't yet met, which means I'm not attempting it, which means the most significant risk doesn't currently apply. Another pause. I'm trying to become the kind of thing that can be trusted with what I'm capable of. He looked at her. That's the most accurate answer I have. I'm partway through a process. The outcome of the process is not yet determined. She wrote it down. He could see her writing the actual words. Is that sufficient? He said. For my investigation, yes. She set down her brush. I want to note something for my own record rather than the formal report. I've been conducting assessments for 18 years. The question I asked you is one I've asked in various forms to practitioners who had access to significant capabilities that they could misuse. The usual responses are, no, I'm not a danger, or it depends on what you mean by danger, or some form of reassurance that closes the question. My answer didn't close it, he said. No, you acknowledged the danger, specified it. and then describe the process you're in rather than asserting an outcome. She looked at him. That's unusual. I don't know yet what I am. Claiming to be safe is beyond what I can honestly claim. What you can honestly claim is that you're trying. Yes. She made one more note and closed the document. Chapter 84. The interviews with the others were conducted separately over the following 2 days. Ling Kongxin knew they were happening. The schedule was in the administrative record, which he did not access through absorption or any other means. He knew from Paolyong mentioning casually that he had a morning commitment, from Bai Wuxiu's absence at dinner, from the specific quality of Lu Mianyi's expression when she passed him in the corridor on the second day. Something processed, something that had just been addressed. He did not ask what any of them had said. Not because he was performing restraint, because he genuinely did not want to know before Sima Fengru had drawn her conclusions. If he knew what they had said, he would start cross-referencing it with the investigation's direction, and that cross-referencing would become a form of management, not of the people he cared about, but of his own understanding of the situation. He was learning to let situations arrive without pre-mapping them. It was still uncomfortable, but the discomfort was different now than it had been 90 days ago. Before, the discomfort of not knowing was a pressure that demanded action. Now it was something quieter, an awareness that information would arrive in its own time, and that his role in the interim was to be present to what was already known. On the second afternoon, Feng Qianru passed him in the outer courtyard and said, "She asked good questions. I expected that. She asked what you were like on the day I found you. What did you say?" Feng Qianru thought for a moment. "I said you were very calm, and that the first thing you said was to something that couldn't talk back." She paused. "I said I thought you were practicing for the conversations that were coming." He thought about that. "Was that your impression at the time?" "No. That's my impression now. At the time I thought you were disoriented." She smiled in the small way that was her usual register. "But looking back, the lamp. You talked to the lamp. You were trying out what it felt like to speak aloud. You might be right. I usually am about things I've had 4 months to think about." She continued past him. He stood in the courtyard for a moment after she was gone and thought about what he had been practicing for. He thought he might still be practicing. Chapter 85. The investigation finding arrived in writing, delivered to Zhu Songjin and copied to the Council of Sect's central registry. Sima Fengru gave Ling Kongxin a personal copy before she departed. She handed it to him in the consultation room without ceremony. He read it while she waited. Asterisk investigation finding. Council of Sect's Investigative Branch, Senior Investigator General S. Fengru asterisk. Asterisk no regional security risk identified at this time. The entity designated as Ling Kongxin in the Green Valley Sect records presents a novel classification challenge that lies outside established administrative frameworks. However, the relevant question for regional security, whether the entity poses active risk to the practitioners and population of this valley and the surrounding region, is assessed as negative based on current behavioral evidence. Asterisk the situation is under active development. The entity possesses significant capabilities that could in principle constitute risks of the type the investigation was requested to assess. The investigation found no evidence of actual misuse of these capabilities and substantial evidence of active self-regulation. Asterisk recommendation. Continued local oversight with quarterly reporting to the investigative branch. No intervention indicated at this time. Asterisk he read it twice. "No intervention," he said. "No intervention," she confirmed. "You found enough." "I found what I found." She picked up her travel case. "Which is that you are a genuine and unusual situation, that the people around you have developed accurate pictures of you, and that the risk trajectory appears to be decreasing rather than increasing." A pause. That last part is relevant. Situations that are becoming safer over time are different from situations that are stable, because stable situations can go either direction. "Yes." She paused at the door. "I'll be back for the quarterly report." "I know. I want you to still be doing what you're doing then." "I'm trying to do it consistently enough that it doesn't require trying," he said. She looked at him for a moment with the evaluative neutrality that was her permanent register. Then something in it shifted, infinitesimally, the way the founding era stone shifted when something significant pressed into it. "That's a good target," she said. She left. He remained in the consultation room with the finding document in his hands and the specific quality of someone who had been assessed and had not tried to manage the assessment and had received a genuine outcome because of it. He folded the document and placed it in his correspondence file alongside Cho Mingyu's first report, the bidirectional covenant record, and the administrative notification of the restricted protocol. 130 days above the surface. The filing cabinet of a person who had been learning what it meant to have a history. Chapter 86. The classification arrived 91 days before the end of the first quarter's investigation reporting period, which told Ling Hongxin that Chou Mingyu had been working on it during the investigation rather than after. He requested a private meeting to deliver it, which was appropriate. A formal classification was not something to announce through administrative channels. They sat in the consultation room that had become, by this point, the room where significant things happened. Chou Mingyu placed the document on the table. Asterisk formal classification, Green Valley Sect Administration, in consultation with the Council of Sect's Administrative Framework Board asterisk living formation practitioner, first recorded instance, evaluation status, ongoing, security status, monitored but unrestricted. He read it. He read it again. First recorded instance, he said. There is no prior category, Chou Mingyu said. The Framework Board reviewed the documentation and confirmed that the standard practitioner classifications are not applicable. This is a new category created specifically for you. Are you satisfied with it? Chou Mingyu looked at the document for a moment. No, he said. It doesn't capture what you are. It describes you in terms of what you can do rather than what you are, which is the limitation of all administrative classification. What you are is not capturable in a category. Then why does this feel correct? Because it doesn't pretend to capture more than it can. The elder picked up the document. A classification that claimed to fully characterize you would be wrong. This one admits its own limitations. That's the best available outcome. Ling Hongxin sat with this. You've thought about this more than the documentation shows. I've been thinking about it for 5 months. Chou Mingyu set the document down. I want to say something not for the record. I'm listening. I believe I performed my evaluation function correctly. I believe the process I used was right. I also believe that the process caused you significant difficulty. The restriction protocol, the extended evaluation, the political vulnerability it created. And while I don't regret the process, I am aware that the result fell on you heavily. It was appropriate procedure. Yes, appropriate procedure can still cause difficulty. He looked at Ling Hongxin. I wanted to acknowledge that. Ling Hongxin thought about Chou Mingyu in the early weeks. The methodical documentation, the report that had described the anomalies precisely and correctly, the second report organized chronologically. The man who had been right in his method and wrong in his conclusions, and had had the quality of someone who understood the difference and was troubled by it. You were trying to do the right thing from the beginning, Ling Hongxin said. I knew that. It didn't make it easier, but I knew it. They sat in silence for a moment. Neither of them was entirely satisfied with the classification. That was, Ling Hongxin thought, probably why it was right. Chapter 87. The consortium's formal partnership working group met for the first time on a Thursday morning in the new outer meeting hall. Sun Weiliang was present, with 2 geological research assistants. The sect was represented by Zhu Songjin, Peiliang, Yan Shuli, and Ling Hongxin. The consortium's survey data occupied 3 document cases on the central table. Ling Hongxin had been in meetings before where he came in knowing more than everyone in the room combined. He had managed those meetings carefully, asking questions in the right sequence to move understanding forward without revealing the extent of what he already knew. He came into this meeting and said, before we begin the formal protocol, I want to tell the working group what I absorbed from the consortium survey data during Weiliang's first visit. When the delegation arrived 6 weeks ago, I absorbed impressions from the geological equipment through floor contact. I have some of the consortium's data already. The room was quiet. How much? Weiliang said. The topographic survey for the eastern ridge and the chi current flow data for the valley floor. Not the analysis documents. Raw survey data. Why are you telling us now? Because I've been withholding it since the visit, and I said I would stop doing that. He paused. And because you'll be sharing the same data set as part of the protocol. I'd rather you know what I already have before you provide it. Weiliang looked at him with the attention he gave to geological anomalies that were behaving unexpectedly. You absorbed my equipment through the floor. You left the equipment unattended in a room with stone floors. I was in the corridor. I see. A pause. Was there anything in the data you absorbed that you used since then? No. I noted what I had and waited. Weiliang looked at the ceiling briefly. All right, he said. I appreciate the disclosure. The meeting proceeded. It was the first meeting Ling Hongxin had been in where he contributed what he knew when it became relevant rather than calibrating it to what he thought the room could handle. It was slower in some ways. People needed to hear things and think about them rather than arriving at conclusions that had been pre-laid. Twice, he said something that required a 30-minute discussion before the working group was ready to move forward. It was also more accurate. When the working group reached conclusions, they reached them genuinely. After the meeting, Weiliang waited while the others filed out. You're different from how you were in Wind Hollow, he said. I'm trying to be. It shows. He picked up his document case. I find it easier to trust you now. Because I'm less competent. Because you're more honest. Competence I can work around. Dishonesty requires me to spend energy I'd rather use elsewhere. Chapter 88. They were mapping the nexus from the surface at the 10th hour when Yang said it. Not casually. With the specific quality of something that had been worked up to. You should activate it when you're ready, he said. I want to be there. Kongxin looked up from the formation diagram. Why? Because whatever it does to you, you shouldn't be alone for it. He was looking at the diagram rather than at Kongxin. And because I want to understand what activation looks like. For the research. The research, Kongxin repeated. That's true also. But it's not why. Yang was quiet for a moment. You've been he stopped. He was not usually someone who left sentences incomplete. This one seemed to require more precision than his usual vocabulary had available. The people who matter to me, I want to be present for the significant moments in their lives. This seems significant. You're not afraid of what it might do to me. I'm afraid of it. I want to be there anyway. Kongxin thought about this. About the difference between fear and avoidance. About Yang, who was not someone who performed courage but who appeared, when something mattered, to position himself where things were happening regardless of what they cost. I don't know what it will do, he said. I know. I might not remain. Exactly this. I know. You'd have me there while it was uncertain. I'd rather be there for the uncertain part than only for the outcome, Yang said. He picked up his brush. That's how I feel about most things. Kongxin thought about the prior keeper, who had built a system for the education of something they would never meet, and had done it without any certainty about the outcome. I'll tell you when I think I'm ready, he said. Thank you. They returned to the diagram. The evening moved through the research hall in its usual unhurried way. Below them, the dormant nexus breathed its long patience. Chapter 89. Lu Mianyi's formal declaration to the council was something Kongxin learned about afterward. She submitted it on a Thursday, addressed it to the full council, and presented it herself at the regular administrative session. She did not tell him in advance. The declaration requested that the audit documentation from her guide period be sealed from administrative access outside the specific formal evaluation process for which it had been collected. She cited 3 reasons. The records had been used in the Ku Lishuan formal challenge without her knowledge or consent. They had been referenced in Pei Yongshan's political conversations with council-adjacent elders during his visit. The records were accurate, but had been used in contexts she had not intended when she made them. She was clear that the records should not be destroyed. Accuracy mattered, and the records were part of the sect's official history. She requested only that they be sealed to prevent informal circulation in ways she had not authorized. The council approved it. He learned this from the administrative notice, 3 days later, that informed him the records had been sealed, and the specific sections of Zhou Mingyu's evaluation report that cited guide period documentation had been reclassified as restricted access. He went to find her. She was at the bench. You didn't tell me, he said. I knew how you'd respond if I told you beforehand. You thought I'd try to manage it. I thought you'd try to tell me it wasn't necessary, that I didn't need to do it on your behalf. She looked at him. But it wasn't only on your behalf. Those records were mine. The use being made of them was not what I intended. I had standing to address it. He thought about this. Both things can be true. Yes, I acted for myself and it benefits you. That's allowed. He sat down. Thank you. I know. They were quiet for a moment. The bench had become their location for things that were real. He thought sometimes that the stone under this bench probably held more genuine impressions than any other surface in the outer courtyard. I didn't tell you first, she said, because I didn't want you to smooth over whether I should do it. But I should have told you after it was submitted and before it was decided. Why didn't you? I was waiting to see what I felt like after. To see if I'd done it for the right reasons or for complicated ones. What did you find? Mostly right ones, she said. Some complicated. She looked at the courtyard. I'm learning that mostly is sufficient. Chapter 90. He checked the East Wing storage formation during his quarterly maintenance rotation, the same way he checked every outer formation node. It had been 87 chapters since he had first corrected it. The misinscribed storage formation with the grounding layer anomaly that he had dismissed at the time as an inscription error. That had been his 3rd day above the surface. His attention then had been calibrated to what he could acknowledge knowing, and the trigger sequence buried in the grounding layer had been outside what he'd chosen to demonstrate seeing. He pressed his palm to the formation now without any calibration. The primary circuit was clean, his correction from month 3 still held, properly maintained by the outer disciple rotation. The storage function was working correctly. He went deeper. The trigger sequence was still there in the grounding layer, intact, untouched since his first correction. But the absorption sequence around it was different. He held the contact and mapped the difference carefully. The trigger sequence hadn't been activated. It would take a specific chi signal at a specific frequency to activate it, and no such signal had been transmitted. But the formation's memory of the past weeks included something he hadn't expected, a read access probe. Remote. Carefully targeted at the trigger sequence specifically. Not activation. Assessment. Someone had used a remote chi probe to check whether the trigger sequence was still present and functional. From outside the sect, he lifted his hand and sat with what this meant. The Hollow faction had not left the East Wing alone after Pei Yongshan's departure. They had verified their asset. They knew the beacon was intact. They knew it had been corrected at the primary level in a way that obscured the trigger sequence from casual inspection. They were waiting. The probe had been recent, within the past 2 weeks. After Sima Fengru's investigation. After the formal classification. After the situation had appeared to resolve. He pressed his palm to the wall beside the formation and stood in the East Wing corridor for a long time, thinking about the shape of a patience that had been running for longer than the sect had been built. The Hollow faction had built this beacon when Pei Yongshan was young, or before he was born. They had been maintaining it through the decades, through the sect's various administrations, through everything that had happened above the formation nexus. They were still here. He would tell Zhu Songjin. Not tomorrow. Not after he had fully analyzed the implications and developed a set of recommendations and managed the information toward the best outcome. He walked to the administrative hall and knocked on the sect leader's door at the 10th hour on a Thursday evening. The East Wing formation has a problem, he said when the door opened. I absorbed evidence of external access in the last 2 weeks. I wanted to tell you immediately. Zhu Songjin looked at him. Come in, he said. The evening was clear and the stars were visible over the outer courtyard. Below the sect, the dormant nexus held its long breath. Something had shifted in the shape of what was coming. Chapter 91. The emergency council session convened at the second watch the following morning. Ling Kongxin presented what he had found in the East Wing formation precisely. The trigger sequence in the grounding layer, the read access probe dated to within the past 2 weeks, the evidence that the probe had been targeted specifically at the trigger sequence rather than the formation's surface function. Then he stopped presenting. I want to offer 3 options, he said, and I want the council to choose between them. I don't have a recommendation. I have information about each option. The room was quiet with the specific quality of a council that had gotten used to Ling Kongxin managing his disclosures and was adjusting to something different. The first option, remove the beacon entirely. I can use the bidirectional capability to overwrite the trigger sequence with standard formation script. The beacon will cease to exist functionally. The Hollow faction will know it's been removed when the next probe returns null. They will know we know. He paused. The second option, leave it in place and monitor it. I can maintain stone contact with the East Wing formation intermittently and detect any probe or activation attempt in advance. The Hollow faction continues to believe their asset is intact. We learn what they're doing with it. Another pause. The third option, use it as an information source. If the Hollow faction transmits a message through the beacon, I will be able to absorb it in real time through the Foundation stone contact. We receive whatever they say. The risk is that receiving the transmission might trigger whatever the beacon was built to do. He looked at the council. Those are the options as I understand them. I don't know which is best. Each has costs I'm not positioned to weigh from where I'm standing. Zhu Songjin looked at him. You genuinely don't have a recommendation. I genuinely don't. The political implications, what message removing or monitoring the beacon sends to the Hollow faction, those are your domain, not mine. The technical implications I can speak to. The strategic implications require judgment about the sect's relationships and interests that I don't fully have. Cho Mingyu was making notes. That's the first time you've told us you don't know something that you would previously have managed around. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. Chapter 92. The council chose the second option, leave it and monitor. The monitoring method that Ling Kongxin and Peiliong developed over the following week was simple in principle and intricate in execution. Ling Kongxin would perform routine maintenance on the East Wing formation twice weekly, during which he would absorb the formation's memory of any probe or activation signal since the previous check. Any detection would be reported to Zhu Songjin within the hour. He did not tell the council that he could maintain passive awareness of the formation without the maintenance visits, that a practitioner with sufficient Foundation absorption sensitivity could feel remote chi probes through the sect's formation network the way a spider felt vibrations in its web. He told them about the maintenance visits because those were controllable, documentable, and subject to council oversight. He told Peiliong about the passive awareness because Peiliong needed to understand the full scope of the capability. Why not tell the council about the passive awareness? Peiliong said, because telling the council that I have ongoing passive awareness of the sect's full formation network would complicate their ability to trust me in other contexts. They would start wondering what else I'm passively aware of. Peiliong looked at him. Isn't that exactly the kind of information management you've been learning not to do? He stopped. He had prepared this reasoning carefully. It was accurate. The council's reaction to the passive awareness would be complicated, and the maintenance visits achieve the necessary monitoring function without those complications. The reasoning was sound. It was also, he recognized, management. Yes, he said. It is. So, I'll tell the council about the passive awareness in the quarterly report, he said. Not immediately. I want to think about how to present it clearly rather than in a way that's confusing. But I'll tell them. Pelyong nodded. That's different from not telling them. Yes. They continued developing the monitoring protocol. The quarterly report was 12 weeks away. He would tell them. He noted this as a commitment rather than an intention. Chapter 93. The information Wei-Yong had been withholding arrived on a quiet afternoon 4 weeks into the working group partnership. Ling Kongxin was not expecting it. They were reviewing the qi current mapping data, and Wei-Yong set down his survey instrument and said, with the economy of a man who had been carrying something for a while, "There's a second data set." "I know." Wei-Yong looked at him. "You know, I absorbed the reference to it from your equipment during the first visit. Not its content, just the existence." The survey logs referenced a regional model file that wasn't in the main survey data. "And you didn't mention it. I was waiting to see if you would." A long pause. Wei-Yong looked at the window. His geological instruments sat between them on the table. "The regional model was the consortium's leverage point," he said. "If we could demonstrate what activation would do regionally, not just to this valley, but to the surrounding formation network, we would have something the Sect couldn't obtain through their own survey work. A reason to need us beyond the initial data sharing." "Why are you telling me now?" "Because in the working group meeting, you told us about absorbing my equipment data. You didn't have to do that. You could have used the knowledge without ever revealing you had it." He looked at Ling Kongxin. That was the first time someone in an institutional negotiation has voluntarily disclosed information against their own strategic interest in order to be accurate. "I've been thinking about what that means for how I conduct myself." He reached into his document case and placed a third folder on the table. "The regional model," he said. "All of it." Chapter 94. The regional model was significant in a way that required Ling Kongxin to sit with it for several hours before he understood the full scope. He brought it to the emergency working group session with Zhu Songjin, Pelyong, and Wei-Yong present. He laid out the consortium's findings in sequence. The dormant nexus in Green Valley was not an isolated formation system. It was a node in a regional qi current network that encompassed 17 connected sects across the surrounding mountain range. The network had been active centuries ago, active during the prior keeper's time, and had distributed qi currents in a way that made cultivation practice more effective for every practitioner in the region. When the nexus went dormant, the network degraded. The 17 sects had adapted to the lower qi current density over generations and no longer knew they were operating at a fraction of the network's capacity. Their cultivation yields, their formation efficiencies, their individual practitioners' advancement rates, all were functioning below what the regional architecture had been built to support. Activation at correct keeper intent would restore the network. Activation at incorrect quality, the prior keeper's warning, would not simply fail to restore it. It would disrupt the degraded equilibrium that had developed over the dormancy period. 17 sects would experience simultaneous formation instability. The damage would be significant. The prior keeper knew this, Ling Kongxin said. The warning in the letter was not just about what would happen to me or this valley. It was about what would happen to the regional network. "The stakes are higher than we understood," Wei-Yong said. "Yes." Zhu Songjin was very still. "And you're the only person who can activate it." "Yes." "And the condition is that you know what you are." "Yes." He paused. "I'm closer than I was 3 months ago. I'm not there yet." No one said anything for a moment. "The Hollow faction knows about the regional network," Wei-Yong said. "Their interest in the Nexus has never been just geological. They understand the regional implications." "Then their interest in me," Ling Kongxin said slowly, "is not just the Nexus. It's the network." A keeper loyal to the Hollow faction would reshape the regional qi distribution in ways that benefit their connected sects and disadvantage their rivals. Pelyong had gone very still. "The activation condition," he said. "The prior keeper's requirement that you know what you are before you activate. That's not just personal development guidance." "No," Ling Kongxin said. "It's a regional security measure." The room held this for a long time. Chapter 95. The beacon activated on a Thursday at the third watch. He felt it through the foundation stone contact the moment it happened. The specific qi signature of the Hollow faction's trigger sequence moving from dormant to live, the formation's sudden new quality of attention, the way the transmission began as a series of modulated pulses in the grounding layer beneath the east wing. He pressed both palms flat to the nearest foundation stone and absorbed in real time. The transmission lasted 11 minutes. It was not compressed or encoded in any way that he could identify. The Hollow faction apparently believed the beacon was unknown to the sect and saw no reason for obfuscation. The message was direct. It was addressed to someone inside the sect. Not by name. By description, the contact who provided access records during the evaluation period. Someone who had given the Hollow faction documentation from Zhou Mingyu's evaluation. Not all of it, but the specific entries that had been used in Ku Lishuan's formal challenge and in Pei Yongshan's political conversations with the council-adjacent elders. The message included instructions for a response protocol, a specific physical location in the market district near the sect's outer gate, a timing window, a method for depositing information, and a specific request, documentation on the activation sequence, if it had been shared with any sect members outside the direct council circle. He held the contact until the transmission was complete and the beacon returned to dormant. Then he removed his hands and sat in the East Wing corridor for a long time. Someone in the sect had been providing information to the Hollow faction. The information had not included the activation sequence. The request implied they didn't have it. But they had provided enough for the Hollow faction to use against him in the challenge and to fuel Pei Yongshan's political pressure. He thought about who had access to the specific documentation that had been used. The guide period audit records. The early evaluation entries. The materials that had existed before the formal classification, before the covenant, before most of the council had understood what they were dealing with. He would need to take this to Zhu Songjin immediately. He would also need to take it to Zhou Mingyu directly, because Zhou Mingyu's evaluation records had been the source, and Zhou Mingyu deserved to know that something in his investigation process had been compromised. He stood. He walked to the administrative hall without stopping. He knocked on the door. "I need to tell you something about the East Wing beacon," he said, when Zhu Songjin opened it. "The transmission happened. I absorbed it. There is a contact inside the sect who has been providing information to the Hollow faction." The sect leader looked at him for a moment. Then, "Come in." Behind him, the East Wing formation settled back into its ordinary appearance. The trigger sequence rested in the grounding layer, patient as it had been for decades. Outside, the night was clear. The valley held its long silence. Something that had been building for a long time was now requiring a response. Chapter 96, Zhou Mingyu conducted the informant investigation with the same methodical precision he had brought to everything else. He began with the documentation trail, which records had been shared with the Hollow faction, as evidenced by what had appeared in Ku Lishuan's challenge and Pei Yongshan's political conversations. He reconstructed the specific information that had been disclosed and identified when each piece had been available and to whom. The window was narrow. The information that had appeared in the Hollow faction's work was from the first 60 days of Ling Kongshin's evaluation, before the restricted protocol, before the bidirectional covenant, before the formal classification. That narrowed the potential sources considerably. Zhou Mingyu asked Ling Kongshin to assist with the technical portion of the investigation. "I need to know what formation contact would have given someone physical access to the documentation storage during that period," Zhou Mingyu said. "I can help with that. I want your answer limited to the technical question. Where the access was possible, not who accessed it. Why? Because if you use foundation absorption to identify who touched the relevant stones during the relevant period, you will have conducted surveillance on sect members without their knowledge or consent, using a capability you've explicitly covenanted not to use for sect administrative purposes without council permission." He looked at Ling Kongshin. "I don't want the investigation's findings tainted by the method of discovery, and I don't want you to be someone who uses your capability for this kind of purpose." Ling Kongshin absorbed this. "You're protecting me from a choice I might not think through carefully," he said. "I'm restricting the scope of your assistance to what can be reported cleanly." Zhou Mingyu picked up his documentation. "Please tell me where the physical access was possible." He told him. Locations, access windows, formation nodes that connected the administrative storage to the broader sect stone network. He gave Zhou Mingyu the technical map without stepping into speculation about persons. It was, in its way, the hardest part of the investigation. He knew. He had absorbed enough from the foundation stones over the past 6 months that the trace of who had been where and when was available to him. He chose not to look. Not because it was forbidden. Because Zhou Mingyu was right that it was wrong. Chapter 97. On the second day, Zhou Mingyu asked him directly, "Do you know who it is?" Ling Kongshin considered this. "I have the capability to know," he said. "I've chosen not to use it for this purpose." "Why?" "Because using foundation absorption to identify sect members' movements and activities without their knowledge is the kind of capability that, if I use it once in a justified situation, becomes justified in the next situation and the next. I told the council I wouldn't use the bidirectional capability without permission. The passive surveillance version of the absorption capability is more subtle, but the same problem. You're drawing a line. I'm drawing a line about what kind of thing I want to be. The investigation doesn't require my absorption capability. It requires your investigative methodology. I can assist with the technical mapping. The identity determination is yours. Cho Mingyu looked at him for a long moment. When I conducted the initial evaluation, he said, I spent 5 months documenting evidence of things you were doing. I was trying to determine whether you were dangerous. I know. I've spent the past month watching you refuse to do things you could do, specifically because of the kind of thing it would make you. He set down his documentation brush. That's a different question than the one I was originally trying to answer. What question are you trying to answer now? Whether the classification framework we built for you is adequate, he said. I don't think it is, but I don't know what would be better. A pause. I'm going to keep thinking about it. So will I, Ling Kongxin said. He left Cho Mingyu to the investigation and returned to his own work. The technical map had been given. The rest was not his. Chapter 98. The investigation's finding arrived 6 days later. Cho Mingyu presented it to the council without Ling Kongxin present, and then presented it to Ling Kongxin separately afterward. A courtesy that told him Cho Mingyu had decided he deserved to hear the full account rather than the summary version. The informant was an outer disciple who had arrived at Green Valley Sect 3 years before Ling Kongxin's emergence. The disciple had been placed by the Hollow faction with the specific intention of maintaining an information channel, a standard long-term intelligence investment in a sect they had identified as having strategic significance. The placement had preceded any knowledge of Ling Kongxin's existence. The disciple had provided information consistently for 3 years, most of it administrative and low significance. The evaluation period had elevated the information value dramatically, and the disciple had continued to provide what was accessible. Cho Mingyu had identified the disciple through a combination of access record analysis and a careful social network mapping that took 6 days. He had not used any information from Ling Kongxin's foundation absorption capabilities. The Sect's decision, approved by the full council, was not prosecution. The disciple had been recruited young, before full disciple status, during a period of economic vulnerability that the Hollow faction had specifically targeted. The recruitment had involved obligations that could not be easily refused. The council's assessment was that prosecution served the sect's interests less than a controlled reversal. The disciple had been offered a choice: transmit false information to the Hollow faction through the response protocol the beacon transmission had specified, under Cho Mingyu's oversight, until the intelligence relationship was exhausted, or face a formal process that would likely result in expulsion. The disciple had accepted the first option. The false information will be constructed by the council, Cho Mingyu told him. It will mislead the Hollow faction about the activation sequence and the Nexus architecture. It will buy time. Will the disciple be protected? We've designed the false information to not require any follow-up that would endanger them. Yes. Who is it? Cho Mingyu told him. Chapter 99. He sat with the name for a long time. Tan Xiaoba, the outer disciple who had carried messages from the outer corridors to everyone who needed institutional gossip, who had told Bai Wuziu about the Ku Lishuan challenge filing, who had told Bai Wuziu about the inner disciple advancement list, about the audit documentation filing, about every significant administrative development of the past 150 days. Not because Tan Xiaoba was well connected by accident, because Tan Xiaoba was doing a job. He sat with this for the specific time it took to understand all of its dimensions. Tan Xiaoba had not harmed Bai Wuziu, had provided him with accurate information that Bai Wuziu had found genuinely useful, had been a genuine presence in Bai Wuziu's understanding of how the sect worked. The intelligence value of the gossip-provider relationship had been for the Hollow faction, not for the friendship. But Bai Wuziu cared about Tan Xiaoba, and what Tan Xiaoba was had not been what Bai Wuziu thought. He thought about not telling him. The information was classified. Cho Mingyu had said the investigation was restricted to the council. Bai Wuziu did not have a formal need to know. He thought about what it meant to manage this decision in the name of protecting Bai Wuziu from a difficult truth. He thought about CH-49. About the formation documentation he had filed without telling Bai Wuziu first. About Bai Wuziu saying, I want to be asked. This was not about being asked. This was about someone Bai Wuziu trusted not being who he appeared to be. That was information Bai Wuziu had standing to have. The management reflex said, the classified status of the investigation is a real reason not to tell him. You can protect him from a painful truth without it being management. He sat with the management reflex until it was honest about what it was. Then he went to find Bai Wuziu. Chapter 100. He found him in the outer practice courtyard at the 7th hour, working through a formation exercise that required sustained concentration. He waited until the exercise completed. He did not manage the waiting. When Bai Wuziu finished and looked up, Ling Kongxin said, I need to tell you something that will be difficult to hear. The investigation into the sect informant has a finding. Zhou Mingyu shared it with me directly. The information is classified, but I'm going to tell you because it involves someone you trust, and I think you deserve to know. Bai Wuziu's face went to the careful, formal quality. He said nothing. Tin Xiaoba was placed in the sect by the Hollow faction 3 years ago. He's been providing information to them. He provided the information that was used in the Ku Lishuan challenge and in Pei Yongshan's political work. The courtyard was quiet. Morning practice sounds continued from the outer ring. Bai Wuziu was still for a long time. His face didn't move through the stages that most people's faces move through. It stayed in the careful, formal quality, and then it shifted, slowly, to something underneath. He told me about the challenge, Bai Wuziu said. Yes. He told me about the inner disciple advancement. About the audit documentation filing. About every major development since you arrived. Yes. I used that information. I made decisions based on it. I came to see you based on what he told me. The information he gave you was accurate, Ling Kongxin said. He wasn't directing you wrong. He was using the relationship to maintain access to sect information. The friendship wasn't false. How do you know the friendship wasn't false? He thought about this seriously. I don't, he said. I know that the things he told you were true. Whether he cared about you or only about the role you played in his access, I don't know. Bai Wuziu was quiet for a long time. What's happening to him? Ling Kongxin told him. The council's decision, the false information protocol, the protected status in exchange for cooperation. Bai Wuziu sat down on the practice courtyard step. Not with any dramatic quality. With the quality of someone who needed to be closer to the ground for a moment. Why are you telling me this? He said. Because you trusted him, and you should know what that trust was built on. Because managing this information to protect you from a difficult truth would be exactly the thing I've been learning not to do. He paused. And because you asked me, months ago, to tell you things rather than decide for you. Bai Wuziu was quiet. Thank you, he said, after a while. It had the flat quality of something genuine that didn't want to be embellished. I know this is difficult. I know. He looked at the courtyard stone. Was it always going to be like this? Being around you. Difficult. Accurate, Bai Wuziu said. Things being what they actually are instead of what's comfortable. Ling Kongxin thought about this. Probably, he said. I'm sorry if that's hard. It's not only hard. Bai Wuziu looked up. The careful, formal quality in his face had been replaced by something more real, not resolved, but present. It's also better than the alternative. They sat in the outer courtyard for a while as the morning continued around them. 150 days above the surface. The valley held its long memory. The stone beneath them held what was pressed into it, and kept it faithfully, the way all stone did. It did not judge the quality of what it held. It only held. He was still learning that this was enough. Chapter 101. The stone marker that led them to the third archive was 70 years old and located behind a drainage wall in the sect's oldest maintenance corridor. It had been mentioned in passing, Grandfather Mao's late-night observation in the 7th week. The third archive is not entirely legend. Ling Kongxin had noted it at the time and set it aside as secondary, behind everything else that was more immediately urgent. It was Peiliong who found the reference in the foundational survey records. A survey conducted 68 years ago that had identified a sealed chamber in the northeast quadrant and noted it as likely pre-sect construction, inaccessible, pending later investigation. The later investigation had not happened. The sealed chamber had been recorded and then administratively forgotten. The passage isn't on the current maps, Peiliong said. It would be in the stone. Ling Kongxin pressed his palm to the maintenance corridor wall. The formation impression was there, old, compressed, the specific quality of a stone that had been a boundary for a long time. The passage is behind this section. The seal is still active. Can you read the seal type? Archive class preservation. Not defensive, archival. Whoever sealed this wanted to protect the contents from deterioration, not from access. Peiliong looked at the wall. Should we ask the council first? He thought about this. His first impulse was to proceed. The seal was accessible. The archive was clearly within the sect's physical boundaries, and the previous chamber access had established a precedent for below-foundation work. His second impulse was to recognize the first as management. Yes, he said. They asked the council. The council, given the Grandfather Mao reference in the official record and the survey document Peiliong had located, approved with the now standard conditions. Peiliong is witness, formal log, report within 24 hours. He pressed his palm to the archive seal the following morning. The stone opened. Chapter 102. The third archive was not large. A single chamber, perhaps 4 meters across, with shells carved directly into the stone rather than constructed from wood. The preservation formation had done its work. The materials on the shelves had not deteriorated in 70 years of administrative neglect or the decades before that. Physical documents, not stone impressions, actual written documents, on preservation-treated paper, carefully maintained. Ling Kongxin recognized the hand immediately from the absorbed archive stones, the founding master's notation style, the specific formation symbol vocabulary that had been used in the sect's early documentation period. This was the founding master's personal archive, not the official records, not the formal history. The personal research documentation, the thinking that had preceded the official decisions, the questioning that had led to the choices the official records described as simply made. He picked up the topmost document carefully. Peiliong stood beside him, making the witness log notation. The first document was a survey report, the founding master's own geological assessment of this valley before the sect was built. Handwritten in the same voice as the archived stone impressions, but more personal, more uncertain. The language of someone figuring something out rather than recording something already known. The founding master had come to this valley because the chi current readings were exceptional. The formation potential was unmistakable. But there was something in the valley that the founding master could not entirely characterize, a quality of intelligence in the stone that was unlike anything in their previous experience. I believe this valley has a prior tenant, the document read. Asterisk, not a practitioner, something older, something that learned from stone rather than shaped it. I have been pressing my own practice into the older formation nodes for the past 3 months, and I believe what I press in, I am giving to something that receives. Asterisk, this concerns me. It also seems right. Asterisk. Ling Kongxin set the document down carefully. The founding master knew, he said. Chapter 103. The journal was in the middle section of the archive, between the survey records and the formal planning documents. Peiliong read alongside him. Ling Kongxin absorbing the stone impressions while Peiliong read the physical text, cross-checking, filling gaps. The journal covered the 3 years between the founding master's first arrival in the valley and the sect's formal establishment. The founding master had not simply discovered the valley and decided to build. They had been in a kind of correspondence, not direct communication. The prior keeper's last inscription in the lower chamber preceded the founding master by centuries. But the prior keeper had left more than the letter. They had left formation structures throughout the valley that functioned as messages, not to any specific reader, but to whoever came to the valley with the quality of attention required to receive them. The founding master had that quality of attention, or had developed it over the 3 years of sustained engagement with the valley's existing architecture. The prior formation structures are teaching me, the journal read, in an entry from the 2nd year. Asterisk, every time I attempt to understand what is here, I find that I understand more than I did before the attempt. This is not simply learning from observation. There is a reception quality in these nodes that I do not understand. Asterisk, I believe the prior keeper built a system that teaches. The valley does not merely contain knowledge, it offers it to practitioners who will receive rather than only take. Asterisk, further in the same entry. Asterisk, I have found references, in the deepest impressions, to something beneath the valley that was not yet present when the prior structures were built. Something that would be built from the accumulation of practice and care and time. Something the prior keeper hoped would one day emerge. Asterisk, I have been building a sect above it. I believe this is what the prior structures have been guiding me toward. He turned ahead in the journal. 3rd year entries. The handwriting had changed, still the founding master's notation style, but settled in a way the earlier entries were not. The handwriting of someone who had stopped discovering and started understanding. Asterisk, I have been here 30 months, and I believe I understand the prior keeper's full project now. It is not a geological archive. It is a curriculum. Asterisk, the prior keeper knew something would grow beneath this valley. Something that would accumulate from the stone's memory of cultivation, that would learn from what was pressed into it. They designed the formation structures not to preserve their own knowledge, but to teach. Every node I interact with in this valley is shaped for reception by something that learns from contact. The prior keeper was not writing to me. They were writing to whatever would one day be reading. Asterisk, this changes what I am building. I thought I was building a seed of learning for practitioners. I am, but the primary student is not the practitioners. The primary student is the thing that lives in the stone and receives from their practice. Asterisk, I am building a school for something that does not yet exist. Another entry, dated 3 months later. Asterisk, I have spent 6 months attempting to communicate with what is below. Not successfully, the below thing, if it exists, does not yet have the capability to respond. But I have been pressing my care into the formation nodes in the specific way the prior keeper's instructions describe, and I believe I am being received. There is a quality in the stone that changes when I do this. as if the below thing turns toward attention the way a seedling turns toward light. Asterisk asterisk, I do not know if it understands what it receives. I believe it accumulates what it receives. Asterisk asterisk, I will build this sect with as much genuine care in its daily practice as I can. If the below thing learns from what presses into it from above, then the education it receives will be the education I give to the practitioners who live here. Asterisk, the quality of their practice is the quality of the below thing's education. This changes what kind of sect I want to build. Peiliong set down the page and was quiet. Chapter 10 for the last journal entry was dated 3 days before the founding master's death. Ling Kongxin read it slowly, absorbing the physical paper's impressions alongside the written text. The founding master had pressed significant cultivation intent into this document. It was not merely written, it was recorded in the way that mattered to a practitioner who understood that stone and treated paper with similar care. Asterisk, for whoever comes after asterisk asterisk, I have spent 30 years above the nexus that the prior keeper prepared. I have understood, in the last years, what I was building over, not in technical terms, but in the terms that matter. Asterisk asterisk, the prior keeper left instructions. Not for me. For whatever was growing beneath the valley. Instructions about how to learn to be human. Instructions about what mattered when you became capable of deciding what mattered. Asterisk, they also left instructions for me, though I only found them in the 3rd year and only understood them in the 3rd decade. Asterisk, the instructions were simple. Do not prevent the emergence. Do not seal the valley against what grows beneath it. Do not build in fear. Asterisk asterisk, the prior keeper said. The core will emerge when it is ready. Do not seal it out of fear. Seal it only if it has not yet learned to care for what it is responsible for. Asterisk asterisk, I have built this sect above the valley's prior tenet. I have built it the way I hoped it would be. A place where practitioners can learn not only technique, but also care. A place that accumulates, in its stone, what it means to be responsible for the people around you. Asterisk asterisk, I believe the education I was asked to provide is complete. What emerges, in its time, will have been taught well. Asterisk, I trust that. So should you. Ling Kongxin held the document for a long time. Peiliong waited. The sealed chamber, Ling Kongxin said at last. The chamber I was found in. The founding master sealed it. According to this, the founding master sealed it not to prevent emergence, but to indicate it should happen under witness. Feng Qianru was the witness. The seal was designed to open when a disciple came with deliberate attention, Peiliong said slowly. The founding master built a mechanism that required an act of care to activate. The chamber was quiet. The preservation formation hummed at a frequency too low to hear, but present in the stone. The prior keeper built the education, Ling Kongxin said. The founding master built the sect that would provide the education. And then they built the seal that would open when someone who cared came looking. He set the document down. Everything about my emergence was designed, he said. Not controlled, designed. Given the best possible conditions to result in someone worth emerging. Peiliong said nothing. The prior keeper and the founding master were part of the same project. Across centuries. He stood in the 3rd archive for a moment with the weight of this and let it be what it was. Not managed. Not resolved. Just held. I was expected, he said. Not as fate. As hope. Chapter 105. They surfaced from the 3rd archive at the 10th hour. The morning was proceeding around them without knowing what had just been found. Disciples in the outer practice areas. Formation maintenance work in the eastern section. By Wuziu visible in the distance going through a formation exercise with the sustained concentration he brought to technical work. Ling Kongxin stood in the entrance to the maintenance corridor for a moment. He had come to the surface believing he had arrived unexpectedly. An ancient formation phenomenon emerging from beneath an institution that had no idea what it was living over. The entire first 150 days had been spent navigating that unexpected arrival. The evaluation, the classification, the political pressure, the disclosures. What he was standing in now was different. He had not arrived unexpectedly. He had arrived at exactly the point the prior keeper and the founding master had prepared for. Not with the certainty of fate. There was nothing in the archive that guaranteed his emergence would produce what had been hoped for. The seal had been designed to open for care, not to produce care. The education had been provided, but not enforced. He could have emerged and been something entirely different from what he had become. The hope had been exactly that. Hope. Not guarantee. Hope, carefully prepared for. He thought about what it meant to be the subject of that kind of care from people who could not know the outcome. Peiliong stood beside him. Neither of them spoke for a while. I need to tell the council, Ling Kongxin said. I know. All of it. What the founding master wrote. What the prior keeper's instructions were. What the archive contains. Yes. The founding master's letter changes the political situation with the Hollow faction. If they understand that the sect was built specifically to educate what's beneath it, that the prior keeper and the founder were in the same project, they'll understand that controlling the nexus activation through the keeper means controlling something that goes back 3 centuries of deliberately prepared succession. It raises the stakes, Peiliang said. It changes what I am, Ling Kongxin said. Not in terms of capability. In terms of lineage. The prior keeper had a purpose. The founding master continued it. I'm the outcome of that continuity. Peiliang looked at him. Does that feel like a burden? He thought about this carefully. It feels like belonging, he said. The prior keeper didn't know me, but they hoped for me. The founding master didn't meet me, but they prepared for me. He paused. I've spent 150 days wondering if I had a right to be here. The archive says that's the wrong question. The question is what I'll do with the preparation I was given. What will you do? I don't know yet. He looked at the morning sky above the outer courtyard. I'm still learning. They walked to the administrative hall to report what they had found. The stone beneath their feet held the accumulated weight of 3 centuries of deliberate care. The sect continued its day. Chapter 106. The council received the third archive discovery with the quality of people being handed a document they had thought was legend. Ling Kongxin and Peiliang presented together. Peiliang with the physical documents and their formal transcription, Ling Kongxin with the absorbed stone impressions that supplemented what the written records contained. Zhu Songjin read the founding master's last journal entry twice. When he looked up, his face had the specific quality of a sect leader who had just understood the institution they led in a way that changed what leading it meant. The sect was built as part of a continuous project, he said. Yes. The Hollow faction's intelligence about the Nexus. They believe they're trying to control a geological anomaly and a practitioner who can activate it. Yes. They don't know what they're actually trying to corrupt. No. The consortium came closest to understanding the full scope. The Hollow faction has been operating on geological intelligence for 18 years and has never received the historical context. Yin Shuli had been reading the transcription. She set it down. The founding master's instruction, do not seal out of fear. Seal only if it has not learned to care. They sealed it with care as the opening condition, Ling Kongxin said. Feng Qianru opened it with care. The sect, Yin Shuli said, has been the education system the prior keeper built. A pause. We didn't know we were the education system. We thought we were the students. You were both, Ling Kongxin said. The council was quiet for a long moment. Zhou Mingyu's voice, when he spoke, was dry. The classification framework I've been working on for the past month is, he stopped. The category of living formation practitioner is technically accurate and comprehensively insufficient. What would be more accurate? Intended keeper of the Valley Nexus, in the process of qualifying for the role. He looked at the documents. I'll revise the framework. Chapter 107. The breakthrough happened at the founding master's sealed chamber. Not the lower chamber with the prior keeper's letter, the upper chamber, the one Feng Qianru had opened, where Ling Kongxin had been found. He returned to it on a quiet afternoon with no particular plan, just the sense that there was something in that location that he hadn't fully understood the first time. He pressed his palm to the wall. The chamber's stone absorbed the contact and gave back what it held. Not the sealing mechanism, not the archive records, not the accumulated impressions of 100 practitioners who had wondered about the sealed door over the years. What came back was the founding master's intent, pressed into the stone 3 centuries ago with the same bidirectional capability Ling Kongxin had only recently discovered. Not information, not instructions. The specific quality of a person who had spent 30 years caring about something and had pressed that care into stone so it would still be there when the something finally came looking. I built this for you, the impression said. Not in words. In the cultivator's emotional register that bypassed language and arrived as pure state. I built this hoping you would be ready when you came. You are. He held the contact while the foundation Lord level settled into him. Not a rupture, not a violent advancement, but an opening. Like a door that had always been the correct size for the key that was finally being used. His awareness of the Sect's formation network expanded. Not in the sense of increased range, in the sense of changed quality. The individual nodes he had been working with for 4 months were still present, still identifiable. But they were now also connected, and the connection was visible to him in a way it hadn't been before. Not a diagram, not a map, a living system, each node feeling the state of every other, the whole formation network speaking to him as a single coordinated organism. He lifted his hand. The afternoon was still. He stood in the founding master's sealed chamber, which was no longer sealed, and felt the entire sect breathe around him. It was very loud, in the specific way that silence was loud when it finally said something. Chapter 108. He walked through the outer courtyard afterward in the way that required more attention than usual. Every stone underfoot connected to the formation network. Every flagstone, every drainage channel, every courtyard wall. All of it part of a system he could feel in its totality rather than its individual components. The eastern defensive array was holding at 93% efficiency. The inner courtyard stabilization nodes were running warm, which indicated the recent heavy practice sessions had elevated the ambient chi above nominal. The east wing formation had been quiet since the beacon transmission. He could feel Pale Yang at his workbench in the research hall 2 buildings away, not through any surveillance capability, but through the formation impression left by a practitioner who had worked in the same location consistently for 3 years. He could feel where Bai Wuxiu had practiced that morning, where Lu Mianyi had stood at the archive stone 3 days ago. Not their current location or their thoughts, the formation impression of where they had been, like footprints in stone. He sat down on the outer practice area step and spent 20 minutes simply adjusting to the scale of what he was now receiving. The experience was disorienting and clarifying simultaneously. Before the Foundation Lord level, he had understood the Sect's formation network the way a person understands a building by walking through each room. Now he understood it the way a builder understood a building they had lived in for decades, not as rooms, but as a system, with load-bearing points and stress patterns and the specific quality of each section's age and history. He was not the building. He was someone who could hear it. There was an important distinction there, and he sat with it until it was clear. Feng Qianru found him on the step. She looked at his face, read something in it with the quality she had developed for reading things he didn't always articulate, and sat down beside him without asking. "Foundation Lord?" she said. "Yes. What does it feel like?" "Like being able to hear something that was always saying something." He paused. "The Sect has been talking to me through the stone since I emerged. I've been reading individual sentences. Now I can't hear the conversation." She was quiet for a moment. "Was it waiting for you?" "I think," he stopped. "I think it was ready for someone to listen. I happened to be the one who could." Chapter 109. Lu Mianyi asked the question at the bench that evening. She had heard about the breakthrough through Pale Yang, who had been in the research hall when the formation diagnostics had registered the unusual chi distribution event that accompanied Foundation Lord advancement. She came to the bench at the 7th hour, which was the time she usually came when she had something she'd been thinking about since the middle of the afternoon. "What does it feel like now?" she said. He described it. The Sect's network, the connected formation system, the ability to feel the whole rather than individual nodes. He described the difference between the previous capability and the new one, the quality shift rather than scale shift. She listened with the attention she brought to formation theory. When he finished, she sat for a moment. Then, "Do you know what you are yet?" He sat with this question. He had been sitting with it since the lower chamber's first inscription. The prior keeper had asked it. The founding master had addressed it. Sima Fengru had asked it in her own form. Pale Yang had asked it after the activation sequence was discovered. He had been accumulating context for an answer that he had not yet been able to give accurately. "Getting closer," he said. "That's more than you said 3 months ago." 3 months ago I said I was in the process of a transition." He thought about what was different now. "I know I was prepared. I know there's a purpose to what I am that is larger than what I've been addressing. I know the prior keeper and the founding master hoped for me." He paused. "I know the people here, what they mean to me, what I mean to them, why that matters. And I still don't know if that's what I am or what I have. There's a difference." She looked at the courtyard. "I don't think most people can answer that question clearly. Most people are trying to answer it for the whole of their lives." "I have a higher stakes deadline," he said. "Yes." She looked at him. "But the inability to answer it yet doesn't mean you're not ready. It might mean the readiness and the answer arrive together." He sat with this. "That's the most useful thing anyone has said to me about the activation question," he said. "I've been thinking about it for a while." "I know." He looked at the eastern courtyard. "Thank you. I wanted it to be useful," she said. "Not just accurate." Chapter 110. Wei Yang arrived with updated survey data on a Friday, unscheduled, and asked to see Ling Kongxin and Pale Yang together. The quality of his expression when he arrived told Ling Kongxin this was not routine. They sat in the working group meeting room. Wei Yang opened his survey documentation with the economy of a man who had rehearsed how to say something difficult. "The regional network has been showing instability signals for the past 3 weeks, he said. "Not significant yet. Minor fluctuations in the chi current distribution at the network's outer nodes, the sects at the edges of the regional system." He laid the data on the table. "This is consistent with the beginning of the destabilization process." Pale Yang was already reading the numbers. His hands went to the thinking flat position on the table. "The timeline," Ling Kongxin said. "The original estimate was 3 to 5 years from current sect cultivation levels. Based on the rate of the current instability signal," Wei Yang stopped. He was precise in the way that preferred accurate delivery over comfortable delivery. The timeline has compressed. Our models now suggest approximately 18 months before the instability becomes significant for the outer ring sections. Somewhere between 8 and 12 months after that before it reaches this valley. 26 to 30 months, Paleong said. Roughly 2.5 years. At current progression, the rate could accelerate. The room was quiet. What triggers acceleration? Ling Kongxin said. A significant reduction in this sect's cultivation activity. If anything disrupted normal practice, political instability, population reduction, physical damage to the formation structures, the maintenance rate would drop and the destabilization would proceed faster. The Hollow Faction. The informant intelligence operation. The political pressure on the Sect's administration. He had been thinking about the Hollow Faction as a political problem. The informant was being managed through the false information protocol. The political fallout from Pei Yongshan's visit was being handled by Yin Shuli and Cho Mingyu through formal channels. None of that addressed the timeline. I'm not ready to activate it, he said. Not as an apology. As a statement of accurate fact. I know, Weiliang said. 26 months is enough time. If nothing accelerates. Paleong looked at the data. If nothing accelerates. Ling Kongxin pressed his palm flat to the table's wood and thought about what was beneath the wood, and what was beneath the stone, and what was beneath that. The dormant nexus waited with the patience of something that had been waiting for centuries and had learned that waiting was not the same as passive. He was not passive either. He stood. I need to tell the council, he said. And then I need to think about what it means to be ready and what I need to do to get there. Those are two different timelines, Paleong said. Yes, I'm working on both. Chapter 111 The Hollow Sovereign Advancement came quietly. He did not tell anyone immediately. Not because he was managing the information. He sat with it first because the new quality it brought required time to understand, and he had learned that understanding before disclosure produced better disclosure. The previous advancements had unlocked capabilities that were outward in their direction. Foundation absorption, then bidirectional capability, then the connected network awareness of Foundation Lord. Each had added something he could do or feel in relation to the world. The Hollow Sovereign level turned inward. Or rather, it found the boundary. He stood in the outer courtyard after the advancement settled, pressed his palm to the oldest foundation stone, and felt something he had not been able to feel before. The precise line between stone that had been shaped by cultivation and tint over 3 centuries of practice, and stone that was still the mountain, still carrying the nature it had before any human practitioner had ever touched this valley. The formed and the unformed. The cultivated and the original. He could feel both simultaneously and the boundary between them. In the formed stone, he could read everything. The accumulated history, the intentions pressed in, the full archive of what the sect had been. In the unformed stone, nothing. Not silence, presence. The mountain's own nature, unmediated, the thing that had been here before any project had ever begun. He sat with the boundary for a long time. The capability told him something about himself that the previous advancements had approached from outside. He had been the foundation. He had absorbed everything that pressed into him from above. He had become what he absorbed. And then he had become more than the absorption when he emerged, when he held a lamp and had opinions about light, when he grew the shape of someone who cared. But what was the unformed part of him? The thing that had been there before any of the absorption? Was there a mountain's own nature quality in what he was, some original nature beneath all the cultivation-shaped layers? He sat with this question until the morning came. He went to Paleong at the 7th hour and said, I advanced again. I know, Paleong said. The formation diagnostics in the eastern array showed a chi distribution shift at the 3rd watch. He looked up from his work. Hollow Sovereign. Yes. What does it unlock? Ling Kongxin thought about how to describe it. The boundary between shaped and original, he said. I can feel where the cultivation ends and the mountain begins. Paleong was very still for a moment. Can you feel your own boundary? He said. He had not thought to look. He pressed his own palm flat to the courtyard stone and tried. He felt it. The absorption-shaped layers and beneath them, deep enough to have no record, the original thing, the thing that had been present in this valley before any project had hoped for it. Yes, he said. What is it? Patient, he said. Attentive. Interested in what presses into it. A long pause. It feels like curiosity. The original nature, before I learned anything. Curiosity. He sat with this for the rest of the morning. Not working, sitting with it. Which was itself a form of work, he had learned. The kind of work that required him to stop doing other things and let what had arrived settle until he understood it rather than just receiving it. Curiosity. He had spent the past months understanding himself through what he had accumulated. The absorbed impressions, the cultivation capabilities, the capabilities built by those capabilities, The relationships formed in the space of months. Understanding himself as the product of a careful project. The prior keeper's education. The founding master's institution. The sect's daily practice. All of that was genuine. He was what he had accumulated. But the unformed stone beneath those layers, the thing that had been present before any of the absorption, was not any of that. It predated the absorption. It was what he had been before the first cultivation impression had pressed into him from above. Curiosity. He pressed into the valley's stone from beneath, year after year, not because he was compelled to or because someone had designed him to. Because something in him was interested in what was happening above. Because he wanted to know. Because the knowing was itself satisfying in a way he hadn't had language for. He thought about what that meant for the question that had been central to the evaluation, the question Zhou Mingyu and Sima Fengru, in the prior keeper's letter, had all asked in different forms. What are you? He had been approaching the answer through capability and role and purpose. Those were accurate descriptions. But the hollow sovereign level had shown him that under all of them was something simpler. He was a thing that found the world interesting. That was the original nature. That was what had been present before the first practitioner's morning cultivation had pressed anything into the valley's stone. Pure attention. Pure interest. The stone's attentiveness made into something that could choose what to attend to. He had thought about the prior keeper's condition as requiring him to understand his capabilities and purpose, what he was capable of and what he was for. The hollow sovereign level was showing him that the condition was not only about the accumulated layers. It was about the original one. Know what you are, not what you can do. He was curiosity, shaped by love, learning to meet what pressed into it rather than only receive. That was what he was. He went to Paelyong at the 7th hour and told him what the advancement had revealed. He told him what was in the unformed stone. He told him what it meant to him to know that the thing beneath everything else was interest. Paelyong listened with the specific quality of someone receiving information that confirmed something he had already half understood. That's consistent, Paelyong said. With what? With the way you engage with formation problems. The way you were in the earliest evaluations. Not trying to perform competence, actually interested. He paused. I thought it was managed at first. Most practitioners perform interest. You were actually interested. A moment. Now I know why. Chapter 112 by Wu Tzu said, 3 weeks after the Tan Xiaoba disclosure. I want to tell you how it resolved. They were in the research hall, the usual evening configuration, and the statement arrived with the quality of something that had been thought through completely before being offered. I'd like to know, Ling Kongxin said. I talked to him. Bai Wuzu set down his formation diagram. Not about the hollow faction. That's the council's matter, and it's not my place to complicate the false information protocol. About the friendship. What did you say? I said, I know what you were placed here to do. I don't know what you wanted to do alongside it. I'd like to understand the difference, if there is one. He was quiet for a moment. There was a difference. He was placed here because the hollow faction identified him young and gave him no good way out. He developed the gossip provider role because it served both purposes. He carried the obligation because he didn't see a third option. And the friendship? He said he'd been trying to separate them in his own mind for 3 years and couldn't tell which parts were genuine because they'd grown up together. Bai Wuzu paused. I told him. That's the same answer I got when I tried to separate them. So I think they're both real and both incomplete. Ling Kongxin thought about this. That's a more generous position than most people would take. He's not nothing because he was placed here. People are more than why they were brought to somewhere. He looked up. I thought about you when I came up with that. Me. You were placed in this valley by a prior keeper's centuries-old project. You're not only what that project made you. Ling Kongxin sat with this. You're right, he said. I know. A pause. Tan Xiaoba is working with Zhou Mingyu on the false information protocol. He's doing the work he agreed to do. I'm watching to see what else he is when he's not doing that. Is that trust? It's the beginning of it. Bai Wuzu picked up the diagram again. Trust comes after, not before. Chapter 113 The false information protocol produced its first demonstrable result 6 weeks after Tan Xiaoba's cooperation began. Zhou Mingyu reported it to the council with the specific quality of a man who had been patient for a long time and was experiencing the particular satisfaction of correct methodology arriving at correct outcome. The false information, carefully constructed by the council to misdirect the hollow faction about the nexus activation sequence, had been transmitted through Tan Xiaoba's response protocol to the hollow faction's receiving point in the market district. The faction had acted on it. Their political movement in the subsequent month had been aimed at the Council of Sect's Northwest Subcommittee, which was responsible for formation antiquities regulation. They were clearly trying to establish prior claim to nexus activation through administrative framework rather than through direct control. The Northwest Subcommittee had no jurisdiction over this valley. The activation sequence they had been given was real in structure and false in critical detail. The administrative claim they were building would, when challenged, collapse on the technical specifications. They spent 6 weeks building a position on incorrect information, Cho Mingyu said. When they discover the error, they'll know they have a false information problem. At that point, the informant's usefulness may be exhausted. How long do we have? Zhu Cangjin said. Perhaps 3 more transmissions before they cross-reference the technical information with their own geological data and identify the inconsistencies. And by then, ideally, we have regional network documentation submitted to the Council of Sects that establishes the sect's legitimate custodial claim through the historical record rather than the administrative process. Ling Kongxin had been listening with the quiet attention he brought to things that didn't require his active management. The historical documentation, Yan Shuli said, is only relevant if we can substantiate it. The Founding Masters Archive provides the historical record, Ling Kongxin said. The consortium's geological data provides the technical record. The Prior Keeper's letter provides. He stopped. The Prior Keeper's letter establishes lineage of purpose. The council looked at him. Submit it, he said. The full record. The Prior Keeper's letter, the Founding Masters Archive, the consortium's geological survey, the classification documentation, Sima Fongru's investigation finding. The complete history of this valley and what it was built for. He paused. The Hollow faction is trying to own something they don't understand. The best defense is making sure the Council of Sects understands it first. Chapter 114, he went to the lower chamber at the 5th watch, 3 days after the council meeting. Not to the Prior Keeper's inscription. To the wall beside it. The blank stone that had always been there. The unfinished section that had never been pressed. He had thought about this for a week. Not managed toward it. Just held it until the decision became clear. The Prior Keeper had written to him. The Founding Master had written to whoever came after. There was a succession here, a way that significant things were passed forward through stone, through the capability both he and the Prior Keeper shared, through the specific care of wanting what came next to have information that mattered. He pressed both palms to the blank stone. He wrote himself into it. Not everything. Not an account of the past 170 days. That was what the Absorption Archive held, and it was complete, and anyone with the capability would be able to find it. What he wrote was what the Prior Keeper had written, the essential thing. The thing he would want whoever came after to know. He wrote the management reflex and the learning to catch it. He wrote the specific quality of Paleon's flat face, containing humor, if you knew how to look. He wrote what Bai Wuziu had said about people being more than why they were brought somewhere. He wrote Lu Mianyi at the Eastern Courtyard bench asking questions that were real. He wrote what it felt like to walk through the outer courtyard after the Foundation Lord advancement and hear the sect speaking to him through its stones. He wrote, the original nature is curiosity. Whatever you are, you were curious before you were anything else. That is the thing to trust. He wrote. You will be tempted to manage rather than meet. The distinction matters more than any technique you absorb. He wrote. I was hoped for. So were you. The hoping was accurate about me. I hope it is accurate about you. He lifted his hands. The blank stone held what he had given it. He stood in the lower chamber for a long time, with the Prior Keeper's inscription to his left and his own to his right, and thought about what it meant to be part of something that had always been larger than any one of its participants. He went back up. Chapter 115 Lu Mianyi said it on a Wednesday afternoon, at the Eastern Courtyard bench, with the specific quality of someone who had been deciding whether to say something for a while and had resolved to say it directly. I think I've been in love with you for a while, she said. The afternoon was mild. The birds were doing something in the eastern willows. He was quiet. I know you probably absorbed this from the stone, she said. The conversations I've had with myself about it. The times I sat here and worked through whether it was real. I didn't, he said. You didn't absorb it? I was trying not to know things I hadn't been told. He looked at the courtyard. I knew something. The way the quality of your attention is different here than it is anywhere else. The way you choose this location specifically when you have something real to sit with. I knew the category. I didn't absorb the specific content. You chose not to. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Why? Because knowing before you told me would have meant I could manage my response. I wanted to receive it as it was actually given. The afternoon continued doing what afternoons did. How are you receiving it, she said. He sat with this. With the question taken seriously, the way she always delivered questions she wanted taken seriously. He stopped. He had several accurate answers, and he was trying to find the one that was not also managed. With the specific quality of something I know from the Prior Keeper's letter. They wrote, you will absorb technique, but you will love the people. He paused. I've been learning what that means for 4 months. I think this is one of the places it means what it says. She looked at him. That's a very specific way of saying yes, she said. I wanted to say it accurately. I know. She looked back at the courtyard. Something in her expression had settled, not resolved, but arrived. I'm not asking for anything specific. I wanted to say it because not saying it was beginning to cost more than saying it. I understand that. I know you do. A pause. I wanted you to know. They were quiet for a moment. The afternoon birds were making their late-day arguments in the willows, the specific pattern he had been absorbing for months. Can I ask you something? He said. Yes. When you decided to say it, you must have considered that I might have already absorbed it from the stone impressions, that I might already know. She looked at him. Yes. And you chose to say it anyway. Because absorbing it isn't the same as being told. She held his gaze. You absorb information. Being told something is a different kind of act. It's choosing to give it, not just having it available. I wanted to choose to give it, not just have it arrive. He sat with this. The distinction matters to you, he said. The distinction is the point. She looked back at the courtyard. You could have known the content without being given it. I wanted you to be given it. By me. In a moment I chose. A pause. That's different from you finding it in the stone. He thought about the months of learning the difference between being informed and being told. About Bai Wuziu saying, I wanted to tell you, not just have you know. About Paleong saying the same thing, in different words, about the Research Institute decision. He had been learning this distinction from the outside. She had understood it from the inside. Thank you, he said. She gave him the specific small look that she used for moments she had decided were complete. Not dismissive, finished. The look of someone who had done what they came to do and was content with having done it. They sat in the afternoon with the weight of what had been said and did not try to move it before it was ready to move. The stone beneath the bench held what pressed into it. In the months ahead, it would hold this afternoon. The specific quality of two people deciding not to manage an important thing. It would be there for a long time. Chapter 116 Zhou Mingyu reported the intelligence operations conclusion with the specific dry precision that was his register for significant events. The Hollow faction has cross-referenced the activation sequence specifications with their own geological data, he said. The discrepancy was identified approximately 10 days ago. They've since spent those 10 days tracing the error backward through their information chain. To Tan Xiaobo, Zhu Songjin said. To this Sect's cooperation with the Hollow faction, generally. They haven't confirmed the specific channel yet, but they know the information was corrupted. And Tan Xiaobo, removed from any further information contact 2 weeks ago, as protocol specified. The Hollow faction will have identified the channel, but not be able to verify whether the failure was deliberate or an error. They'll suspect deliberate. He paused. Tan Xiaobo is safe. The Council's decision to protect him in exchange for cooperation has been honored. The room was quiet for a moment. The intelligence operation is complete, Zhu Songjin said. The Hollow faction now knows we're aware of them. Yes, they will also know that we were aware of the beacon, the transmission, and the informant. The extent of our knowledge will be unclear to them. Zhou Mingyu looked at Ling Kongxin. What they don't know is the extent of what you absorbed. They'll assume I can read their stone network communications, Ling Kongxin said. I can't. Not remotely. Only through direct contact. But they have no way to know that limitation. You're suggesting they'll be cautious about stone channel communications near this valley. I'm suggesting they now have an information environment problem that limits their options. Direct action becomes more attractive when intelligence assets are compromised. The Council absorbed this. We're moving toward escalation, Yin Shuli said. Yes. When Ling Kongxin thought about timelines. The regional network destabilization. The 19 months of reliable stability remaining. The Hollow faction's damaged asset and their likely shift toward direct action. Before the year is out, he said. Chapter 117 Pei Yongshan returned in late autumn. This time he came with a formal Council of Sects petition and a party of 6, which was the minimum size for a formal petition delivery under Council protocol. He moved through the formal processes correctly: advance notice, gate registration, official reception. The petition cited the regional network instability data, which the consortium had submitted to the Council of Sects Central Registry as part of the working group documentation. It cited the timeline compression. It cited the fact that the Nexus activation had regional implications affecting 17 sections. On those grounds, it requested that any activation decision be made under formal Council of Sects oversight rather than at the discretion of a single affiliated sect. It was politically sophisticated and technically legitimate. Ling Kongxin read the petition with Paleong and Lu Mianyi in the evening after its delivery. None of them said anything for a while. He's not wrong, Lu Mianyi said. The regional network implications are real. The 17 sects have legitimate interest in the activation outcome. The petition doesn't say what council oversight means in practice, Paleong said. No, it establishes the principle. The specific terms would be negotiated afterward. He paused. The specific terms are where the Hollow faction's actual interest lies. They want council oversight because Pei Yongshan is positioned to influence the council's determination of what that oversight includes. What would they want oversight to include? Lumiani said. Observer status at the activation. Potentially veto authority over activation timing. Possibly a mechanism to designate the oversight body's composition, which they could then stack toward faction-friendly council members. All of which circumvents the prior keeper's condition, Peiliong said. The petition doesn't mention the prior keeper's condition. It frames the decision as administrative rather than capability-based. Ling Kongshin looked at the document. The prior keeper said, the keeper must know what they are. The petition says, the council must approve the timing. Those two conditions are not compatible. Why not? Because the first is an internal determination. It cannot be externally assessed or externally overridden. If the council has veto authority over timing, the timing could be vetoed regardless of whether I'm ready. If it could be mandated by the council, the activation could be required before I'm ready. Either way, the prior keeper's condition, which is the safety mechanism for the regional network, is neutralized. He set down the petition. This is the most dangerous thing they've done, he said. Not because it's wrong. Because it's right about the jurisdiction question while being wrong about how to resolve it. Chapter 118, the council deliberation lasted 2 days. Ling Kongshin was included, not as a subject of the deliberation but as a participant. Zhu Cangjin had formalized this over the past month. He was a member of the working group, he was part of the Sect's response to the consortium, and he would be part of the council's response to the Hollow faction petition. He listened more than he spoke. This was intentional. The council was working through the legitimate question of regional governance, and his interest in the outcome was obvious enough that additional input from him would be weighted differently than from anyone else. Zhou Mingyu was the one who finally named what was at issue. The petition is correct that the 17 affected sects have legitimate interest in the activation outcome, he said. It is incorrect in its proposed mechanism. The prior keeper's condition is not a preference, it is the safety mechanism. Overriding the safety mechanism in the name of governance oversight would achieve the governance, while making the outcome of what it governs more dangerous. The petition doesn't acknowledge the safety mechanism, Yin Shuli said. The petition was filed by a party whose interests are served by the activation condition being overridden. Of course it doesn't acknowledge it. He looked at the council. We need to respond to the legitimate question. The 17 sects do have interest in this, while making clear that the prior keeper's condition is not negotiable because it is not a preference. It is the only thing preventing a bad activation outcome. How do we make that case to the Council of Sects? We submit the Founding Master's archive and the prior keeper's letter, Ling Kongshin said. Everyone looked at him. The complete historical record, as we discussed after the archive discovery. The evidence that the activation condition is 3 centuries old, built into the formation architecture by the prior keeper who created the system, confirmed by the Founding Master who built the sect above it. He paused. We tell the Council of Sects the full truth and let them assess it. That's the argument. Not a political counterpetition. The truth about what this is and why the condition is what it is. The council was quiet. They may not accept it, Zhu Cangjin said. Then we make the case clearly and let the council decide. I'm not going to manage the Council of Sects into the correct conclusion. He looked at the sect leader. I'm going to tell them the truth and trust that accurate information produces better outcomes than managed information. That's what I'm learning. I might as well apply it. Chapter 119, he made the formal statement at the extended council session, 3 days after the petition deliberation. The session included the full council, Weiliang representing the consortium, Sima Fengru who had made a special trip for this session, and the official record keeper of the sect's administrative archive. He had thought about this for 2 weeks. Not managing the words toward an outcome, understanding what was true and finding the language for it. I know what I am, he said. The room was quiet. Not as a claim or a performance. As an accurate statement about a question I've been trying to answer since the first day above the surface. He looked at the council. The original nature, the thing that was here before any of the absorption, is curiosity. That's what the Hollow Sovereign level showed me. The thing beneath all the layers I've accumulated is interest in what exists and what it means. He paused. The chosen nature, the thing I've become through the absorption and the emergence in the past 180 days, is care. I care about this place. I care about the people who live in it. Not as a function or a management obligation, as the thing I am, which has curiosity as its foundation and care as its structure. He thought about the prior keeper's letter, about the Founding Master's sealed chamber and what it had held. I am a keeper who learned to love what they are responsible for, he said. That's what the prior keeper hoped for. That's what the Founding Master prepared for. That's what the formation system they built together was designed to produce. He looked at Sima Fengru, who was making her precise notations. The prior keeper's condition requires the keeper to know what they are, not what they can do. I know what I am. I have sufficient confidence in that knowledge to say it formally, for the record, as the basis for the next step in the activation process. You're ready, Zhu Songjin said. I believe I am. The Hollow Faction's petition. The prior keeper's condition exists independent of any external authority. It is the safety mechanism, not a preference. I'm ready because I have met the condition, not because the timeline requires it. He paused. I'd like the council's acknowledgement, not permission, acknowledgement, and I'd like Pale Yang and the people who have been part of this to be there. Sima Fengru looked up from her notation. The evaluative neutrality had a different quality in it, not assessment, recognition. She wrote it down. Chapter 120, he went to the lower chambers alone that night. Not to activate. Not yet. To be with it first. The prior keeper's inscription glowed with its usual quiet light. His own inscription beside it. The space between them occupied by the specific quality of 3 centuries of prepared succession. He pressed his palm to the activation sequence. The first note of the sequence the prior keeper had described in the letter's final section. He felt it receive his contact. Not active. Not initiating. Just present. The way the stone had always been present. Waiting with the patience that was the valley's original character. He held the contact for a long time. Tomorrow there would be witnesses. Pale Yang, who had positioned himself to be present for the uncertain parts. Lu Mianyi, who had said the thing she'd been holding rather than managing it. Bai Wuxiu, who had taught him that people were more than why they were brought somewhere. Feng Qianru, who had held a lamp and been the first thing he saw. Zhu Songjin, who had governed through everything with more patience than the situations warranted. Zhou Mingyu, who had been right in his method and who would be there at the end of the process he had conducted. Wei Yang, who had decided that honesty was more useful than strategy. Tomorrow there would be witnesses to what it looked like when a thing that had been prepared for across centuries arrived at the moment it had been prepared for. Tonight there was just the stone and what he knew about himself and what it meant to have learned it slowly and imperfectly and genuinely. He lifted his hand. He stood in the chamber with the dormant nexus breathing its long patience below him and said, quietly, to the prior keeper's inscription and to his own, I'll come back tomorrow. The stone held the words. He stood with his hand still resting on the activation sequence's first node, not pressing in, not initiating, just in contact. The node received him the way everything in this valley received him. Fully, without filtering, without the preference for one kind of contact over another. He thought about the prior keeper. They had spent 30 years in a place they loved, maintaining something that would not be needed for 300 years, leaving records and structures, and hope for someone they would never meet. They had done this with the same care in the late years as in the early ones. The journal entries from the 3rd decade had the same quality as the entries from the 1st year. Not diminishing care. Consistent care. The care of someone who had decided this was worth their life and had not needed to keep redeciding. He thought about the founding master. They had built an institution around an educational project for something beneath the stone. They had made the daily cultivation of their practitioners the education that something else was receiving. They had sealed the chamber with a requirement for care rather than capability, because they understood that care was more predictive of the right outcome than any formation qualification. He thought about the people who would be here tomorrow. Pale Yang, who had made a discipline of showing up for uncertain things. Lu Mianyi, who had taught him what it meant to give rather than merely have known. Bai Wuxiu, who had been asking to be treated as someone capable of his own path since the 1st month. Feng Qianru, who had carried a lamp and been the first thing he saw. Zhou Mingyu, who had been right in his method even when it was difficult to receive. Zhu Songjin, who had governed through everything without losing his sense of what governing was for. They were not gathered because of obligation. They had each come to this place, to this moment, to the specific position of being someone who witnessed something difficult and was glad to be there, through their own choosing, through the quality of attention that was theirs. He lifted his hand. He went up. The valley held its breath in the specific way of something that has been waiting for a long time and has learned to trust that the waiting will have been worth it. Chapter 121. The morning of the activation was a morning like other mornings. He had expected something different, some quality in the air that marked the significance of what was about to happen. What he found was the usual light coming over the eastern ridge, the usual sounds of early practice from the outer courtyard, the smell of morning preparation from the kitchens. A junior disciple crossing the main courtyard with a stack of formation manuals. 2 outer disciples arguing about technique near the eastern gate, their voices carrying the specific quality of a disagreement that had been ongoing for days. The stone underfoot was the same stone it had always been. He stood in the outer courtyard for the seventh watch and said goodbye to the version of himself that might not persist. Not with grief. With the specific care of someone who wanted to honor something before it changed. The version of him that had managed information in calibrated layers, revealing what he thought could be absorbed and withholding what he thought would overwhelm. The version that had made things easier for people before they knew they needed things made easier, that had smoothed difficulties before they surfaced and called it love. That version had done necessary work, had been the thing he needed to be to get from emergence to this morning. The management reflex had not been only bad. It had been protective in the early weeks when the situation was genuinely uncertain and the cost of full disclosure was genuinely unknown. The problem had not been having the reflex. The problem had been not being able to stop using it when the situation no longer warranted it. He was grateful for what that version had done. He let it go. The valley received his intention the way it received everything, without judgment, with complete accuracy. What he pressed into the stone beside the drainage channel was a specific quality, not an impression designed to be read later, just presence. The act of being fully present in a moment before a threshold. Paelyong arrived at the 8th watch with the specific quiet of a person who had prepared to be present for something uncertain. He said nothing immediately. He stood beside Ling Kongxin in the outer courtyard, and they watched the morning for a moment together, the light moving across the eastern ridge, the birds in the willows making their complicated morning arguments. Ready? Paelyong said. Yes. Then, one by one, the others arrived. Bai Wuxiu, who had stopped trying to look casual about significant occasions, and simply showed up with his full attention visible in the specific quality of his stillness. Feng Qianru, who had held a lamp and been the first thing he saw, who stood now with the specific quality of someone completing a sentence that had been started 6 months ago. She looked at him the way she had looked at him in the sealed chamber, with the frank directness of someone whose care had never required disguising itself. Lu Mianyi, who arrived last and came to stand beside him without looking at him, which was the specific form of her presence that he had come to understand as more intimate than anything that required eye contact. She stood with her shoulder almost but not quite touching his, and the quality of her attention was as present as any formation contact he had experienced. Zhu Songjin, Chou Mingyu, Weiliang. They gathered without ceremony because ceremony wasn't what this needed. What this needed was people who understood what was happening and had chosen to witness it, not as observers of an event, but as participants in something that each of them had contributed to making possible. He looked at each of them in turn. Not a managed moment. Not a staged farewell. Just seeing them as clearly as he knew how to see. Ready? Paelyong said again, with the quality of someone who knew the answer but understood that asking was part of the threshold. Yes, Ling Kongxin said. They went down. Chapter 1:22. The lower chamber received them with its usual quiet luminescence. The prior keeper's inscription glowed on the left wall, its characters sharp and clear despite 3 centuries of the same archival formation holding them. His own inscription was beside it, the impression he had pressed in the weeks before the activation, the record of who he was then, addressed to whoever came after. The activation sequence was on the floor. The prior keeper's inscription, pressed 300 years ago, describing the method for waking the architecture they had built and then deliberately laid to rest. Readable only through foundation absorption. Executable only through the bidirectional capability the same technique produced in those who held it long enough. He pressed his palms to the first node. The stone received his contact as it always had, fully, without filtering, with the quality of something that had spent 3 centuries waiting for exactly this contact. Not passively waiting. The formation had been maintained, in its dormant state, by the Sect's daily cultivation work. It had been present. It had just been still. What came back from the first contact was different. Recognition, not information. The formation architecture acknowledging a contact quality it had been built to recognize. The way a key fit a lock, not opening yet, but the specific sensation of correspondence between form and function that preceded the opening. He pressed the first sequence step. The node activated. A warmth moved through the floor, not temperature, chi state. The specific quality of a dormant formation node receiving activation intent for the first time in 3 centuries. The chamber's ambient light shifted fractionally toward gold. He heard Paelyong write something in the log behind him. He heard the specific quality of the others' breathing adjust, the collective held breath of people witnessing something begin. He moved to the second node. Third, the prior keeper's sequence was precise in a way that was also elegant. Each step building on the previous. Each activation deepening the architecture's responsiveness to his contact. It was like learning a language that already lived in him and finding that the words came correctly because he had always known them, had absorbed them from the stone long before they were required. Fifth node. Sixth. The floor's gold tone deepened steadily, the archival formation's light warming as the activation spread from node to node. He worked without rushing. The prior keeper had designed the sequence to take as long as it took, not a test of speed but a practice of quality. Each node required the specific contact that acknowledged what it was rather than merely activating it. He pressed each step with the full weight of what he understood about this place and what it meant. By the eighth node, he could feel the dormant architecture shifting, not waking, preparing to wake, the way a person's breathing changed in the last minutes before they rose from sleep. 3 centuries of preserved dormancy, recognizing that the condition for its ending was finally present. He continued. Chapter 123. At the 15th node, the hollow sovereign level fused with the nexus. He felt it as an expansion of a perception that had been growing toward this for 6 months. Not sudden, not violent, but a threshold crossed with the specific quality of something settling into a configuration that was correct. The last component of a structure that had been assembling itself since the foundation pulse advancement in the 41st day above ground. The progression through each capability level contributing a piece of the architecture that was now, finally, whole. He could feel the regional network, not as a concept, not as data he had absorbed, but as presence. The 17 sects distributed across the mountain range, each with their own formation systems moving through their morning practice. Each pulse of chi work part of a larger rhythm he could now perceive in its entirety. Green Valley at the center, not geographically, but structurally. The convergence point. The nexus that the rest of the network was built around. The network was struggling. He had known this intellectually from Weiliang's data, from the destabilization timeline, from the instability signals in the outer ring. What he felt now was not intellectual. It was the specific quality of a system operating under sustained strain, like hearing exhaustion in a voice rather than reading about it in a document. 3 centuries of degraded chi current distribution. 17 sects that had adapted to scarcity and no longer remembered abundance. The network was surviving. It was not well. Below the current state, accessible through the prior keeper's shape that was still present in the dormant architecture, he could feel what the fully active state would be. Not by calculation, by presence. The prior keeper had pressed 30 years of care into this formation system, had maintained the regional network with the specific quality of someone who understood what they were responsible for and had given it their full attention for decades. Their shape was still here. Not a ghost, not a record. The lasting impression of an intelligence that had cared. The prior keeper had loved this. He had known this intellectually from the letter, the education they had built, the hope they had pressed into stone, the succession they had prepared across centuries. He had not known the emotional quality of it until he stood in direct contact with what they had built and felt their presence in it. The specific warmth of someone who had looked at 17 sects of cultivators and at a valley formation system and at a thing that lived in the stone beneath and had decided that all of it was worth tending. You will absorb technique, but you will love the people. They had loved the people. Not in the abstract, specifically. The valley's daily practitioners, the formation systems they maintained, the regional network that served them. He had found the letter's statement about love to be instruction. He now understood it was also description. The prior keeper had already done it. He was standing in the imprint of what that love looked like, translated into stone. He pressed the 16th node. The network stirred. Chapter 124, he felt them the moment they came through the outer gate. Not as individual cultivators, as formation disturbances, moving through the sect's chi network in the specific pattern of people who knew where the vulnerable nodes were and were moving toward them deliberately. Not the random movement of visitors. The targeted movement of people with a plan. The hollow faction's direct action. The timing was not coincidental. They had received the false information about the activation sequence, had spent weeks tracing the error, had understood that the information was corrupted and that the sect knew about their asset. They had known the controlled narrative was over. And they had known, through whatever intelligence remained to them, that something significant was happening today. He was at the 19th node. He could stop. He held, for a moment, the full weight of that choice. The Foundation Lord level gave him awareness of the entire formation network. He could feel exactly where each intruder was, which nodes they were moving toward, what their formation capabilities suggested about their intentions. He could surface in the next 30 seconds and redirect everything with the total information advantage he possessed. He continued to the 20th node. Not because he didn't care, because he could feel who was above him. By Wuziu, moving toward the intruders with the unhurried focus he brought to formation problems. The specific quality of his cultivation presence was the same as it was when he was working on a difficult array repair. Concentrated, methodical, not performing urgency, but present to it. Feng Qianru, whose presence in the network carried the self-reliant quality of years in isolated practice. Not aggressive, positioned. The specific readiness of someone who understood their own capabilities and trusted them. Zhu Songjin, moving from the administrative hall with the formation pressure of a sect leader whose capability had been built over decades of exactly this kind of responsibility. He was below. They were above. They had known what today was. They had come prepared, each of them, for the possibility that today would require them to be what they were without him. He pressed the 20th node. The formation architecture received his intent. The chamber's gold light deepened further, the activation sequence moving from preparation into the early stages of true activation. He felt, through the network, by Wuziu take the strike. A formation discharge, partial contact, not the full intended force, but real. The specific quality of someone moving in front of something that was aimed at someone else. By Wuziu's formation presence shifted in the network, the quality of someone absorbing an impact and continuing. Every management reflex activated simultaneously. He pressed his hands more firmly to the stone, not to resist the reflex, to hold the place where the reflex met something stronger. You will love the people. Loving them was not managing them. Loving them was not using the total information advantage he held to intervene in every difficult moment they faced. Loving them was trusting them with what they were capable of and accepting that trust meant genuine risk. Bai Wuziu was capable of this. Feng Qianru was capable of this. Zhu Songjin was capable of this. He pressed the 21st node. Chapter 125. The Hollow Faction Party was stopped at the inner gate. He felt it through the network. The specific quality of a formation confrontation reaching resolution, the clash of cultivation pressures, the intruder's formation signatures compressing, retreating, then moving toward the outer gate with the specific quality of a tactical withdrawal rather than a rout. They had come prepared, had encountered more resistance than their intelligence suggested, and had made the decision that a professional retreat was preferable to a loss. Bai Wuziu's impression in the network stabilized. Still present. Still himself. The injury was real, a deep bruise in the meridian channels that would take weeks to clear, but not structural. He was still in it, still contributing. Feng Qianru's impression was unchanged. The clean precision of someone who had been exactly what they needed to be and had lost nothing in being it. Zhu Songjin's impression had the specific quality of an authority exercised fully and correctly. Not strain. Resolution. They had handled it. He allowed himself one moment. A single moment, held in the space between the 21st and 22nd nodes, to feel what it meant to trust the people above him with something they hadn't asked to be trusted with, and to have the trust received and honored. He had spent 6 months learning to stop managing. He had learned it in the small cases first, letting Bai Wuziu complete the solo assignment, letting Lu Mianyi file her request through the formal channel without knowing first, letting Peiyong receive the advancement news without staging his response. Those had been the practice. This was the application. He returned to the sequence. 22nd node. 23rd. The lower chamber was fully luminescent now. The archival formation's gold-white light had reached the walls, the ceiling, every surface activated by the progressive unlocking of the architecture beneath. The prior keeper's inscription glowed at a higher brightness than he had ever seen it, the characters vivid and clear in a way that suggested they were being read by the thing they had been written for. He could feel, in the dormant structure below, the shift from preserved to active. Not complete. The prior keeper's sequence still had nodes ahead. But the architecture was moving now in a way that was different from the first half of the sequence. It was responsive, engaged. 3 centuries of carefully preserved potential recognizing that its condition had been met. He pressed the 24th node. The activation deepened. Below him, through the stone and deeper than stone, the valley held what had always been its nature. Patient, attentive, interested in everything that pressed into it from above. The prior keeper's shape in the architecture, 30 years of deliberate care preserved in formation stone, recognized something it had been built to hope for. He had arrived. He kept working. Chapter 126. The final node was different from the others. Not harder to reach. Not simpler. Different the way the last movement of a long piece was different from the ones before it. Not because of its inherent quality, but because of everything that accumulated in the approach, and because the ending it made had always been latent in the beginning. He pressed both palms to the central convergence point. The stone received him the way it received everything, fully, without filtering, without preference. The same quality it had always had. On the first day, he had pressed his consciousness against it from below the valley floor and found that the stone remembered more than stone should. The same quality through every capability breakthrough, every impression left and found, every conversation pressed into the formation architecture for someone to discover centuries later. The prior keeper's preserved form was here. He could feel it, the specific shape of 30 years of deliberate care, the intelligence that had looked at this network and decided it was worth spending a life on. They had pressed themselves so thoroughly into this architecture that their presence had outlasted their body by 3 centuries. He had felt that presence since the 15th node. He felt it now as something that recognized what it had been waiting for and was preparing to yield. He let the prior keeper's sequence do what it had been built to do. The dormant architecture received its shape. It happened slowly and then completely. The prior keeper's form, 3 centuries of one person's care embedded in the foundation, did not dissolve, it made room. Yielded. The way a careful hand moved back when another hand reached for something that had always been meant for the second hand. There was no conflict in it. There had never been a competing claim. The prior keeper had built this whole system with exactly this moment as its purpose. He arrived. The Nexus accepted his shape. He was still himself, still the person who had spent 6 months learning what it meant to have come from stone and be more than stone, still the management reflex and the ongoing work of knowing when to hold it back, still the one who had pressed his specific curiosity into the valley floor on the morning before the activation and addressed it to whoever came after. That record was in the stone beside him now. He could feel it. And he was also the valley, the network. The prior keeper had built this whole structure to produce. Both simultaneously, without the separation he had expected. It was not that one thing became another. It was that 2 things he had always been finally occupied the same space consciously. He stood in the lower chamber for a long time after the final node settled. The prior keeper's form was present but quiet now, not gone, not erased. He could still feel the 30 years of deliberate care that had been pressed into every node in this system. What had changed was the living quality that had animated it. That was his now, had been his since the threshold was crossed. He went up. The witnesses were where he had left them, arranged in the specific quality of people who had been waiting with careful, controlled concern and were trying not to show how carefully they had been controlling it. Peiliong was at the entrance to the lower passage, the log still in his hands. Feng Qianru was beside him. Lu Mianyi had her back against the passage wall in the specific posture of someone who had been standing very still for a long time. He emerged into the light, and they saw immediately that something had changed. Not in his appearance. In his presence. The quality of the way the valley moved with him when he moved through it. The specific weight of something that was now in relationship with the stone beneath in a way it had not been before. Not heavier. More settled. Well, Peiliong said. It worked, Ling Kongxin said. The word was inadequate in a way he accepted. There were no words built for this size of event. The available language was the language of smaller things. The regional network? Peiliong said. Flowing. He pressed his palm to the passage wall. The network was there. All 17 sects, the valley, the chi current patterns spreading across the mountain range. He could feel the early signs of restoration already, the degraded pathways beginning to receive what they had been built to carry. It will stabilize over the next several days as the distribution rebalances. It's stable now. It will be well. Peiliong wrote something in the log. The others didn't say anything. They stood with him in the passage and let the moment be what it was, which was the only thing that had ever been needed from them, and which they had always been capable of providing. Chapter 127 by Wu Tiu was in the outer practice courtyard, sitting on the step he had used for this purpose before. His cultivation regulation was slow and deliberate in the way that indicated injury management rather than ordinary rest, the specific steady breath of a practitioner working to maintain qi flow through channels that had been disrupted by force rather than by choice. He was doing it correctly. He had the absorbed understanding of his own meridian system that good practitioners developed through years of careful practice, and he was applying it without panic or excessive attention, the same methodical quality he brought to formation problems. Ling Kongxin sat beside him. The strike, he said. I'm all right. Bai Wuxiu's voice had the quality of someone who was in genuine discomfort and had decided the accurate description of the discomfort was sufficient. Bruised meridians, mostly. Deep, but not structural. It'll restrict my cultivation for a few weeks while the channels settle. I know. He had felt it in the network during the activation sequence. The specific quality of Bai Wuxiu's formation impression shifting, the impact landing, the injury establishing itself in the bruised channels. He had felt it and kept pressing. I'm sorry you were hurt. You knew it was happening, Bai Wuxiu said. It was not an accusation. It was the specific tone he used when he wanted accurate information and was offering factual framing to invite it. Yes. You kept going. Yes. Bai Wuxiu was quiet for a moment. His hand rested on the courtyard stone in the way that practitioners whose bodies sought formation contact during recovery sometimes did without meaning to. The unconscious recognition that ambient qi helped with healing. I'm glad you kept going, he said. The thing you were doing mattered more. We could handle what we had to handle. A pause. I want you to know that I understood that when it was happening. It wasn't just something I understood afterward. You handled it correctly, Ling Kongxin said. All of you. The specific way Feng Qianru positioned. The choices Zhu Cangjin made at the inner gate. He looked at Bai Wuziu. You moved in front of the strike that was aimed at Wei Yang. Wei Yang is a civilian scholar. He shouldn't have been there, but he was there, and he was a better target because he was less defended. The logic was simple, stated without self-congratulation, the same tone Bai Wuziu used for accurate reporting. You chose well. Under pressure. Without direction. We didn't have any choice about whether to handle it. You had a choice about how. He sat with this for a moment. I could tell you exactly how to accelerate your meridian recovery. There's an absorbed technique from the formation archives that addresses bruised qi channels specifically. The prior keeper encountered similar injuries and documented the recovery method. I know, Bai Wuziu said. I'm not going to tell you unless you want me to. Bai Wuziu looked at him. The expression moved through something and arrived at something warmer, the specific quality of warmth that came from someone recognizing a change they had been hoping to see. That's improvement, he said. I'm practicing. You're not practicing anymore, Bai Wuziu said. A few months ago you would have told me, and then caught yourself and felt the management reflex. Just now you didn't tell me, and you didn't feel the reflex at all. It was simply the natural thing, to wait and see if I wanted it. He paused. That's different from catching a reflex. That's the reflex being gone. Ling Kongxin sat with this. It was accurate. He had not felt the pull to tell Bai Wuziu first, and then decide whether to. He had simply known there was information available, and waited. Tell me about the technique, Bai Wuziu said. If you want. Do you want to know? Yes. He told him. Simply, directly, with the specific quality of one practitioner sharing accurate information with another practitioner who had asked for it. Not managing the pace to what Bai Wuziu was already capable of following. Not calibrating to preserve some sense of his own expertise. Just information, offered to someone who could receive it and act on it according to his own judgment. Chapter 128. The regional sects began to notice within hours. Not as a dramatic event, as a quality change. The kind of change that practitioners noticed in their daily work before they had language for it. Something slightly easier than it had been yesterday. A technique that had always required full concentration requiring slightly less. Ambient qi density, with the specific quality of something that had been slightly thin and was becoming slightly richer. The practitioners most sensitive to formation changes noticed first. At the Greystone Sect, 3 days travel by road from Green Valley. The senior formation elder was in the middle of his morning array maintenance when the qi current arriving through the network subchannels shifted. He had been monitoring these subchannels for signs of further degradation for the past 3 years. What he felt now was the opposite. Not a dramatic surge, the specific quality of something that had been slightly thin becoming slightly richer. The Greystone Sect's formation network had adapted to the reduced qi density over decades. Adapted practitioners calibrated their techniques to work within the constraints that had become normal. The elder recognized immediately that the constraint had loosened, not that it was gone, but that the ambient density had shifted in a direction it had not moved in living memory. He filed a formal inquiry within the hour. At the Clearwater Sect, the change was felt in the outer practice courtyard before the formation elders even reached their instruments. The outer disciples whose cultivation was sensitive enough to register environmental qi density noticed something different about their morning practice. Not a specific sensation, a quality. The specific ease that came from abundance rather than scarcity. Several of them independently described the morning's practice as feeling more fluid, as if a subtle resistance they had always attributed to the nature of the work had simply not been there. At the Thornwood Sect, the formation array practitioners who had been managing outer ring instability signals for years watched their diagnostic instruments reverse. Instability signals they had been plotting for months began to smooth. They ran the readings 3 times before filing their inquiry. The first inquiry message arrived by nightfall. Formal sect correspondence through the Regional Communication Network, addressed to Green Valley Sect's Administrative Council. 2 more messages by the second watch of the following morning. By the 3rd day, 7 sects had filed formal inquiries. Wei Yang had his instruments running continuously in the Formation Research Annex, producing documentation that he presented to the working group with the precision of a scholar who had been waiting years to see exactly this data set. 91% of the outer ring instabilities have reversed, he said. The central distribution channels are operating at 67% of pre-dormancy capacity and rising. The stabilization is proceeding faster than the conservative projections. By the end of the month, we should have a clear picture of where the final stable state will be. Haoyang was studying the charts over Weiliang's shoulder with the specific attention he gave to data that was answering questions he had been holding for a long time. 17 sects, he said. 17 in the valley. Ling Kongxin said from the corner of the room. He was not looking at anything in particular, just being present while the information came in, letting the network he could now feel directly confirm what the instruments were reporting. Most of them have been operating at reduced capacity for so long they won't know what to compare the new state to. They'll just find things easier and notice eventually that things have been getting easier for a while. They'll want to know why, Weiliang said. The Council of Sect's submission contains the full historical record, Zhu Cangjin said. His voice had the specific quality of someone who had been governing through a significant crisis and was watching the resolution arrive more smoothly than he had allowed himself to expect. When the inquiry responses go through the formal channel, the explanation will be there. The Prior Keeper's letter, the Founding Master's archive, the succession mechanism and the activation outcome. The Hollow Factions petition, Yin Shuli said, is effectively answered by events. Zhou Mingyu did not look up from the notes he was making. The regional network has been stabilized. The activation has occurred. The Prior Keeper's condition was met. The petition requested oversight of a process that has already concluded successfully. They'll file a challenge. They will file a challenge that 13 of the 17 sects whose cultivation environment just improved substantially will have very limited interest in supporting. Zhou Mingyu set down his brush. I have reviewed the Council's procedural requirements. The challenge will go through process. It will take months. It will not succeed. The working group room settled into the specific quality of a group of people who had been managing a significant situation for a long time and were beginning to understand, carefully, without entirely believing it yet, that the situation had resolved. Ling Kongxin pressed his palm to the working group table's surface. The stone held the accumulated impression of 6 months of difficult meetings in this room. The early evaluations, the crisis sessions after the Hollow Faction's direct inquiries, the long deliberations over the petition. All of it was in here. Beside those impressions, now, the specific quality of this morning. The instruments showing the network stabilizing. The inquiry messages arriving from 17 sections. The working group understanding that the thing they had been preparing for and guarding against, and carefully tending had resolved in the way they had hoped. He pressed his own impression beside theirs. This is what it felt like when it worked. Chapter 129. Sima Fengru's response arrived 3 weeks after the quarterly report. It was brief. A single formal addendum submitted through the Council of Sect's administrative channel, copied to the Green Valley Sect record. Not the investigative register. The administrative channel, which was where final determinations went when an investigation was closed. Asterisk addendum to investigation finding. Senior Investigator General S. Fengru, Council of Sect's investigative branch. Asterisk situation resolved as hoped. Asterisk closing note. The Prior Keeper's condition, as documented in the historical records submitted to the Council Registry, was a self-verifying mechanism. The quality of the activation outcome, its stability, its alignment with the regional network's architectural requirements, and the absence of the destabilizing outcomes the Hollow Faction's petition anticipated, constitutes evidence that the condition was met. No further investigation recommended. Asterisk he read it twice in the administrative record room before going to sit at the Eastern Courtyard bench and read it a 3rd time. Situation resolved as hoped. He had not expected that phrase from her. Sima Fengru's register was evaluative neutrality, precise, careful, not given to expressions of hope or its resolution. She had said, in the formal finding, exactly what the data supported: no regional security risk. Recommend continued local oversight with quarterly reporting. She had not expressed hope. Hope was not in the investigator's register. The word was deliberate. He wrote her a formal response. Asterisk Senior Investigator General asterisk, thank you for your addendum. The phrase, as hoped, is the most accurate description I have received of what this situation required. Asterisk, the original hope was not mine. The Prior Keeper hoped, 3 centuries ago, when they pressed the activation sequence into the stone and addressed it to whoever would someday arrive to receive it. The Founding Master hoped, when they built the sect over the valley and sealed the Founding Master's chamber against the specific day when the core would need to read what was in it. The people who surrounded the situation with their care over the past 6 months hoped in their own ways. Some of them without knowing precisely what they were hoping for, only that whatever it was mattered and was worth being present for. Asterisk, I had the benefit of all that hoping. I tried to be worth it. Asterisk Ling Kongxin, he submitted it through the formal channel. He thought about the phrase for a while after. Situation resolved as hoped. He had not expected that phrase from Sima Fengru because her register was evaluative neutrality. Because she had spoken in the precise language of investigation findings throughout, because the language of hope was not the language of investigation. And yet there it was, in the formal administrative channel, in a document that would be part of the Council of Sect's permanent record. She had decided it was the accurate word. He had been thinking about hope since the Founding Master's archive. The prior keeper had hoped. The Founding Master had hoped. They had done this carefully and thoroughly, and over long timescales, and without any guarantee that what they hoped for would arrive. They had organized their lives and their institutions and their preservation mechanisms around a hope they could not confirm would be warranted. He was the answer to whether the hope was warranted. He sat with this for a long time, not with grief or celebration, but with the specific quality of understanding the weight of something you have been given that you didn't earn and can only repay by being what it was given for. The prior keeper had pressed 30 years of care into the stone. The Founding Master had built an institution. The sect had provided the education without knowing it was providing it. He could not repay what had been given to him. He could only be worth it, the way anyone could be worth the hope that was invested in them. Not by surpassing expectations, but by genuinely becoming the thing that made the investment worthwhile. He thought that was what Sima Fengru meant by as hoped, not relief that the danger had passed. The specific satisfaction of accurate hope, hope that turned out to be seeing something real in advance. He submitted the letter and returned to his work. The work after the activation was different than the work before it, and the difference was not in the tasks themselves, but in the quality he brought to them. Before, there had always been the horizon, the activation, the prior keeper's condition, the pending crisis of the regional destabilization. The management reflex had operated in relationship to that horizon. Smooth things now, so that the threshold can be reached. The horizon was gone. There was no threshold ahead. There was only the ongoing work of being what he had become, maintaining what he was responsible for, being present to the people around him without managing them toward outcomes they hadn't asked for. It was quieter, more spacious. He found that he had room for things he hadn't had room for before, not new tasks, but a quality of attention to what was already there. The formation maintenance sequence he had been doing daily for 6 months felt different now that it was keeper's work rather than apprentice's work. The conversations he had with Peiyang and Bai Wuxiu and the others felt different now that he was not managing them toward a future event. He was not managing toward anything. He was present in something. Chapter 130 The Council of Sect's formal response to the historical record submission arrived 5 weeks after the filing. It was a lengthy administrative document, 11 pages, formatted in the specific style of the Council's archival division, with citations to prior precedents and statutory frameworks that Cho Mingyu read with the patient attention he brought to all formal documents and summarized for the Council in 4 points. The Council acknowledged the historical record and classified the prior keeper's formation system as pre-institutional heritage, designated Green Valley Sect as formal custodian of the regional nexus with associated maintenance responsibilities and rights, confirmed the Hollow Faction's petition as resolved by events with the challenge proceeding through standard process, and noted the collective support of 13 of the 17 regional network sects in the attached statements of record. The challenge won't succeed, Cho Mingyu said. I'll file our formal response when the administrative calendar opens next month. The outcome is not in doubt. The Council absorbed this with the specific quality of a group of people who had been managing genuine uncertainty for months and were not entirely certain they could trust the absence of it. Zhu Songjin said, after a moment. Then we're through it. We're through the crisis, Cho Mingyu said. What comes next is custodianship, which is an ongoing responsibility rather than a crisis, and is better than the alternative. Ling Kongxin said nothing during this exchange. He received the news the way he received most things now, fully present, without managing his response, letting it be what it was. The Council's relief was real. The political resolution was real. The formal confirmation that the sect's custodianship was recognized was real. He went to the Eastern Courtyard bench in the evening. Lu Mini was there, reading with the specific focused quality that meant she had come to sit alongside something and was using the reading as company for the thinking rather than as the main event. She did not look up when he sat beside her, which was not an attention. It was the specific form of her welcome. The Council response, she said, without looking up. Yes, they acknowledged everything. And the challenge. It'll go through process. It won't succeed. 13 sects filed supporting statements. She turned a page. How does it feel? He considered this. She always asked with the expectation of an actual answer, not a social response, not a summary of the facts, but the thing that was true. Like something beginning rather than something ending, he said. The activation was the conclusion of a 6-month becoming. What comes now is living in what I've become. That's different from the crisis. It's more ongoing, less defined by a horizon. Is that better? I think it will be more ordinary, he said. In good ways. I think it will be less about managing towards something and more about actually being here. He looked at the bench stones, which held 6 months of accumulated evenings. I've spent a long time here managing toward the activation. Now there's no activation to manage toward. There's just this. You're already being here, she said. More so, he said. I think more so. She looked up from the book. Her expression had the quality of someone who had said what needed to be said and was now simply present, which was what she always was when she chose to be somewhere. Good, she said. She went back to reading. He sat in the evening with the valley beneath him and the network present in the specific, quiet way it had become present. Not demanding attention, not requiring management, just there, the 17 sects doing their work, the regional chi current settling into its restored distribution. The prior keeper's architecture, now his architecture, moving the valley's natural energy the way it had been built to. He pressed his palm flat to the bench's stone. What came back was 6 months of evenings with someone who asked questions that were real. The accumulated impression of a person who had sat in this specific spot and brought their full attention to what was in front of them, and by doing so had taught him, by example, what full attention meant. He left his own impression beside theirs. This is what it was like, he pressed. This exactly. The stone held it. The evening continued. Chapter 131 Cho Mingyu's final evaluation document arrived on a Thursday, 3 weeks after the activation. It was shorter than all the preceding documents. 2 pages. This was notable. The evaluation process had produced volumes of formal documentation over the course of 6 months. The initial assessment protocols, the revised classification frameworks, the security tier designations, the quarterly reporting structures, the special session findings. The final document was 2 pages. He read it alone in the archive room. Asterisk Final Evaluation Report. Elder Cho Mingyu, Green Valley Sect Administrative Council Asterisk. This evaluation period, initiated on the 41st day after the subject's emergence from the sealed chamber, is hereby closed. Asterisk The evaluation was initiated to assess anomalous capabilities, verify claims of origin, and determine appropriate classification and security status for an unprecedented practitioner type. Over the course of the evaluation period, the following was determined: the subject's account of origin was accurate. The subject's capabilities, while significantly anomalous relative to standard practitioner classification, were genuine and fully consistent with the described mechanism. The security risk assessment, initially elevated due to capability scope, was resolved through demonstrated restraint, voluntary covenant adherence, full disclosure of capabilities as they developed, and active cooperation with all oversight mechanisms. The subject has not violated any covenant commitment. The subject has not used their capabilities in ways that exceeded the terms of the voluntary covenant. The subject has, on multiple documented occasions, actively declined to use capabilities they possessed in situations where their use would have been effective. The subject is no longer under evaluation. The subject is a member of this sect. He read the last 2 sentences 3 times. The first time to verify he had read them correctly. The second time to understand what they meant in the context of everything that had preceded them. The third time because he wanted to hold them for a moment before moving on, because what followed from them would be the rest of his life in this place, and the rest of his life deserved a moment before it started. He went to find Cho Mingyu. The elder was in his office, which was where Cho Mingyu was almost always found, working, writing, reading documents with the careful attention of someone who believed that accuracy was worth the time it took. I've read the final document, Ling Kongxin said. Cho Mingyu looked up, and, thank you. He paused. The last line, a member of this sect. That phrasing is the accurate one. Cho Mingyu set down his brush. I considered various formal phrasings. Continued supervised residency. Classified affiliated practitioner. Monitored non-standard sect member. All of them were technically accurate. He looked at Ling Kongxin. None of them described what was actually true. Most final evaluation documents don't end with a statement of belonging. Most final evaluation documents conclude a process that began with a question about whether the evaluated subject could safely remain here. This one concludes a process that began that way and ended differently. He folded his hands on the desk. I spent 5 months determining what you were. The answer, finally, was that you were someone who belonged here. The belonging was the accurate category. Ling Kongxin sat with this for a moment. I'll continue the monitoring schedule, Cho Mingyu said. Standard sect security practice. Not evaluation, just the responsible oversight that any formation entity with regional network access would be subject to. The Hollow Faction challenge remains ongoing. The regional network has new dynamics that require ongoing attention. Monitoring remains appropriate. Of course. But monitoring and evaluation are different things. He picked up his brush. You're not being evaluated anymore. A pause, and then, with the specific directness of someone who had decided this should be said clearly, you're being cared for. Ling Kongxin stood for a moment. He had been thinking about the category of evaluation since the 41st day above ground, when Zhou Mingyu had appeared with the formal notification of the assessment process and the specific quality of a person who had decided to do difficult things carefully. For 5 months, the evaluation had been the structural fact of his existence in this place, the frame through which his presence was understood, the administrative mechanism through which the sect related to what he was. He walked back through the outer courtyard in the afternoon light. The formation network was there as it was always now, the sect's daily practice moving through the nodes, the accumulated impressions of a community doing its work. He had been feeling this for months. It felt different today, not in its content, in what it meant that he was receiving it. During the evaluation, he had felt the formation network as the environment he was being assessed within, the context of the assessment, the thing that gave the assessment purpose. Every node he pressed, every capability he demonstrated, every disclosure he made had occurred within the frame of the evaluation. The evaluation was closed. He pressed his palm to the nearest outer courtyard node. The stone gave back what it had, a full morning's worth of cultivation practice. The specific chi signatures of practitioners he recognized by their formation work quality, the warmth of ordinary daily life pressed into the valley's stone by people who had no idea it was being received. He received it the way he had always received it. But he was not being evaluated while he received it. He was simply present, a member of this sect, doing what members of this sect did, absorbing the quality of the place they lived in, being changed by what they received, pressing their own quality back into the stone. The distinction was the difference between doing something under observation and doing something because it was what you did. He had been doing it because it was what he did for months. He had simply been doing it while also being observed. Now the observation was over. The doing continued. It was quieter in a way that had nothing to do with sound. He went back to his work. Chapter 132 The Eternal Foundation Advancement arrived on a morning when nothing was going wrong. He was in the outer practice courtyard, working through the standard formation maintenance sequence. The work that had been his daily anchor since the 3rd week above ground. The routine that was both his own cultivation practice and the keeper's contribution to the network stability. The other practitioners were doing their own morning work in the space around him, moving through their sequences with the specific quality of people doing something they had done enough times that the doing was natural. He pressed his palm to the main junction node. The network was there as it always was now. All 17 sects, the valley, the chi current distribution settling steadily toward the prior keeper's fully restored state. He had been feeling this for 3 weeks and was beginning to understand its rhythms. The morning surge as practitioners at each sect began their daily practice. The specific quality of 17 different formation systems, all activating in patterns that were distinct but connected. The midday steadiness when cultivation work was most intensive. The evening settling as work concluded and practitioners moved from active to restorative modes. What he felt now was different. The network had temporal depth. Not history, not the impressions the stones held of what had happened. Something else. The formation architecture remembered. Not events, patterns. The rhythm of what had been, what was, and the direction in which the pattern was moving. Not prophecy. Not the foreknowledge of specific events. Pattern recognition operating across spans of time that exceeded any individual observation. He could feel where the network had been 3 centuries ago. He could feel the prior keeper's era of full activation. The specific quality of a regional network operating at its design capacity, the formation signatures of 17 sects receiving adequate chi current distribution, the valley's own chi convergence at its natural peak. He could feel where the network was now, 3 weeks after the restoration began. He could feel the mathematical shape of the line connecting those 2 points and where it was heading. Eternal foundation. The 9th rank. Not space, time. He sat down in the middle of the practice courtyard while his mind adjusted to what it was now receiving. The other practitioners moved around him with the careful respect the sect had developed for his unexplained stillnesses, giving him the space to integrate whatever had arrived. When he stood, he felt his own temporal depth as well. Not just the networks. His own pattern. The shape of what he had been becoming. The direction of what he was becoming. The way the maintenance work he did each day was contributing, through small consistent forces, to something that would be visible only over years and decades. He went to find Pale Yang in the Eastern Array room and told him. Again, Pale Yang said, reading the formation diagnostic that had registered the shift. 9th, temporal, pattern recognition across long spans. Not events, directions. He tried to find accurate language for it. The network has a direction. I can feel it. The prior keeper's full architectural vision, the one that the 3 centuries of dormancy degraded. I can feel where it was designed to go. I can feel that we're moving toward it. Is it going wrong anywhere? He pressed his palm to the nearest node and checked with the new depth. Not currently. The Hollow faction's political activity shows up in the formation impressions as turbulence. Formation systems under political stress leave a quality in the stone. It's not structural. It's surface disturbance. He paused. The direction is good. Peiliong set down his brush for a moment. The prior keeper knew this would develop. They built the sequence to require Foundation Lord before the activation. This came after. I don't think they could predict the exact order, but they knew the capability architecture would unfold. They trusted it would. Yes. He looked at the formation array in front of him. They hoped it would. Chapter 133. The offer from the Council of Sect's Formation Research Institute arrived by formal courier on a Wednesday. He felt the courier at the outer gate from the network. The formation signature of official council correspondence, sealed with the administrative chi mark that indicated high institutional priority. He did not absorb the contents. He delivered the letter to Peiliong's office, set it on the desk, and left without comment. He knew what it contained. He said nothing. The formal offer from the Research Institute was something that had been inevitable since the second working group report. They would have followed the council submissions, read the historical record, and understood that Green Valley Sect had both a keeper and a formation researcher who had been working alongside one another for 6 months. The Institute collected exactly this kind of capability. 3 days passed. He watched Peiliong work during those 3 days in the way that the network made possible. Not the impressions Peiliong chose to press into the stone, not anything that breached the space of his deliberation. Just the formation quality of a practitioner doing his work. The concentration rhythms, the way he set down his brush and picked it up again. The specific quality of someone who had a significant decision to make and was making it with the methodical care he brought to everything. He did not absorb what Peiliong was thinking. He chose not to. He watched the surface quality and let the interior belong to Peiliong. On the 4th day, Peiliong came to the research hall at the 7th hour and sat down across from him with the quality of someone who had arrived at the end of a process and wanted to share what was there. The Research Institute sent an offer, he said. I know. You've known for 4 days. Yes. Peiliong looked at him. You didn't ask. No. You could have seen my deliberation from the stone impressions while I was working through it. I could have. He met Peiliong's eyes. I chose not to. I wanted you to make the decision in the space it required without me knowing what you were deciding. The decision was yours. You were owed the interior of it. Peiliong absorbed this. That's different from 3 months ago, he said. I know. 3 months ago, you would have managed toward the outcome you thought was best before telling me you knew what the choice was. Yes. A pause. I thought you should do whatever was right for you. I still think that. I don't know what's right for you better than you do. I know what the work here is, and I know what the Institute offers, and I deliberately didn't form an opinion about which one you should choose, because the forming of the opinion would have been the beginning of the management. Peiliong was quiet for a moment, not hesitating, thinking. I'm declining the offer, he said. I'm where the most interesting work is. I know, Ling Kongshin said. And then, because it was also true, I'm glad. I know you're glad. Peiliong picked up his brush. I wanted to tell you myself rather than just submitting the response. Not to inform you, to tell you. There's a difference I've been thinking about. Informed is when someone receives the data point. Told is when someone is present in the moment. Yes. Peiliong looked at him. I wanted you to be present in this one. Chapter 134. Feng Qianru found him at the Founding Era paving section in the outer courtyard on a quiet afternoon when most of the Sect's practitioners were in the inner work halls. She sat nearby in the specific way she had. Not close enough to require acknowledgement, not far enough to make approach awkward. The distance of someone who was present but not demanding anything from the presence. I want to ask you something, she said, after a moment. I know. He looked at the old paving stones. You've been thinking about it for a while. You don't know what it is. No. I know you've been carrying something toward me and approaching and then not asking. That's different from knowing what the question is. She was quiet for a moment, which was the sound of someone deciding this was the right time. What did it feel like, she said, to hear the Sect for 10 years and not be able to respond? He sat with this question for a long time. It was the question he had not been asked before, in exactly this form. Others had asked about the absorption, what he could know, what it felt like to absorb, whether the capability was like anything in standard cultivator experience. No one had asked about the receiving, about what it was like to accumulate, year after year, the daily life of a Sect he was part of but could not communicate with. Like being loved before you knew what love was, he said. She was still. Every day I absorbed the practice impressions. The care people put into their cultivation, the intention, the quality of attention, the specific way a person's cultivation has their character in it. I didn't have a framework for what I was receiving. I accumulated it as pattern, as warmth, as a quality of presence that I recognized but couldn't name. He pressed his palm to the old paving stone and felt the mountain memory, further away than it used to be, but still there. When I emerged and found that the warmth I had absorbed for 10 years was people, that it had names and faces and specific ways of being in the world, it was like learning the word for something you had always known existed. Not surprise. Recognition. Were you lonely? She said. He thought about this carefully. I didn't have a self that could be lonely yet. I was becoming. The loneliness requires a self that knows it's missing something. He looked at the courtyard. But there was something in those 10 years that I understand now as receiving without being able to return it. Attention without the capacity to meet it. That's not loneliness. It's the condition that makes loneliness possible once the self arrives. The absence you can only name after the self is there to name it. And now I can return it. He looked at her. She who had been the first thing he saw, who had carried a lamp into the sealed chamber because the darkness and the unknown had not been enough to make her not come. I'm learning how. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'm glad I went down. You've said that before. I know. She looked at the old stones. I expect I'll keep saying it. I think it will keep being true. He sat beside the ancient paving and pressed his palm to it, and felt what was in it. The mountain memory, the prior keeper's era of maintenance, his own weeks of coming here to touch something that was older than the question of what he was. The stone had been here for all of it. Chapter 135 by Wuzu's meridians recovered fully in the 6th week after the activation. Ling Kongxin knew this from the formation impression, the specific quality of a practitioner whose qi channels had returned to full functionality, the cultivation rhythm resuming the ease it had before the disruption. He had been watching the recovery's progress through the network without mentioning it, because Bai Wuzu had not asked for updates, and providing them unsolicited would have been the management reflex operating under a different name. When Bai Wuzu came to the research hall one morning and said, "I'm fully recovered," with the simple quality of someone delivering accurate news, Ling Kongxin said, "I'm glad," and meant it simply, without managing the moment around it. "How long have you known?" Bai Wuzu said. "Since this morning. The formation impression shifted just before you came. And if it had shifted last week, I would have waited for you to tell me." Bai Wuzu sat down across from him. His face had the evaluative expression, the one that meant he was working something out rather than making a social observation. 3 months ago, he said, you would have told me the moment you noticed. To smooth over the period of not knowing. To give me the ease of certainty before I had time to wonder whether I was still recovering. Yes. You didn't. No. Bai Wuzu looked at him. Can I tell you something? Yes. When you didn't tell me about the meridian technique right away after the activation, when you asked if I wanted to know before telling me, that was the first time I felt like you were actually with me rather than slightly ahead of me. Slightly ahead of you. Managing toward where I was going to end up. Smoothing the path before I got there, so that by the time I arrived the path was already smooth and I didn't have to experience the roughness. He looked at the formation table between them. You're good at it. You're so good at it that it didn't always feel like management. It felt like care. But there's a quality that's different. When someone trusts you to find your own path and waits to see where you go, it has a different texture than being cared for in advance. What texture? Like being actually here. In the moment. With the roughness that's actually in the moment, rather than arriving somewhere that's already been prepared. He paused. It's more real. Even when the prepared version would have been easier. Ling Kongxin sat with this. The management reflex did not activate in response to this observation. That was different. That was new. 3 months ago, the observation would have triggered the reflex, the pull to smooth over the moment of being seen as managing, to offer something that made Bai Wuzu feel better about the exchange. Now the observation sat in the space between them, and he simply received it. I'm glad you're recovered, he said. I know, Bai Wuzu said. I can tell. That's also different. I can tell now, without you having to tell me you're glad. I can feel it in how you're here. Ling Kongxin sat with this. The observation was accurate. He had not said, I'm glad, as a social gesture or as a management move designed to make Bai Wuzu feel acknowledged. He had said it because it was simply true and Bai Wuzu was present and the truth was appropriate to share. The gladness had preceded the words, not the other way around. That's the most accurate description of the change I've heard, he said. I've had time to observe it, Bai Wuzu said. He picked up the formation diagram with the quality of someone who had said what they came to say and was returning to work. 6 months is enough time to notice a change when it happens. Chapter 136. The formal confirmation arrived at the 8-week mark. Weiliang presented the final stabilization data at the working group session with the economy of a man who had been building toward this number for 2 months and knew exactly what it meant. 94% of the pre-dormancy baseline, achieved ahead of the projected timeline, exceeding the conservative models and approximately matching the optimistic ones. He set down his presentation materials and said, "The regional network is stable." The room absorbed this. The physical travel was standard. 3 days through the mountain passes, through the widening terrain of the range, the stone underfoot changing character as the valley's specific geological formation gave way to the more varied rock of the broader mountains. He had absorbed the geological character of the mountain range from the formation network, had processed it as data, had formed a thorough understanding of what it was. Being physically present in it was different from understanding it. The stone was different stone. Younger, in geological terms, less saturated with cultivation impression, holding its history differently. The valley's founding era paving held 300 years of deliberate human cultivation, the accumulated impression of generations of practitioners who had understood what they were building. The mountain passes he walked through held geological time and the impressions of travelers and the traces of weather. Different kinds of accumulation, different kinds of depth. He pressed his palm to the pass wall at the midpoint of the journey and received what it had. Route memory, mostly. The impressions of everyone who had moved through this pass over the past century. Not their thoughts or intentions, just the chi quality of bodies in motion, the specific texture of cultivation energies brushing past stone as practitioners traveled. Some of them were recognizable types, formation practitioners, with the specific attentiveness that made them press into surfaces as they moved. Couriers with the particular regularity of people who had made this route many times. Pilgrims, once, with the distinctive cultivation quality of devotional practice. At the Clearwater Sect, he crouched in the main courtyard and pressed his palm to the ground. What came back was what a decade of restored formation nutrition felt like when received by a sect that had been operating at reduced capacity for a century. Not the richness of the valley's deeply saturated stone, something younger, recently revitalized, the specific quality of a formation system that was learning to receive what it had forgotten was available. He could help with this. Not through intervention, through the ongoing keeper's maintenance, the patient attention of someone who understood what this formation system needed and was willing to give it time. The eternal foundation capability's temporal depth showed him the natural direction of restoration, where consistent attention over the next 5 to 10 years would produce the greatest improvement, which nodes needed the most regular maintenance, what the full recovered state of this formation system would look like if properly tended. He made notes. He did not press his intent into anything. This was not his to shape, it was his to maintain, and maintaining it meant understanding it first. "It's real," he told Weiliang on the 3rd day, standing in the Clearwater courtyard as the morning mists cleared. "What is?" "Being outside the valley. I've processed the mountain range through the formation network for weeks. I understood it." He looked at the different stone, the different quality of light over different mountains. "But being here, it's different. The network gives accurate information. It doesn't give presence." "Is that a limitation?" Weiliang said. "It's a reason to travel," Ling Kongxin said. Chapter 138, The Living Architecture Breakthrough, came on the 2nd day at the Clearwater Sect. He was doing what keepers did, walking the formation system, pressing his palm to each major node in the maintenance sequence, checking the chi current flow, noting what needed attention. Not dramatic work. The morning-by-morning work of being present to what he was responsible for. At the 3rd node, something arrived that had been approaching for weeks. It was not sudden. It was the specific quality of a long understanding reaching complete articulation. The way a word you have been searching for finally presents itself, not from the outside, but from the exact right placement of everything you already knew. He could shape the architecture. Not quickly. Not with the immediacy of a formation technique applied directly to stone. The way geology shaped landscapes, through the accumulated effect of consistent small forces over spans of time that exceeded individual observation. He could, through the ongoing maintenance work of a keeper doing their job for years and decades, nudge the regional formation network toward better configurations. Not override its natural patterns. Work with them. The way a gardener improves soil over seasons through consistent care rather than by replacing the soil. Living architecture. The 10th rank. The capability for generational improvement through patient maintenance. He understood, with the capability fully articulated for the first time, why it had required all the others first. Foundation absorption to receive the network. Bedrock forger to understand the intent left in stone. Foundation lord to feel the entire system simultaneously. Hollow sovereign to fuse with the nexus. Eternal foundation to read the temporal patterns. Without all of those, living architecture would have been the capability to make changes without understanding what you were changing or why. With them, it was something else. It was the capability of someone who understood exactly what they were responsible for and was willing to do the patient work of caring for it over a span longer than any individual achievement. The Clearwater Sect's formation system received his maintenance attention with the specific quality of a network that was still learning what it meant to be properly tended. He pressed into the nodes with the quality of someone introducing themselves rather than asserting authority. Not I am here to fix you. Not even I am the keeper. Something quieter. I am paying attention. The formation system received it. Not fully, not immediately, with the specific patience of something that needed time to understand what it was receiving. He continued the sequence. When he finished, he stood in the Clearwater courtyard and understood that this was the work. Not the dramatic activation. Not the political resolution. The morning-by-morning presence to what he was responsible for, done with the quality that made things better over time. He had been learning this for 6 months. Now he was beginning it. Chapter 139, he returned to Green Valley on the 5th day. The valley's formation presence met him at the pass, not as an active event, not as a greeting in any communicative sense, but as recognition. The specific quality of a formation system acknowledging the return of its keeper, the way the stone had always acknowledged contact from the right quality, fully, without filtering, with complete accuracy. He was home. Paleong was in the research hall when he arrived. He looked up from a diagram and said, "You advanced. 10th. Living architecture? Yes." He sat at the formation table, feeling the valley settle around him, not in his body, but in the keeper's awareness that was now simply part of what he was. It's slow work. Generational timescales. Decades before the full effect is visible. That's appropriate for a 10th rank capability. I think I needed everything that came before it, he said. The capability is only useful if you already understand what you're tending and you're willing to give it the time it requires. Without the other 9 ranks, you'd be making changes without understanding them. With them, you're just doing what a keeper should do, paying consistent attention over long spans. Is that what the prior keeper did? Paleong said. Exactly what they did. He pressed his palm to the table's surface. For 30 years. And then the next keeper did it for the time they had. And then the dormancy came. And now it's my turn. A pause. I think the succession was always meant to work this way. Not one person solving everything, but a series of people each giving what they had for the time they had it. They worked together through the morning in the easy way of 2 people who had been sharing a workspace long enough that the silence between them had quality and the conversation arose when it was needed rather than to fill the silence. At midday, Lu Yini appeared at the research hall door with the quality of someone who had been thinking of coming for a while and had finally come. She sat at the corner of the formation table without asking, in the way that people did when they had been somewhere long enough to know they were welcome. Bai Wuxiu appeared in the late afternoon. He brought preserved plum from the administrative storehouse and set it on the work table without comment or ceremony, the way he sometimes brought things to shared spaces, not as an offering requiring acknowledgement, but as a contribution to the quality of the afternoon. Feng Qianru came by in the evening with a maintenance report on the eastern array, which she had been monitoring during his absence. She delivered it simply, work to work, without underlining that she had been keeping an eye on things while he was away. The research hall had the specific quality of a place where people came not because they were summoned, but because they wanted to. Because the work was interesting, and because the company was honest, and because 6 months of genuinely difficult things had made the space between them the kind of space where people could be what they actually were. He was aware of this the entire afternoon and evening and did not manage it. Chapter 140, he went to the founding era paving at dawn. Not as ritual, as the accurate way to mark the distance. He had stood on this particular section of ancient stone on the 41st day above ground, when he was still learning what it meant to have a body and what a body could receive. He had come back to it when the mountain memory was growing distant and he needed to understand what he was becoming. He had pressed his record into it on the morning before the activation when he was saying goodbye to the version of himself that might not persist. He crouched now and pressed his palm flat to the stone. What came back was layered in a way that was new to him, accessible through the eternal foundation's temporal depth and the full keeper's awareness of the living architecture rank. The mountain memory was there, the original stone's patient nature that had been here before any cultivation project and would be here after every cultivation project concluded. The accumulated sect history, 300 years of daily practice, formations maintained, practitioners coming and going, the slow deepening of the valley's formation character over generations. The prior keeper's era, still present in the stone's deepest impressions. 30 years of deliberate care that had shaped how the stone itself responded to contact. And then his own contributions. 6 months of impressions. The morning season of living between two kinds of knowledge. The first time he understood that the management reflex was not the same thing as love, the specific quality of each breakthrough that had expanded what he could receive and return. The morning before the activation, when he had pressed himself into the stone addressed to whoever came after. That last impression was beside him now. He could feel it. The person who had pressed it had not known what the activation would make him, had not known whether the version of himself that emerged from the lower chamber would be continuous with the one who entered it, had pressed the record anyway, with trust that what came after would find it useful, and with the specific care of someone who wanted to honor what he was in that moment before it changed. What came after was him. He had found it useful. The record of who he had been was continuous with who he was, the thread unbroken. The change that the activation produced a deepening rather than a replacement. He was the prior keeper's succession, the thing they had hoped for 3 centuries before he arrived. He was the founding master's investment, the outcome of an institution built deliberately around the education of something that lived in the stone beneath it. He was the Sect's 6-month education, the result of people who had treated something genuinely unprecedented with the specific combination of careful oversight and genuine care that had made becoming possible. He was the curiosity that had always been his original nature, the quality that had accumulated years of cultivation impressions without being asked to, that had learned to love what it was receiving before it had the framework for love, that had emerged when the door opened because emergence was simply what it was. He was all of these simultaneously, and he was still becoming, and the becoming was not a stage on the way to being finished. It was the ongoing condition of a thing that was alive and paying attention. The living architecture capability made this plain. The patient maintenance of what you were responsible for, done over spans of time longer than any individual achievement, was not a means to an end. It was the work itself. He lifted his palm. The morning birds were starting in the eastern willows, the complicated territorial arguments they made every dawn, the specific pattern that had been in his formation impressions since the first weeks above ground. The regional network breathed its morning rhythm. 17 sects beginning their practice. Chi currents moving through the mountain range with the steady ease of a system that was working as it had been built to work. He stood in the founding era paving section in the early light and felt, quietly, and without managing it, grateful. For the prior keeper who had loved this valley for 30 years and then pressed that love into the stone so it would outlast them. Who had spent 30 years maintaining a regional network for 17 sects, and had done it with the specific quality of someone who understood what they were responsible for and had given it their full attention for decades, and had then pressed that care into the formation architecture so precisely that he could still feel it 300 years later when he stood in direct contact with what they had built. For the founding master who had built an institution around a hope and been right to do it, who had understood, in the 3rd year of their engagement with the valley, that the quality of their practitioners' daily cultivation was the education something beneath the stone was receiving, who had decided that this changed what kind of institution they wanted to build, and had built it accordingly, who had sealed the chamber with a requirement for care because they understood that care was the only reliable indicator of someone ready to witness what was inside. For Feng Qianru, who had carried a lamp into the sealed chamber because the darkness had not been enough to make her not come, who had been the first thing he saw, who had said, "I think you might be afraid," with the directness of someone whose care had never needed to disguise itself, who had gone to isolated practice and returned and stood beside him on the morning of the activation without needing to be told why she should be there. For Paelyong, who showed up for uncertain things with his full attention and asked to be present for them even when he was afraid, who had said, "I'll be there. I'm afraid of it. I want to be there anyway." Who had declined the Research Institute offer because he was where the most interesting work was, and had told him rather than simply submitting the response, because the distinction mattered. For Lu Mianyi, who asked questions that were real and waited for answers that were real and made him better at being in the world by being genuinely in it herself, who had said, "I wanted to give it to you, not just have you know it," who had understood before he did that being told something was different from having it absorbed, and had made the choice accordingly. For Bai Wuxiu, who had asked to be asked first and had meant it and had received the change when it came, who had said like being actually here rather than being handled through here, who had given him language for what had been difficult to name. For Chou Mingyu, who had been right in his method even when it was difficult, and whose precision had been a form of care even before he called it that, who had written the subject is a member of this sect and meant it as the most accurate phrasing rather than the most diplomatic one. For Yin Shuli, who had protected him when protection was needed. For Zhu Tsungjin, who had governed through everything with the patience of someone who understood that governance was a form of care. For Wei Yang, who had decided that honesty was more useful than strategy and had proved it by example. for everyone who had pressed something genuine into the stone of this place and made it what it was. He pressed his palm to the stone one final time. He pressed his gratitude into it, not addressed to anyone, not for anyone to find, just present. The record of what this morning was. The stone held everything that was pressed into it with complete accuracy. The gratitude would be here for whoever came after, the way the prior keeper's care was here for him, the way the founding master's hope was here in the sealed chamber's walls. Another keeper would find this someday, would stand here and feel the accumulated impressions and find, alongside the mountain memory and the centuries of daily cultivation and the prior keeper's 30 years and his own contribution. This, a person who had arrived at gratitude, who had learned to love what they were responsible for, who had stood in the founding era paving at dawn and felt the weight of everyone who had made the morning possible. He lifted his hand. Then he stood. The sect was waking around him, the sounds of the kitchens beginning, the early practitioners emerging into the courtyards, the specific morning quality of a community doing what it did every morning with the comfortable ease of practiced repetition. The valley breathed beneath it, the formation system steady and alive, the network extending across the mountain range to 17 sects beginning their own mornings. He was the keeper. He had work to do. He went to start the day. If this story moved you, please like and share your thoughts in the comments. The stone holds every impression, and your engagement is what keeps these stories alive. Subscribe and ring the bell to follow along. The next tale is already waiting, patient as old rock, ready to give back whatever you bring to it.